Today's daf is Gittin daf Nun Vav, and we are 8 lines from the bottom of daf Nun Hey Amid Beis Amar Rabbi Yochanan. Today's daf is being learned Le'ilu Nishmas Chayim Elazar ben Yibadel L'Chaim Reb Shimshon Aryeh and Le'ilu Nishmas Reb Moshe ben Rebarin. So we're moving along in the 5th parak of Masechtas Gittin, Parak Hanizakin, the theme of which is different takonos that Chazal instituted mipnei tikkun ha'olam. And really, the theme of Perek HaNezakin was behemshach to the theme of Perek HaSheleach, which also discussed different takonos that Chazal instituted mipnei tikkun ha'olam. It began with a takona related to Masechtas Gittin, the laws of Bittul Haget. The last takona that we saw after a lot of digression was a takona that was made because of the Sekrikon. The Sekrikon were a group of bad guys that lived circa Churban Bayesheni, and because the Mishnah mentioned this group of people known as this Sekrikon, the Gemara now is going to embark on one of the great digressions of all time. The Gemara is going to talk about the events that surrounded these Sekrikon, the events that surrounded the destruction of the second Beis HaMikdash, the events that surrounded the destruction of Tur Malka, of Beitar, some of the most famous Gemaras in Shas. We have literally 3 dafin of Gemara that is related to the Churban. It's also Dover Be'itay Matayv, like so many of the Sugyas and the Gemaras that we've learned during the 14th cycle of Daf HaYomi. The fact that these Gemaras, these 3 dafin, fall out during the 3 weeks, it's not a coincidence. And on that note, we begin an absolute epic Gemara. Zok the Heilige Gemara. Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said, Ma'idich Siv, what's pshat in the pasuk that Shlomo HaMelech said? Ashrei Adam Mefachei Tamid, Umaksha Liba, Yibal Bara. Praised is a person that's anxious. He's mefachei tamid. Umaksha liboy. But somebody that has a hard heart, he doesn't calculate and he doesn't really assess the ramifications of everything that he does. Ultimately, a person like that will be Yibal Bara. So Rabbi Yochanan said there's 3 examples of it. Number 1, Kamtza ubar Kamtza charav Yerushalayim. It was because of the story of Kamtza bar Kamtza that Yerushalayim was destroyed. It was because of a story related to a rooster and a hen that Tur Malka was destroyed. And Ashaka the Risbak, it was because of a story related to the door of a chariot that Charav Beitar, the great city of Beitar, was destroyed. So Rabbi Yochanan made an observation. His observation was that he noticed that some of the biggest events in Jewish history were triggered by what at the time would have seemed very, very minor. And Rabbi Yochanan's takeaway was, Ashrei Adam Mefachei Tamid, meaning anytime a person does something, he has to cheshbin what the potential ramifications might be. He has to be a roya sanoilet, and don't think that big deal, it's insignificant, and why would I overanalyze something that would seem to be very, very benign? Because you never know what the impact of even a dover cotton could be. And he gave 3 examples. A Kamtza bar Kamtza, which at the time didn't seem to be like such a huge deal. Charav Yerushalayim. And because of Tarnagoyla, Tarnagolta, Charav Tormalka, because of the Shakat, the Rizbach, Charav Beit. And the Gemara now is going to tell the 3 stories. The longest one is the story of Kamtza bar Kamtza, and that's going to be Malava us through the daf. Zok the Gemara, Kamtza bar Kamtza charav Yerushalayim. What was the story? That there was a person, the Rachmi Kamtza. He had a friend whose name was Kamtza. Ubal debave. He also had an enemy whose name was Bar Kamtza. Now this person avad suda, so he made a suda. Amalei l'shamoy. He told his gabba, Zil Aiseli Kamtza, making a party. I want my friends to be there. Please call Kamtza. Tell him to come to the party. Azal Aiseli Bar Kamtza. By mistake, the gabba called not the person's friend Kamtza, but the person that he didn't like so much, Bar Kamtza. Asa Ashkeche the Haviyas. In the meantime, the host is working the crowd. He's going from table to table. He's pouring wine, and he sees Bar Kamtza sitting there. Amalei, so he talks to him in 3rd person. He says, Mechti, Ahu Gabra Bal Debavi Dahu Gabru. We don't get along. My boy Sacha, what are you doing here? So he told him that, what do you mean? I was invited. He said, it was a mistake. Kum, pike, get up and leave. Amalei. So Bar Kamtza whispers into the host's ear and he says, listen, Amar, I'm here already, Shafkin. Let me just stay. Meaning, it's going to be Groisib is Yonis if I'm going to have to leave now middle of the party. Now, I understand you don't want me there, and maybe it's coming at a cost. No, and I'll pay my way, whatever you're being charged by your caterer per couple, per person, I'm willing to pay. Amalei, he told him why. Absolutely not. He said it's going to be so humiliating for me to have to leave now middle of the Suda that I'm willing to pay for half the Suda. I'll pay for the entire Suda. And then the host didn't ask any more questions. He grabbed him by the lapel, he picked him up, and he himself walked him out of him. Amar, so Bar Kamtza said, the Rabbanim were all sitting here. Apparently, this was a real VIP event, and all the Chshuvim of Yerushalayim were there. And nobody said anything. So Bar Kamtza said, Shema Mina must be that they are okay with what just happened. And he said, if that's the case, I have to take revenge, not only from this host who just embarrassed me, but really from all the Rabbanim. And what he did was, Ezel, he said, I'm going to go, I'm going to be Malshin, I'm going to speak Lashon Hara, I'm going to speak Rechilos by the king of Rome, and we'll see already what's going to happen. Azal Amalei L'Keisar. So he went to the Caesar. Now the Caesar was not the Melech of Rome, but he was a very important official, and it was he that was in charge of all things that were happening at that time in Yerushalayim. So just to put it in historical context, at this point, the Yidden are under the governance of the Roman Empire. Now, the Romans, for the most part, are letting the Yidden do what they need to do, but at the same time, the Yidden are answering to a higher authority. They're answering to the Romans. And there's a Caesar whose job it is, he's the mayor, he's the governor, to make sure that everything is happening the way it's supposed to happen. So Bar Kamtza goes, he meets with the Caesar, and he told him, Murda b'cha Yehudai. I have some intel, I have some inside information, I want you to know the Jews are planning a rebellion. They are going to try to overthrow you and ultimately the mighty Roman Empire. Amalei, so he told him, Yemar, prove it. You can't just tell me that. Amalei, he says, I'll prove it. Shadalu karban. Why don't you send them a carbon? Chazis, and let's see whether they're going to be makriv. We know the halacha is that just like a yid can bring a carbon in the Beis HaMikdash, Oivdei Kechavim were also allowed to bring karbanos in the Beis HaMikdash. The Kachav, very often they would. So he said, why don't you send a carbon to the Jews, to the Kohanim, and let's see if they're going to bring it or they're not going to bring it. Azal Shadav Yodei Egla Tilsa. See, he went and he sent the carbon. Not just any animal, but it was an Egla Tilsa, which we know was a very, very chashuv animal. As Bar Kamtza was bringing this Egla Tilsa to the Beis HaMikdash, Shadabei Muma, he gave it a mum, benivs fasayin, in the upper lip of the animal. Some say it was bedukin shabayin, it was in the cataract of the eye. What was significant of this mum? Duchta, it was a place, the Lidon have a mumma, that for us, for the Kohanim, it would be considered a mum, meaning they wouldn't be able to offer this animal as a carbon. But at the same time, for the Romans, for the Oivdei Kechavim, they would not have treated it as a mum. Meaning, the point was that he wanted this animal to have a mum. Like this, the Kohanim would not bring it as a carbon. And when the Caesar would hear that they didn't bring it because of a mum, he wouldn't buy it because he would say, where was the mum? It wasn't missing a limb. What was the issue? Oh, there was something in the Nivs Vasayim, there was something in the Dukin Shabbayim. We don't consider that as a mum. So that was the Chachma of Bar Kamtza. This is the way he was going to set up his whole plot. Either way, so this animal arrives. It's from the Caesar. He wants to bring a carbon. So all the Rabbanim got together. We know the Sanhedrin used to sit in the Lishkas Agazes. And they all convene and they start asking themselves, okay, what should we do? And the decision was made that Mishum Shloi Malchus, we're going to bring this as a carbon. Ben Afkulas, but Reb Chayu ben Afkulas was there. And it's Yedua that the Vilna Gaon said that Reb Chayu ben Afkulas was the Av Bezdin at the time. See, he wasn't just one of the Rabbanim. He was the Av Bezdin. He was the final answer. And Reb Chayu ben Afkulas said, Yoimru, if we're going to bring this carbon, people are going to say, Bale movement, Kravim, Legabim Mizbeach. This is a very dangerous move. It's a slippery slope. Meaning, I know Mishum Shloim Malchus, we can be makriv this carbon. Even though there's a loisa say to be makriv a carbon that has a mum, but what we're dealing here with is pekuach nefesh, and the pekuach nefesh perhaps of the entire Jewish nation. But I'm worried that people are going to say, Bale mumim kreifim legabe mizbeach. So they said, okay, that's not a good move. We have to work on a plan B. Suffer l'miktale. They had a plan B. They said, why don't we kill Bar Kamtza? If we kill Bar Kamtza, you kill the middleman, so now he's not going to be able to go back to tell the case of Rami what happened. The case of Rami will think that they brought the carbon. How's he going to know not? And like this, we'll be able to get out of it. But Sugya said that's also not a good idea. Because people are going to say, what did Bar Kamtza do to deserve to be killed? Probably because he was matamum bekachim. Now, when you learn kachim, you learn that matamum bekachim is a very big deal. This Gemara is a raya. Because you see, there was a havamina in Reb Zachariah's eyes that people would think that matamum bekachim is actually chayav misa. But this point is that Reb Zachariah said that to kill Bar Kamtza is also not ideal. They were a makriv of the carbon. They didn't kill Bar Kamtza. Bar Kamtza went back to the case of Roimi. He told them what happened, and of course the rest is history. In fact, the Gemara interrupts the narrative, and the Gemara says, Amr Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said, "An v'senusay shor Reb Zachariah ben Avkulis." It was the anava of Reb Zachariah ben Avkulis that was hechrives beisenu, v'sarfas heicholenu, v'higli sanu me'artzeinu. And Rabbi Yochanan literally, for generations, would darshan, and he would say that when we talk about the sibos and the things that caused the destruction of the second Beis Hamikdash, a very, very important cause was the anava of Reb Zachariah ben Avkulis. And everybody asks that where do you see in this story anava? There was anava, maybe poor judgment, but where do you see anava? And the truth is, Rashi muches a little bit. Rashi says, savlonusoi, shesavel azevel harga. It was the patience of Reb Zachariah that's what caused the Churban Beis Hamikdash. But Divrei Rashi is also a little bit tzarech beer. But if you take a look at the Hagois of Reb Tzvi Arshchayis, he says that Reb Zachariah ben Avkulis knew the right thing to do. He knew the right thing to do was either to bring the carbon, Mishum Shloim Malchus, or to kill Bar Kamtza. The problem is, he didn't have the places in his own eyes to do it. He felt, who am I to be able to say such a chiddush, to make a hayra asha, and to take an animal that has a mum and put it on the mizbeach? Who am I to paskin that Bar Kamtza has a din of a roidif, and as a result, we're going to go ahead and kill him? Now, the truth is, Reb Zachariah had the places. He was the Av Bezdin. And it was something that he could have, would have, and should have done. But it was because of his humility. But humility at a time when he should not have been humble. Said Rabbi Yochanan that ultimately caused the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash. And the truth is, it's fascinating because we know the second Beis Hamikdash, and we're going to get into this later, was destroyed because of bad midas. The Gemara says in Yuma Daf Tes Amud Beis, the first Beis Hamikdash was destroyed because the Yidden were guilty of avodah zarah, gila raya, shvichas damim. The second Beis Hamikdash was destroyed because of sinas chinam. And really, this story that we just learned talks about all the bad midas that were going on at that time. But Rabbi Yochanan commented that it was even a good midah that played a role in the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash. Meaning, the Yidden had bad midas, and even the good midas that they had were misplaced. Because this is Anvesenusai, which is a midah toiva ad l'ma'od. But at the same time, another at the wrong time is oichet nishkut. So the whole Indian of midas was completely upside down. There was sinner when there shouldn't have been sinner, and there was another when there shouldn't have been another. But Anvesenusai, together with all the midas sarais, is ultimately Rabbi Yochanan said what destroyed the second Beis Hamikdash. Either way, we return to the narratives. Up to Gemara Shadar, Ilavai Lanir Kesar. So the Romans realized that they had an issue, meaning Bar Kamtza's intel was proven to be accurate. It seems the Jews are planning a rebellion, and before it got anywhere, they decided they have to quash it. So what they do, they sent Niroi Keser. When Niroi Keser began to head towards Yerushalayim, so he was a little bit superstitious, and he wanted to see whether he's going to be successful in what he's about to do, or he's not going to be successful. So he decided he's going to shoot arrows into the air. He wants to see where these arrows are going to land. That's going to somehow give him an idea of how this is going to play itself out. So what he did was Shada Gir Mizrach. He sent an arrow. He shot it in the direction of Mizrach. Asa Nafal B'Yerushalayim. It landed in Yerushalayim. No, Ma'ariv. Then he sent one to the west. Asa Nafal B'Yerushalayim. He sent it to the four sides of the world. Asa Nafal B'Yerushalayim. And anywhere he sent his arrow landed in Yerushalayim. Amalei Nuka. So then he said, I want to make sure, for sure, that I got this right. See, he tried doing another Milsa, the superstition. And this was very, very old school. He went to a child and he told him, Psoikli Psukech. Tell me, you're learning in yeshiva? Yeah. What's the pasuk that your Rebbe taught you today? Amalei. So he told him, we're learning Sefer Yecheskel. We're holding in Perach Hey. And this is what the Rebbe taught me today. V'nosati es nikmasi be'edoim bi'ad ami Yisrael. That HaKadosh Baruch Hu is going to take revenge of Edom for what Edom did to Ami Yisrael. Amar Seniroi said, Kuchabrichu Bayil L'Chruve Beis. It's very obvious what's going on over here. All the arrows are landing in Yerushalayim, meaning this Beis HaMikdash is going to be destroyed. But at the same time, The second part of this is, the Seifa is, V'nosati es nekmasi be'ed, meaning Uboilich Puri Yad Bahu Gav. The Eibush is going to take revenge from whomever it is that's going to destroy the Beis HaMikdash. And Niroi said, if that's the case, Lo Yehein V'lo Yischaron, I don't want to have anything to do with this. Arak, he ran away. V'ozal, he went. V'igayer, and he converted to Judaism. V'nofik Minei Rameir, and he was Zoicha that the great Rameir came from him. The Kozhag Lavagoyin in Eretz Tzvi HaTorah says a Dover Niflo. He says that what did Niroi Keser do to deserve that the great mayor would come from him? So he stellt to a Gemara. This is also a Churban Gemara. Mesechtes Bava Basra, Daf Gimel Amud Beis, Daf Daled Amud Aleph. The Gemara over there tells the story of Hurdis. So Hurdis lived about 100 years or so before the destruction of the second Beis HaMikdash. And the Gemara says that Hurdis was a terrible, terrible person. He was a monster. He goes down as one of the worst people in Jewish history. And Hurdis went, and Hurdis, he killed all the Rabbanim. Ad Kedei Kach. There was only one rabbi that he left. His name was Bava Ben Buta, and the reason he left him was, the Gemara says, L'mishkal Eitzim, because he needed a good Jewish advisor, good Jewish lawyer, and as a result, he kept him alive. But he was the only one that was kept alive. Either way, after he killed all the Rabbanan, at some point he woke up in the morning and he had a little bit of remorse. He said, Rabbaina da Amakula, what exactly did I do? And he started regretting what he did. So he goes to Bava Ben Buddha and he tells him, I feel awful, I feel miserable. Give me an eitzah. There has to be something. Maita kante dahu gavra. Amalei, so Bava Ben Buddha told him, Hu kava oirish aloylam. He said, you extinguished the light of the world. The chsiv, kiner mitzvah v'Torah ar. All the Torah that you took away from the world, you were kava oirish aloylam. Yelech v'yasoik ba'oirish aloylam. What you should do is, you should engage in oirish aloylam. What you should do is, you should go now and renovate the Beis HaMikdash, which is the oir of the world, the chsiv. How do I know that? Because the pasuk says, Yeshaya Hanavi said, V'naharu elav kol hagoyim. So the Kozhag Lavagoyin said that the Beis HaMikdash, you see from Bava Basra Daf Daled Amud Aleph, was Oiroi Shaloylam. It's literally the Oir of the world. Niroi Keser was about to destroy the Beis HaMikdash. This was his mission. He decided not to extinguish Oir Shaloylam. What was he Zoicha to? He was Zoicha to Rameir. Why Rameir? Because the Gemara says in Erev and Daf Yud Gimel on the Beis Tana, Loi Rameir Shmai El Rab Nu'uroi Shmai. V'lo Menikra Shmai Rameir. Why would he call Rameir Shu Meir Einei Chachamim B'Halacha? Because he was someone that lit up the world. He was Meir Einei Chachamim B'Halacha. It was Mida Keneged Mida. Nirei Keser decided not to extinguish Oirish Aloylam. So what he was Zoicha to was to bring an Oir into the world. Who was the Oir that he brought into the world? It was the great Rameir. To do it, that Rizal said that we know that Rameir is the basis of Torah Shabbat Peh. Stam Mishnah is Rameir. Aliba, the Rabbi Akiva. Rameir came from Nirei Keser. He came from Edom, which Chazal had a Messiah, came from Esav. And that Rizal said it's Merumiz in Esav, who the pasuk says was Tzayid Bepiv. Tzayid Bepiv would be a remiss to the fact that Torah Shabbat Peh would come from Esav. It would come from Rameir, Rabbi Akiva also, who was a Ben Ger. Some say Akiva ben Yosef. Rabbi Akiva's own father was a Ger. People don't know that. But Rabbi Akiva's own father wasn't just 10 dairies from Gerim. No, Zain Tat is giving a Ger. It's a Yeshayim. But the bottom line is Rameir and Rabbi Akiva, who are the Mekar to Torah Shabbat Peh, they came from Esav. This Gemara right here, that Niroi Keser was Zoicha, that it was Nafik Nei Rameir. Either way. So Niroi says that I'm abstaining. I'm walking away from this. I don't want to have anything to do with this. Okay, so they had to send somebody else. So who was Nero's backup? Shadrei Ilavayul Aspasianos, also known as Vespasian. And he went and he didn't backtrack. He wasn't Zoichet to have Rameir come from him. So Aspasianos comes and he surrounded Yerushalayim for 3 years. It says the Gemara, there were 3 Gevirim at that time that lived in Yerushalayim. Nakdim ben Gurion, uben Kalba Savua, uben Tzitzis HaKesef. Nakdim ben Gurion, why was Nakdim ben Gurion called Nakdim ben Gurion? Shenokta loichama bavurai. Because he was Zoicha that the sun once came out for him. In fact, the Gemara says in Tainas Daf Chaf Amud Aleph, it's a brayso, so there were 3 people that was Zoicha, Shenokta lehem chama bavuram. Moshe Rabbeinu, Yeshua ben Nun, and Nakdim ben Gurion. So Nakdim ben Gurion is in pretty solid company. But either way, he was called Nakdim ben Gurion Shenokta leichama bavur. Ben kalba savua. Why was Ben kalba savua called Ben kalba savua? Shekala nichnas lebeisai k'shurav kikal. Because any person that would enter his house hungry, he was starving, literally like a dog. He would leave full. And Ben tzitzis hakeses, he had his name Shahoisa tzitzasai nigreris al gabe kisasais. Meaning, whenever he would walk, they would always roll out the red carpet, and his tzitzis they would literally schlep on top of this carpet. Igadami, some say Shahoisa kisasai mutelas ben gdoili roimi. His kisei was between the G'dolim of Rome. Incidentally, the Maharsha says that you see that the three Gvirim at the time were also three tremendous tzaddikim, because their names were all symbolic of a davar shal mitzvah. Nokta leichama bavura, kol hanichnas lebeisa kishu rov kekelev, yoytze kishu saveya, sheoisa tzitzasai. We're talking about his tzitzis. So he says these were three Gvirim, but these were also three very chashuva people. Either way, Chadam once said, "Ano zaynu lubechita v'sayri." He said, "Listen, right now, there's no importing, there's no exporting, but at the same time, I have the money. I'm going to support the Jews as long as possible with all the chitim and sa'irim. I'll pay for all the chitim and sa'irim." The other one said, "B'da chamra, I'll pay for the wine, or b'da milcha, for the salt, umishcha, and I'll pay for the oil." The other one said, "B'da tzivi, I'm going to give what? V'shavchu rabbanu l'tzivi." When the rabbanu would say over the story, they would say, so it doesn't look like from the Gemara we know who said what, but whoever it was that said tzivi, he said, "I'm going to give the wood." His donation, his pledge was the best pledge. Why? Rav Chizda kol haklidi have a muscle of shamay. Rav Chizda we know was Torah v'gdula b'makam echad. So all the keys to all his vaults and all his safes and all his oitzres, he would give over to his gabayim, with the exception of the key to the wood. Rav Chizda, because Rav Chizda himself said, this is l'shitasai, he said, "A kalba dechiti, for one storehouse of wheat, boy shiten a kalbi detzivi." You need 60 such storehouses of wood, meaning wood you always need a lot of, and as a result, it's very, very, very valuable. Either way, so the three Gvirim got together, and between the three of them, they were able to support Yerushalayim for 21 years. So really, had the siege lasted 21 years, the Yidden would have had whatever they had. Problem is, there were B'yonim. So the B'yonim, these were like bad guys. These were Chevremans. They wanted a fight, and they didn't shtal to what the Rabbanon said. Amru Rabbanon. The Rabbanon went to the B'yonim because they were very powerful, and they said, "Nefek v'nav shlom b'adayu." I think we should go out. I think we should make peace with the Romans. This is a mistake. Why don't we tell them this is one big misunderstanding? This was a malshinos, that animal that we were a makriv that had a mum. It was benif svasayim. I understand. We'll go through the sugyas of mumin together, and we'll explain to them what happened, because really this is a big misunderstanding. The problem is, the B'yonim didn't allow them. So then they said, they said, "Takeh." Meaning, this is the B'yonim now talking to the Chacham. They said, "I want to fight. I'm going to do Rabbanon, let me stay in Milsa." No. Making a mistake. If we fight, we're going to lose. We're not going to take down the Roman Empire. Kamu. So what the B'yonim did was, and this is old school, they burnt all the warehouses of Chitim Esa'orim, the Haver Kafna, and there was a hunger. And once there was a hunger, now already they couldn't hold that anymore, and as a result, now things had to start moving quicker. So the Gemara interrupts for a second. The Gemara says, "Marta bas Baisus atirasad Yerushalayim Hafya." Marta bas Baisus, she was the wealthiest woman of Yerushalayim. Shadra say l'shlucha. She sent her shliach, and she said, "Zil aisili smida. Could you please go get smida?" Rashi says, "Smida soilus. Go get flour for me." She was hungry. There was a kafna. We just said there was a hunger, and she sent her Gaba to the store to go buy flour. So the Gaba went. This shliach went to the store to buy soilus. His daven, there was no soilus. Also, Amrullah. So he came back and he told Marta bas Baisus smida laka. There's no smida chivarta. But if you want, I can get you chivarta. Rashi says chivarta is pas nikia. So it's not quite as good as Silas. It's the next best thing. That's something I can get you. Okay, yeah, sure, buy me chivarta. Ada also, when he went to buy the chivarta, is Davin. Turned out that it was gone already. You couldn't buy it anymore. He came back and he told the chivarta lacta, there's no chivarta anymore, but gushkura ikka. If you want, I can buy for you gushkura. That's even a more inferior type of bread, type of flour. So she said, yeah, no problem. Ada also was Davin. The only thing I could buy for you now is I could buy of Sa'ir. So we know throughout Shas, Sa'irim is always Meichel Behema. So the only thing I could buy is Meichel Behema. There's no Meichel Adam that's available to buy. Amrullah. So she said, Zil Aisili, go buy. Ada Azal was Davin. Came back and said, "I'm sorry, I can't even buy Kemach Sorim anymore." Meaning the food was going so fast, the hunger was so terrible, there was nothing. So the Gemara says, "Have a shlifa masana." At that point, Marta bas Baisus wasn't wearing her shoes. Amra, she said, "Eipuk the echsi. Let me go see if I could find food by myself. Maybe I'll be able to come up with something." Esav la parta bekara. As she walked outside, her foot ended up stepping into the tsoya of an animal, and she was such a mifunekes because for her foot to step in a place like that, this is the wealthiest woman of Yerushalayim, Umesa, and because of the pain she died. And Kara Allah Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, he said on her the following pasuk. This was the hesped. Haraka becha v'ha'anuga ashaloi nisisa kaf ragla. She was a raka, she was an anuga. Ashaloi nisisa kaf ragla is a play on this Indian that her foot stepped on something that caused it to die. Ikadamri, however, there was another version of the story. Some say, Groigus Rab Tzadik Achla. She went outside, she was trying to find something, and she found the Groigus, she found the dry fig of Rab Tzadik. She ate it, v'isnisa, but because, again, she was a mafunik, umesa, she ended up dying. So what's the background to this dried fig of Rab Tzadik Yosef, Arbon, Shnimet, Hanisa, Loilach, Yerushalayim, because Rab Tzadik had fasted 40 years, that Yerushalayim should not be destroyed. When Rab Tzadik would eat something, he was so frail. He fasted 40 years. Have a mischasi me'avroi. You were able to literally, if you were looking at him, you were able to see his digestive tract. You could literally see the food going down his system. When he stopped fasting and he started getting better, said they would bring him a gregus, but he couldn't sit down and eat. His body wasn't conditioned anymore to eat. So they would bring him this fig, mayitz mayu, he would suck out the juices, v'shadaluhu, and then he would throw it away. Marta Bas Baisos found that gregus where the juices have been sucked out from a tzaddik, she drank that, and she died. The Gemara says, as Marta Bas Baisos was dying, she took all her gold, all her silver, she threw it into the street. She said, what do I need this for? This is pshat in the pasuk. The Navi Yecheskel was saying nevuah about the churban, and he said, "Kaspam bachutzois yashlichu uzahavam lenidei." This is an example of that Indian that all the money in the world was completely worthless. Again, we return to our program. So there's this little standoff right now between the Biryonim and between the Rabbanim. The Biryonim want to fight. The Rabbanim are pacifists. They want to make peace. Why? Because they realize this is really the only solution. There's no way, as heavy underdogs, the Jews are going to be able to defeat at this point in history. They don't have the schusim, and it's not going to happen. The Biryonim pulled a move, terrorism. They went and they torched the Chitim and Sa'ir, which put the Jews at that time in a very, very compromised position, which led to an hunger. And the Gemara just gave one dogma of the hunger with the story of Marta Bas Baisos. But this is what's going on. It's this story of Marta Bas Baisos. That's what's happening right now. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was the leader of the Jews at the time, and he realized that we need to figure something out. We need episanetza. So the Gemara says, it just so happened that Abba Sikra, Reish Biryonim Yerushalayim, Abba Sikra, he was the head of the Biryonim of Yerushalayim, Bar Achse, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. He was Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's nephew. So he reached out to him, and he told him, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai reaches out to his nephew, and he comes to him. He told him, why are you doing this? Don't you realize that you're going to kill everybody? What exactly are you accomplishing? So Abba Sikra confided with Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, and he told him, I'll be honest with you, I'm a pawn. I'm working for my constituents. If I'm going to say one word, they're going to kill me. Yochanan ben Zakkai says, you have to come up with a plan. This is your geschäft. You know how to do these things. I don't. I'm a rabbi. But come up with an eitzah. Figure out a way to smuggle me out. Maybe, efshe dahavi atzala porta. Get me an audience with the Roman case, and maybe I could explain to him what's going on. So Abba Sikra started thinking quickly, and he says, Man heilige Vetter, I have an idea. He said, I want you to feign as if you're not well. Meaning, make believe you're very, very sick. But you have to really, really play this out. Meaning, you're going to have to be sick for a while, and there's going to be Tilim, there's going to be Ramkol, people are going to be doing things as Chusim, and everyone's going to come to be Mavak L'choyle. And then bring something that smells really, really bad, and lie on top of it, and then there's going to be a ramkol that's going to say the noch nafshecha, that the great Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai passed away. And your talmidim should now come, and they should be together with you. But nobody else should come near you. Why? Because I'm afraid that somebody's going to pick up your mita, pick up the coffin, and they're going to realize that your body is light. The inu yadi, because everybody knows the chayakalami misa, that live weight is lighter than dead weight. So people have to really, really think you're dead. So only ones that could be near your talmidim. They did that. And who were the talmidim that came to be together with Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai. So Gemara Nichnas Boy, Rabbi Eliezer mitzad echad, for Rabbi Yeshua mitzad acher. So we know Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai had a great yeshiva, and he had many talmidim. Pirkut Rabbi Eliezer, Parak Aleph, Parak Beis talks about the yeshiva of Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai. The Mishnah also says Chamisha Talmidim Hoyeloi the Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai. Rabbi Eliezer ben Hurkanis, Rabbi Shua ben Chananya, Rabbi Shua ben Asano, Rabbi Yossi HaKoyin, and Rabbi Elazar ben Arach. But you see that from the 5 prize Talmidim that the Mishnah Novice lists, there were two that were distinguished. And they were Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Yeshua. Either way. So Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Yeshua came, and they're taking the body of Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai. And where are they taking him? They're taking him outside of Yerushalayim. When they come to the door of Yerushalayim, so they said, we have the body of the great rabbi, we want to take him out, we want to bury him. So they said, how do we know he's dead? Maybe he's really alive. He said, what do you mean? He died. Don't you know? They were saying, Tehillim, people are coming, there will be Mavakachayla, he smells, right? All the simanim of a mace, everything is here. He said, but, we're not so sure. I think what we need to do is we need to prove it. So he pulls out his sword, he goes, I'm going to put my sword straight through the mita, straight through the coffin, and we'll see if he's alive or dead. So he told them, this is Abba Sikra talking, Yoimru, people are going to say, Rabban Dakru, that's inappropriate. You can't do that. He's the great rabbi. You have to have respect for him. They said, okay, let's do something else. Let's torture him a little bit. Rashi says, Ula Yitzhak. We'll see, maybe he's going to scream. Meaning, if he's alive, he's probably going to scream. So again, Abba Sikra, who's very much on this plot, said Yoimru, they're going to say, Rabban Dachvu, Paschule Bava. They opened up the door, Nafak, and Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai was able to get out. The truth is, you have to hit the pause button for 1 second. Why? Because Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai had passed away. Did that mean that Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai was allowed to leave Yerushalayim? If they were a little bit afraid, they were suspicious. Ad Kidei Kach, they wanted to put a sword through his body. So just bury him in Yerushalayim somewhere. Because he's not alive, therefore he has to leave Yerushalayim. But the pshat is pashut. The pshat is because it's a halacha in kover mesim Yerushalayim. It's a halacha, and they were respectful of that halacha. The minhag always was that no one was ever buried in Yerushalayim. Either some kfar in Yerushalayim. It's a discussion for another day. But it's a mefurish braises that you're not allowed to bury people in Yerushalayim, and it's pashut. That's the background to the story. Because out of respect for that law, they said we can't bury Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai in Yerushalayim, and therefore he was able to get out. Either way, kimata lahasam. So Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai was able to get from the door of Yerushalayim, make it all the way, have an audience by the Caesar of Rome. Now, to be clear, he's not in Rome. He's not by the king, quote unquote, of Rome, but he's by the Caesar of Rome. Who's the Caesar? It's Aspasionis. It's Vespasian. It was Nero. He walked away. Nafik Minera Meir, and now it's Aspasionis. So he comes to Aspasionis, and he tells him the following: Shamalach Malka, Shamalach Malka. He says, greetings, king, Amalei. So Aspasionis told him, for what you just said, Yichayv Misa not once, but Pamayim. Chada, number one, the Malka, no, the Kakarasli Malka. You make Yichayzik of me. Right? Rashi. V'hisalaltabi. You're literally making latzanas from me. You're calling me a melech when I'm not really a melech. V'su, and besides, if I'm really a king, ado idna, my loyasas l'gabai. So, according to you that you think I'm king, you should have came earlier. And if that's the case, yichayev misa for not coming earlier. Amalei, Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai told him, al rishin val achron achron. This that you're telling me that you're not a king, ivra malkat. You are king. The ilav malkat. Because were you not king, Yerushalayim would not have been handed over to you. Because the pasuk says, the word adar means melech, and the word levanim means beis hamikdash. Rashi says, why is the beis hamikdash referred to as levanim? Because it takes all the avoinus of the Yidden and it turns them white. So he said that you're telling me you're not king? You are king. Because were you not king, now Tosfos says Yerushalayim wasn't handed over to Vespasian. Right now, there's a siege. It's been going on for 3 years. But at the same time, he hasn't really had anything. But Tosfos says, Mikol Mokoim, you have to say, Kivan de Kvar Tsar Oleh Shalosh Shanim, V'havakafno, number 1, 3 years, and not just that, he already got the Yidden to the point that there's a hunger, Haviki'ilu Kvar Nimsra, it's a Ki'ilu. But the bottom line is that from the fact that you've had this level of success, that means I could already call you Melech. That was The first thing. Udekamrit, the second thing. And another good question. That if I really view you as a king, how come I didn't come earlier? It's because of the Biryonim that were there, they didn't allow me to come. So, Aspasianus told Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, says, I don't agree with your second time, and I'll explain to you what a mashal. If you would have a barrel of honey, and there'd be a snake attached to it. Like, wouldn't you destroy, just break the chavis to get rid of the snake? Meaning, if there's a snake that likes this honey, you want the honey, but the snake is poisonous, he's dangerous, and you don't want to have anything to do with this snake. So what would you probably do? You'd probably just destroy the honey, and like this, at the very least, even though you're losing the dvash, but you'd get rid of the snake. In other words, what you should have done is you should have just torched the Chaimis Yerushalayim, you would have got rid of the Biryonim, you would have been able to come out, but at the same time, you would have had an audience with me, Ishtik. And when Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai heard that taina, he was quiet. And Kariyaleh, Rabbi Yosef, years later, hundreds of years later, heard the story of Item, some say Rabbi Akiva, not hundreds of years later, he said the following pasuk. Yeshaya Navi said, Meishiv Chachamim Achar, that sometimes HaKadosh Baruch Hu manipulates the minds of a Chacham, and even the wisest of men. People on the level of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, sometimes they get fooled and they lose an argument. There was something so posh, it's so obvious that he could have said, and they end up not saying it. What could he have said? What he told him was, no, you want to know what I would do if I had a chavish al dvash and there was a darken around it, shaklin and tzafsa, I would take some implement, I would take a piece of wood, v'shaklina le darken, I would try to kill the darken, v'kotlina le v'chavisa, shavkina, like this, I'd be able to have the chavis. And that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to negotiate with the Biryonim, which is what I did. And that's why it took me a little bit of time to get here. But the bottom line is, I should have just blew up the whole city. That's not the way you're supposed to do it. You try to be a little bit more strategic, which is why I did, and I apologize it took me this long to get to you. But at the same time, there was a chachma here. This was something that was thought out. I think you're the melech, you have to be the melech, because if you're not melech, you would have not gotten to the point that you got. You want to know why I didn't come earlier? I was trying. As Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai Vespasian, I'm having this conversation. Also, Pristika, a shliach came from Rome. The shliach comes straight to Vespasian, and he tells him, I have a telegram for you. Come, get up. The Misli Keser. The Keser died. Amri Hanu Chashiva Deroimi, and there was a vote that was taken in the Congress in Rome, and they decided, you're going to be the next melech, which is what Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai had said. So the Gemara says at that time, when this shliach came, Havasayim Chad Masani, Vespasian, it just so happens, was wearing only one shoe. He's about to head out to Rome. He needs his second shoe. He couldn't put it on. He said, okay, listen, if I can't get the other shoe on, at least let me take this shoe off. I'll put on another pair of shoes. He couldn't get this one shoe off. So he was stuck here with one shoe. Amar, he said, hi, what's going on over here? Amar, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai told him, don't be bitzar. Shmua tova asilach. The reason this happened is because you just got a very, very good piece of news. You just found out that you're going to be king. And the pasuk says, Shmua tova tedashen atzem. That when a person gets a shmua tova, it causes his atzamos to become deshen, zaftig, and they swell up a little bit, and it's for that reason you're stuck. You can't get that one shoe on, and you can't get this shoe off. So he said, what should I do? He said, bring someone that you don't like so much. Let him walk past you, and that's going to cause the swelling to go down. The pasuk says, "The ruach necheya tiyabesh garem." So the Gemara Avad Hachi, he listened to him, ayol, and it worked. Amalesi told him, he looks at Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. He said, "You're the smartest person I ever met in my life." See, he says, "Adu idna ma'loy asisu l'gabai." So again, since Feitim, why didn't you come? Amalesi, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai told him, "V'lei amrilach." Didn't I already tell you? Amalesi told him back, "No nami amrilach." I told you. And they went in circles, and they didn't get anywhere as far as that goes. But at the same time, Vespasian was very impressed with Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Amalei, he told him, Mezel Azilna. I have a mission, I have a shlichus, I have to go to Rome right now. I have to be the king of the Roman Empire. And someone else is going to come in my place. But before I leave, ask me something, I'll give it to you. Meaning, I feel hakaras hatov to you, make a request. Amalei, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai didn't have to think. He told him, Tein li yavna v'chachamel. At that time, the Chachamim, the sages, were all in a city known as Yavna. And there was a yeshiva there, and they were learning Torah there. So Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, I would like that when the Beis HaMikdash, or whatever it is you might do, please spare. You should just make Yavna a safe harbor. So like this, nobody's going to be able to go to Yavna, no one's going to be able to touch the Chachamim there. Number two, V'shashulta de Rabbi Gamliel. I want you to save the family of Rabbi Gamliel. The Nesiim had been descendants of Rabbi Gamliel, and I want you to save this mishpacha. V'asvasa de Masyan leila Rab Tzaddik. And I want you to heal Rab Tzaddik. The Gemara had told the story of Rab Tzaddik fasting for 40 years, like Lechrev, Beis HaMikdash, and Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai, one of his three wishes was, please save Rab Tzaddik. And the Gemara says, Karla Rabbi Yosef. Rabbi Yosef heard about this. V'yitem Rabbi Akiva. Some say Rabbi Akiva. He said, Meshav Chachamim Achar V'daitam Yisrael. He heard the story and he said, I can't believe that Vespasian asked Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai, what do you want? And he didn't ask them for what? He didn't ask them, give me one more chance. Just don't destroy the Beis HaMikdash. I mean, you want to do something, do something. Oh, but the Beis HaMikdash keep alive. Give me one more chance. So why did Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai do that? For who saw that? He thought, Dilma Kulei Haile Yavid. He thought to fast the Meruba late to fast. Sometimes if you ask for too much in a negotiation, you end up getting nothing. And you end up not even getting what he asked for. So Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai said that I'm going to play conservatively. And I'm going to try to get things that I feel like I can't live without. And that is Teinli Yavne v'Chachomeh, Shushul to the Rabbi Gamliel, and I want you to heal Rab Tzaddik. Zok the Gemara, as it relates to healing Rab Tzaddik, Asfasa the Masik the Rab Tzaddik, Maihi. How did they heal Rab Tzaddik? Yom Mekama, the first day, Ashkiyu Maya Depari. They gave him to drink water that bran had been soaking in. Lamacha, the next day, Maya de Sipuka. They gave him water where Rashi says Subin Gedolim. There was like big bran that had been soaking in there, and there was Kemach already involved. The Machamai, the Kimcha. The next day they gave him water that only had Kemach Adarav Achmeya until finally his intestines became healthy. Purta, Tzabislach, and that's how the great Rab Tzaddik ultimately was able to survive. You know, it's interesting. Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai is given three wishes. Well, actually, he wasn't given three. He told him, "Ask me what you want," and he asked for three things. Save the family of Rabbi Gamliel and heal Rab Tzaddik. Now, Teili Yavna v'Chachamel we understand. We've all heard drushes about this over the years. Klal Yisrael can survive without a Beis HaMikdash. We've survived 2,000 years. Pachas Yoser without a Beis HaMikdash. But without Yavna v'Chachamel, without Torah, Klal Yisrael can't survive a minute. So the fact that Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai felt that at the very least, let me assure that there'll be Yavna v'Chachamel, that's something we understand. Sheshul to Rabbi Gamliel, he wanted the family of Rabbi Gamliel, maybe because Mashiach ben David is going to come from the family of Rabbi Gamliel. But why did he feel that it was so important and it was so necessary to heal Rab Tzaddik? I once heard from a Chashav Yom man, he told me that maybe the reason is because Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai understood the koyach of the fasting of Rab Tzaddik. The fact that there was one tzaddik, that his avodah was so intense, it was so not shaykh, it was so rava de rava, to make sure that the Beis HaMikdash wasn't going to be destroyed. In the schus of such a tzaddik, the Beis HaMikdash can literally stand. Right, the Welt says, I think Reb Chaim Moses said after a Baruch Ber was nifter, 1939, he said now he's worried that the Nazis are going to be matzliach, because as long as Baruch Ber is alive, his amelus on one Rashba is going to save all European Jewry. The fact that there's a tzaddik like Rab Tzaddik who's fasting and his avodas are to make sure that the Beis HaMikdash wouldn't be destroyed. He said, heal Rab Tzaddik. Because if you're going to heal Rab Tzaddik, he'll be able to fast weiter, he'll be able to do all his inyanim, all his tikkunim. And like this, the Beis HaMikdash wouldn't be destroyed. But I'll tell you a davar nifla that I saw in the Sefer Rabduni B'Tapuchen. So Rabduni B'Tapuchen was written by Shlomo Arieli Shlita. And in one of the volumes, there's 5 volumes, Rabduni B'Tapuchen. The volume is called Agada Musar Aleph. At the end, he has like 100 pages on the Sugya of Kamtza bar Kamtza, on the Agadah to the Churban. So Toich Devarov he brings like this. He brings in the name of Rameir Perlis. So who is Rameir Perlis? We actually quoted Rameir Perlis in a rabbi in Masechtas Megillah. He wrote a sefer called Megillah Sefer. It's a pirush on Megillah's Esther. He was a Talmud of the Magen Avram. He was a Talmud of David Oppenheim. He lived in Prague in the early 1700s. He had an enokel that we talk a lot about in the daf, Rabbi Loza Flacklis, the Baal Tshuva Me'ahavas. He was the Zayd of the Tshuva Me'ahav. So, Reb Shlomo Arieli says, Muva b'shem agoy Rameir Perlos atzal mi Prague. B'shem ha'mefarshim, that he said over in the name of Kadmoinim, that Reb Tzaddik fasted 40 years, b'loi lachar Beis HaMikdash. Don't think his Tanesim went in this. Don't think they went to waste. We know that the first Beis HaMikdash not only was the Beis Hamikdash destroyed, but the Yisoid, the foundation of the Beis Hamikdash, was destroyed as well. Aru ada Yisoid, but that's in Al Naras Bava. It's referring to the destruction of the first Beis Hamikdash. But the second Beis Hamikdash, the Yisoid of the Beis Hamikdash, was not destroyed. So Rameir Perla said, B'Shem Kadmoinim. Now why was it that the second Beis Hamikdash, at the very least, we got the Yisoid? So he said the reason was because of the Tanesim of Rav Tzadok. That the Tanesim of Rav Tzadok were moyel. They helped that at the very least the Yisoid of the second Beis Hamikdash would not be destroyed. And with this he touched the pasuk. He said, did Rameir Perlis, that David HaMelech said in Tehillim, Ki hashosois yehareson Tzadik mapal. Ki Ashasa is referring to the Yisoid. He said if the Yisoid of the Beis Hamikdash would be destroyed, Tzadik mapal, then what did Tzadik pile? Where did the 40 years of Tanesim of Rab Tzadik go? Rab Tzadik's Tanesim worked. It was pile. The Kadmoinim said that the Yisoid of the Beis Hamikdash shouldn't be destroyed. And the emphasis, today's not the day for this, but as it relates to the fact that there was a Yisoid of the second Beis Hamikdash and there wasn't the Yisoid of the first Beis Hamikdash, this was something that would play itself out in Emel in the 19th century, where Tzvier Shkalisher wanted to go up and we should be makriv and afal pi shein bayis and bring karbonas. And one of the big tainas in Bris, they say this was the biggest taina on Reb Tzvier Shkalisher was that the Rambam says Mokam HaMizbeach is mechuven u'beyoser. So how are you going to go to the Mokam HaMikdash and you're going to build the Beis HaMikdash? The Mokam HaMizbeach is doch mechuven beyoser. And the Gemara says in Zvachim that when the Yidden came up at the beginning of Bayesheni, they wanted to bring Karbonis again to build the Beis HaMikdash. They needed the Nevi'im Chag Yisrael Malachi to tell the Yidden where the Mokam HaMizbeach was. So how's Reb Tzvier Shkalisher in the 19th century going to figure out the Mokam HaMizbeach if 2,000 years earlier they needed Chag Yisrael Malachi to be able to figure this out to them? So Reb Tzvier Shkalisher wrote in his Sefer Jewish Sin, it's not a kasha. He said, because in the first Beis HaMikdash, it was Aru Ada Yisoidba. It was completely uprooted. It was completely destroyed. Up in Bayesheni, we had the Yisoidus. We know the Yisoidus weren't destroyed. We have a Koisel Amarovi. We have remnants. No remnant of the first Beis HaMikdash. We have remnants of the second Beis HaMikdash. And because we have remnants, we can learn Masechtas Midas and we can work backwards. And we can try to figure out where the Mokam HaMizbeach was. You can learn a Pasugya in Yavamis. You can learn a Pasugya in Gittin. You can learn a Pasugya in Midas too. And you can figure out where the Mokam HaMikdash was. But having the Yisoid of the Beis HaMikdash isn't just something that's symbolic. It's not just a moral victory. It actually was a shtickle remnant where maybe there'd be a time where there could be a makriv and afal pi shein bias. But the bottom line is, the fact that we had the Yisoidus is based on the idea of Rab Tzadok, who gave himself up, mamish, for Klal Yisrael, to make sure that the Yidden were going to be able to, the Yidden were, at the very least, have a Beis HaMikdash, but it was poyel, tzadik ma'pal, that we should have the Yisoidus. Just one more ha'ara before we go weiter, and that is, it's a davar nifla that the Chassam Sofer, in one of his drushes, this drusha that the Chassam Sofer gave was in the year Tov Kuf Samech Tes. Tov Kuf Samech Tes, which the Misparim is the year 1809. That was the year that Pressburg was under siege, the French Revolution. And the Chassam Sofer got up and he gave a drusha, and he shared with the Olam something very personal. He told him he's struggling right now. He said the Chevra want to take him out of the city. There's an opportunity right now to be able to leave. But I'm not sure if that's the right thing to do. Because if I'm going to leave Pressburg, I'll save my life. But at the same time, what's going to be with everybody else? So he said, there's a part of me that feels, B'toich ami anoichi yosheves, and there's a part of me that feels that if I have an opportunity to leave, I should leave. And he went on, we've done this once by Arichos, and he talked about different minhagim. He says in Prague, the Noid Yehuda, he said 60 years earlier, so this is 60 years before the year 1809. He says there was a big siege, and the Noid Yehuda wanted to leave, and he says the Chevra and the Kehillah didn't allow the Noid Yehuda to leave. This is what he said. And he said, but my Rebbe, the Hafla, when he was in Frankfurt, and there was a siege there, this is what Jewish life was like once upon a time. But he said when there was a siege there, the Hafla left. And he says there were different cheshbonis. He says we have a Messiah, Vayihi ben Sayah ha'aron. When the Aron, the manig of the Kehillah leaves, Kuma Hashem v'yafutzu oivecha, causes the enemy to go away. This dvarim neflam that he's saying in that Josh. So toich dvarav, when he's struggling, should I leave or should I stay? He says a davar nifla v'ruyin advarim l'misha amram. He says we know Shivasa B'Tammuz. What happened in Shivasa B'Tammuz? The wall was finally breached. Vatibaka ha'ir. Right, this all happened when? It happened on Shivasa B'Tammuz. Then this is a pasuk in Yirmiyahu. The pasuk says that you know when it was Vatibaka ha'ir? It was Tes Tammuz. So was it Tes Tammuz or was it Yud Zayin Tammuz? So Tosfos in Rosh Hashanah Daf Yud Ches Amud Beis asks the kasha, and Tosfos says like kasha. There were two Beis HaMikdash is. The first Beis HaMikdash was Tes Tammuz, that's Yirmiyahu, and the second Beis HaMikdash was Shavasa B'Tammuz. But then Tais brings the Yerushalmi. The Yerushalmi says that really, the Vatibaka ear of the first Beis HaMikdash was also Shavasa B'Tammuz. So why does the pasuk say Tes Tammuz? He says because of the great sorrows that the Yidden was suffering from at that time, they made a mistake. Tov B'Cheshvan. They thought it was Tes Tammuz. It was really Yud Zayin Tammuz. Freit the Yerushalmi, if they thought it was Tes Tammuz, but really it was Yud Zayin Tammuz, so why does the pasuk say what they thought? Why does the pasuk say the ties? The pasuk should say what really happened. It should say Shavasa B'Tammuz. So Tosfos says that the pasuk wanted to bring out the tzara, feel the pain, that literally the Jews, they didn't even know what date it happened, such an important day, a date that would lay in infamy, a day that would trigger the 3 weeks, a day that Yidden throughout the world would fast and mourn the destruction of the Beis HaMikdash. They messed up that day. So the Chassam Sofer said, what's pshat by the destruction of the first Beis HaMikdash? They made a mistake. They thought it was Tes Tammuz, really was Yud Zayin Tammuz. By the second Beis HaMikdash, they were loytol b'cheshvan. It was Yud Zayin Tammuz, and they knew it was Yud Zayin Tammuz. So what was the difference? So this is Toich Tvav, it's one line in a drasha. He said the reason is because who was the leader of the Jewish people during the destruction of the first Beis HaMikdash? Was Yirmiyahu. Where was Yirmiyahu when all this was happening? He was B'toich Chami Anochi Yosheves. He was in Golish, in Emol, together with the Yidden. He had worse. And being that he had it worse, and he was together with the Yidden, he was B'toich the Tzara, so you didn't have the Enei O'Edo, you didn't have the Manig, to give you a little bit of clarity to know exactly what was going on. But he said, who was the manig of the Yidden during the second Beis HaMikdash? It was Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Where was Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai? He was not in Yerushalayim. He was smuggled out. He never came back in. They thought he died. He couldn't come back in. He was outside of Yerushalayim. And because the manig was outside of Yerushalayim, the manig had clarity. And because he had clarity, there was no mistake. And that's why it was Shavasa B'Tammuz, and he knew it was Shavasa B'Tammuz. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai leaving Yerushalayim was important to have an audience in front of the case of Roimi. But it was also a bechina, Vayihi ben Soya Aroim. Vayomer Moshe Kuma Hashem v'yafutzu oivecha. There was a chatzi nechama in the fact that the leader wasn't there. There was a certain clarity of mind by virtue of the fact that the leader wasn't there. And the Chassam Sofer gets up in Rabbah, and he says, I'm struggling with this. My Chassam Sofer left. He did leave. Came back, but he left. But the bottom line is just a little snippet of a Drashas Chassam Sofer, which is printed in the Sefer HaZikaron. That's the autobiography of the Chassam Sofer. But again, this is read for a whole other day. So Nira Kesa was the first one to come, and then he chickened out in a good way. He left. And then Vespasian is supposed to come. But as Vespasian is mamish about to do his thing, I mean, he was there for 3 years, but he's about to take it to the next level. All of a sudden becomes king. So now we're already up to the third Kesar. Who was the third Kesar? Azal Shadri Letitus Arasha, who was the son of Vespasian, by the way. So now Titus Arasha comes, says the Gemara. The Pasuk says, V'amar Eloheimoi tzurcha sayubach. Zet Titus Arasha. This pasuk is referring to Titus Arasha. Shechirev v'gidev klapei mayla. He was mecharef and megadev klapei mayla. The way he talked to the Eibishter, the things that he did were mamish terrible. Eloheimoi, where are you, God? The disgust and mamish. He reached levels that were unfathomable. The Gemara gives one mashal. Not also, what did he do? Tafaz zoyne biyadei. He chapped the zoyna. V'nichnas lebeis kodshei hakadashim. And he walked into the Kodesh HaKadoshim, v'yitzia Sefer Torah, and he opened up a Sefer Torah, v'ovra le'aveh. And he was mezana with this zoyna on the Sefer Torah in the Kodesh HaKadoshim. V'not al-sayif, then he took a sword, v'gider es ha-paroiches, and he put the sword through the paroiches. V'nasanes, as he cut the paroiches, a miracle happened. V'yodam evatzvis v'yoytz, blood started pouring from the paroiches. Because Savar, now when Tito saw the blood coming out, he thought Hargas Atzmai. Not himself, but this is euphemistically. He thought he killed the Kodesh Baruch Hu. Shenemar, how do we know that that's what he thought? Because David HaMelech said in Tehillim, Shagut tzayrerecha b'kerev mayadecha, samu oisais sam oisais. Shagut tzayrerecha. The Tzayrim was screaming, B'kerev Mayadecha, in the Kodesh HaKadoshim. Right, the Beis Vad, that's the place where there was a vinayadity. Samu oisaisam oisais. And the oisaisam, all the miracles that were happening, this miracle, he attributed to himself. He thought it had something to do with him. Abba Chanan said that the pasuk says, Micha moicha chasinka. Micha moicha chasen v'kasha. Who's as strong? Who's such a giver like you? That you hear, you're able to listen to all these terrible things, and you're able to keep it inside. Meaning the gvura of HaKadosh Baruch Hu was something that was so prevalent at that time. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, who's like you that's able to be an Elam? An Elam is someone that's quiet. You're able to be an Elam. You were able to watch all this and not do anything. Either way, what did Titus do? Ma'asa. What was his next move? Natos ha-paroiches. He took the paroiches. Fasoikim in Gargusni. He made it like a big basket. Evi ko kelim sheba mikdash. Took all the kelim of the Beis HaMikdash, right? Hakol rabbis. He took literally all the kelim of the Beis HaMikdash. V'nich mehem. He put them in this Gargusni v'hishivam b'svina, and he put them on a boat. Leilech ulishtabech be'iroi. And the idea was to go back to Rome and to show everyone what happened. Shenemar, as the pasuk says, "Uvechein ro'isi rishon kevurim vavo umimkoim kodesh yalechu v'yishtakchu va'ir ashekein asu gam zeh hava." The way many psukim in Koheles says. But the bottom line is, what does this pasuk mean? Al tikru kvurim elo kvutzim. That what Shlomo Melech is saying is, I saw there were rishon kvutzim. There were rishon that had gathered together. Vavo umimakom kodesh yalechu. They had come from where? From the Makam HaMikdash. V'yishtakchu, al tikru v'yishtakchu, ela v'yishtapchu. And the idea was v'yishtapchu, that they should get a hero's welcome, which of course is what happened. Titus comes back to Rome. If you've ever read the history of it, it's very painful, very, very hard to read. But if you have, you got a real hero's welcome, and there were celebrations that went on for days and for weeks, celebrating the great victory of the Romans, the fact that he was successful in doing what he did. Ikadami, some say, as relates to this pasuk, when it says kfurim, it means kfurim. You don't have to change the word from kfurim to kfutzim, but rather kfurim mamish. And what's the reference of kfurim in this pasuk? Again, we're talking about Titus coming back from destroying the Beis HaMikdash. Da'afilu mili de betamrin, even the things that were hidden, igalion lahain, were revealed to him. Meaning, he was even able to find the kalim that were hidden, all the oitzers, everything he was able to take. So Titus is now on his boat, and he has all the kalim of the Beis HaMikdash, and he's waiting for his big baruch haba. Amad olav nachshel shabiyam. As they're at sea, the Nachshel Shabiyam got up, L'toiva, and he wanted to sink the ship. Amar, so Tito said, I think, the only way the God of the Jews knows how to fight is in water. But Paroi, when Paroi came, this is the way he knows how to fight. Im Gibaru. He says, if Hashem is really a Gibar, Yalali Yabosh. Let's see if he can take me down on dry land. Meaning, I want this to be on my home turf. Yeah, the Eibishter feels at home when he's at sea. But let me see by Yabosha what he's going to be able to do. Yotza Baskal Amrullah. Zabaskal came out on the spot and he said, Rasha ben Rasha, ben Benoishal, Esav Rasha. Bria Kali Yeshabai Lami. I have a small Bria. The Yetushama. It's a gnat. I might call it a Bria Kali. Why is it called Bria Kali? The Ma'alma Isla. It has an ability to ingest. Umafak no less. It doesn't have an ability to excrete. Aleli Yabosha. He says, really? You want to pick a fight on dry land? Why don't you go to dry land? Why don't you fight with the Yatush? Oh, Yabashas, he went to the Yabasha by Yatush, Yatush came and entered his nose. And for 7 years it was clapping on his mayach, on his brain. One day, he was walking by a blacksmith, Shama kol zafta, and he heard the blacksmith clapping away ishtik. And when he heard that, all of a sudden the Yatush was quiet. Oh my, he says, wow, I can't believe it, I finally found the refuah. 7 years with no menucha nefesh. All of a sudden he has menucha. Kol yom every day ma'aser nafcha, u'macha kamesa. Every day, what would they do now? He's the kaiser, he can do whatever he wants. See, he brings blacksmiths, and they're hacking away. Sok the Gemara, the nachri, if the blacksmith was a nachri, he was an Edi Yehudi, Yavle Arbazudi, would pay him 4 zuzim. Yisrael, if he was a Yid, Amalei, he told him, I'm not paying you. He says, what do you mean? He says, you're getting paid. It's enough that you're seeing your enemy suffer like this. I don't think you need any additional payment. This worked for 30 days. After 30 days, keeping the dash. Once the Yatush got used to the sound, he wasn't a spell anymore, and he went back to clapping away. I was a member of the G'dayli Roim. When Titus died, they split open his head. They found literally like a bird. It was Mishkol Shnei Slam. It weighed 2 something. Aslisat on Abraisa said, they found Kegoizel ben Shana. They found a Goizel that looked like it was a year old. Mishkol Shnei Litrin. It weighed 2 litrin. Amr Abaya said, Naktinon. We have a Messiah that Pivshal Nechoshev. The mouth of this Yatush was made of copper. Vitziparnov, and his fingernails were shel barzel. When Titus was dying, Amar Lahu, he told the Olam, Likliyu lahu gavra, I want you to burn my body. V'lavdari lekitmi hashev yami, and take my ashes. He wanted to be cremated and spread them over the 7 seas. Why? Because I'm afraid that the God of the Jews is going to find me. V'lukmi bedina, and he's going to force me to give din v'cheshbon in the next world. So Titus somehow, in his contrived mind, thought that if Hashem, A, can't find his body, which is an interesting hanacha. But if he can't find his body, he wouldn't be able to give him din v'cheshbon, as if din v'cheshbon is on the guf of the person, not on the neshama of the person. But regardless, this is what Titus wanted. This was his move. He said, just scatter me over the 7 seas, and like this, maybe I'll be able to get away. So the Gemara tells a postscript to this story. Unkelis bar Kloinikis, bar Achse de Titus Hafa. Unkelis bar Kloinikis, also known simply as Unkelis, right? Unkelis as in Targum Unkelis. So he was the nephew of Titus. Haviboy Legiyure. And he wanted to be Megayer. He's one of the most famous Gerim of all time. So Unkelis Agar, he wants to be Megayer. Also, ask him Titus Benegito. So he knew how to do Maisa Oiv, Rashi says, right? He knew how to bring the neshamas and the spirits of the dead down to this world and communicate and ask questions. So he goes to Titus Benegito. Amalei, so he told him, Man Chashbahu Alma. He says, tell me, who's Chashiv on the other side, in the other world? Amalei Yisrael. It's all about the Jews. He said, Ma'alud Vukebahu. Okay, I'm considering conversion. You think it's a good idea? Amalu, he told him, it is, but it's not going to work. Why? Because milayu nefishin, because there's so many mitzvahs. For like mitzvahs like you minute, there's no way you'll ever be able to mekayim all these mitzvahs. So he said, you want to take my advice? I'll tell you, I'm your uncle. I'm looking out for your good. This is what I think you should do. Zil igri bahu bahu alma. I think you should chep it with the Jews. Okay, where's this going? The Havas Reisha. And if you're going to do that, you're going to become a knacker. Tichsiv, because the Pasuk says, Hayut Sareh al Rosh. So anyone that cheppes with the Yidden becomes a Rosh. Chazal said, Kol HaMeitz Yisrael, Nasa Rosh. So if you're asking me, that's what I would do. Amalei. So then he asked him, tell me, Titus, Manfeta, Dine Dahu Garva B'mai. What's things like for you on the other side? Amalei. He says, for me, it's not so good. He said, B'mad de Pasik an nafshe. He said, I'm literally getting what I asked for. He says, what do you mean? Kol yoyme, every day, machne shilei lekitme. They go to the 7 seas, they take my ashes, they put me back together, the dainile, I get judged, for kolule, and then they burn me, umabri hashev yami. And again, I get spread out throughout the 7 seas. Either way, so Uncle goes to his Uncle Titus, he gives him a report, and interesting. Also, last day, Bilam, he decided he's going to get a second opinion. So he goes to Bilam and Negida. Amalei told him, "I chashbahu." Amalei, tell me who's chashav in the next world. Amalei Yisrael. It's all the Jews. Ma'alit vukebahu. Shai become a yid. Amalei. So he quoted a pasuk. It says, "Lo sidroi shloima v'tayvasam." Now this is a pasuk, this is a loisa saying in the Torah, that the Yidden are not allowed to engage with Amun Umayev. But Bilam is now using it against the Yidden. He says, I'm telling you, tell me, what's things like for you on the other side? My Gehenim is that I'm burning in Shichva Zera. Why Shichva Zera? So Rashi says that the reason is because Bilam was the one who gave the Eitzah of the B'nai Smaya. So being that he was Machshel the Yidden with Gilei Arayis, this is what he gets, Midah Keneged Midah. The Maharsha adds to that. We know Bilam was also Shtufei Zima. He was Ba on his Asain, on his donkey. But the point is, he was a Baal Gilei Arayis. And as a result, that's what Midah Keneged Midah, his punishment was. Also, last him in the Gida, so then he decided, I'm going to get a third opinion. And this third opinion that he got from Poishe Yisrael. So who was Poishe Yisrael? So in the censored Gemaras, instead of saying Poishe Yisrael, it says Yeshai Anoitzri. So he goes to Yeshai, Amalei man chashbahu alma. Tell me, who's chashav in the other world? Amalei Yisrael. He said, Malud bukibahu. Should I be mistabik to them? Amalei tevasam droish. Ra'asam loy sidroish. Yeah, you should be good to the Jews. Kol anogeya behem, because anyone who chappes with the Yidden kilo noigeya bevas einoi. It's like he's touching the pupil of the eye of Hakadosh Baruch Hu. Amalei dina dahu gavra b'mai. What's your Gehenim like? Amalei told him b'tzoyer roisachas. The Amar Mar kol amalag al divrei chachamim. Anyone that's malag al divrei chachamim nidain b'tzoyer roisachas. And being that I was malag al divrei chachamim, therefore he got tzoyer roisachas. There's a lot of raid, which is way beyond the scope of what we do, that if Poiche Yisrael is Yeshai HaNoitzri, the Kamla b'the Rabbimine of Yeshai HaNoitzri was that he was Malag al Divrei Chachamim, he was Chayti Umachti. Why would his punishment be the punishment that one gets for being Malag al Divrei Chachamim? Again, Ein Kam L'Koymai. Zok the Gemara, as a postscript to this, Tachazim ma bein Poiche Yisrael l'Nevi'ei Umay Sa'olam. The Nevi'ei Umay Sa'olam, Bilam. What did he say? Lo Sidra Shloimeh v'Tevasam Kol HaYomim. And what did Poiche Yisrael say? He said just the opposite. Tevasam droish, ra'asam loy sidrosh. Zok the Gemara. Last line. Tanya. Amar Rabbi Elazar said, Boyu re'ei kam megadol koycha shal busha. You see the koyach of busha. Sharisaya HaKadosh Baruch Hu as Bar Kamtza. HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave Bar Kamtza the ezer, the support that he needed. The hechrev as beisoy, the saraf as seichaloi. That Bar Kamtza, one person who plotted seemingly by himself, was able to execute, and he was able to take it literally to the finish line, to destroy the Beis HaMikdash. That's an incredible amount of siyata d'shmaya. It's amazing. Someone has an idea to do something, and he's able to literally follow through. You need siyata d'shmaya for that. Bar Kamtza has crazy siyata d'shmaya for what? To destroy the Beis HaMikdash. What did he do to merit that? So Rabbi Lazar said, it's koicha shel busha. Because he was embarrassed, and an embarrassed man has tremendous koich. It's unbelievable. That's like Rabbi Lazar's takeaway. Rabbi Yochanan's takeaway in the beginning of the sugya was Ashrei Adam Mefachet Talmud. Calculate every single move you make, because you never know. In Katan Hibeinecha, you don't know necessarily what's going to come from it. Rabbi Lazar's takeaway was Bayurei Kama Gadol Koicha Shel Busha. So just to end with two ha'aras. The first one's short, and the second was also short. The first short ha'ara is, so the Gemara says that Unkelis was considering being Megayim. And he decided that he wants to get some inside information. So he knew Maisa Oiv. Let me see what's Titzach on the other side. So the first person he went to was his feta Titus. And he says, Titus, tell me, in the other world, who's the most chashiv? He said, the Yidden. He said, should I become a Yid? He said, no. Why not? Milayu nefishin v'loy matzis l'kiyu minu. Then he went to Bilam. And he said, Bilam, tell me, who's chashiv on the other side? The Jews. Should I become a Ger? He said, no. Why not? Loy sidroi shloimam v'toivasam kol hayam. It's the same maskana, but at the same time, it was a different reason. Maybe we can say, based on Raid that we just spoke about, and maybe this is even emes in the world of Drush, and that is, Bilam in Parshas Balak said, Lo hibit oven b'Yakov, v'lo yira amo b'Yisrael. So we mentioned not long ago that the Arechaim HaKadosh says that what did Bilam mean when he said v'lo yira amo b'Yisrael? Gam nischav loyma, shat tzadikim. Hagam sha'oisem mitzvos v'chol iskim b'Torah tzaddikim, even though their whole life is literally completely enveloped by Torah mitzvahs, or be'ena margishim sheyesh lem amal, they don't feel like they're working hard. Ela adarabba, you want to know what they feel like? Ka'adam hamarviach, like the person that's profiting. Uka'adam hamishtashea b'shashuim l'roiv cheshkam b'Torah. Bilam looks at the Jews. He knew about the Torah. Hashem Moislam Yitain. Bilam said he knew all about the Torah, but he assumed that when he was going to see the Jews, they were going to look Oiski Club. He assumed that they were going to look like a group of people that can't do anything, and every single fiber of their being is governed by a million mitzvahs. That's what he expected to see. And then he looks at the Jews, and V'lo yira amo b'Yisrael. He didn't see any amelus, and he was blown away. So that's what Bilam said. V'lo yira amo b'Yisrael. He thought that they were going to be in a state of amal, but it was adarabba. They were ka'adam ha'marviach u'ka'adam ha'mishtashea b'shashuim l'roiv cheshkem b'Torah. Unkelis goes to Titus. He says, should I become a Yid? He says, no. He said, but I thought on the other side it's all about the Jews. He said, yeah, but milayu nefisha v'loy matzis l'kiyu minu. You're never going to be able to be a Jew. It's impossible. How are you going to be a Yid? Then he goes to Bilam. And he said, Bilam, what should I do? Bilam didn't tell him, milayu nefisha v'loy matzis l'kiyu minu. You know why? Bilam l'shitasa was loyra amo b'Yisrael. He didn't see amelos. He understood, since Yid is a shayach. You think it's amelos? Yeah, from the far it looks like amelos. But tamu uru'u ki toiv Hashem. Taste it. Sometimes you have to taste it to see it's not so bad. Taste it, you'll see it's a ganz good. Develop a taste. Uru'u, and you'll see ki toiv Hashem. So Bilam l'shitasa, who was loyra amo b'Yisrael, he didn't say what he said. He said something else. Like sidra shlem of tabas and kalayom and chanami. But at the same time, milayu nefishin v'loy matzis l'kiyu minu. That's someone who thinks that Sezana Yiddish shver. But Bilam was on the madreg. He understood senish shver Sezana Yid. V'loy ra amo b'Yisrael. And that's why l'shita sayu. That's why he said a little bit of a different answer. But as it relates to just wrapping up, the first of these three dafin, the daf of Kamtza bar Kamtza. A Kamtza bar Kamtza Charv Yerushalayim. It means literally. Meaning, it's because of the story of Kamtza bar Kamtza that Yerushalayim was destroyed. That was the whole point that Rabbi Yochanan was trying to make. That something that seemed rather innocent, not mamish, but at the same time, a small event ultimately triggered the destruction of the Beis HaMikdash. But the Sfarim HaKadoshim say, the Marsha, the Eilgich Sam Sofer, and others, that when Rabbi Yochanan said, Kamtza bar Kamtza Charv Yerushalayim, what he also meant to say was, that if you want to understand what the state of the union was at the time of the destruction of the sacred Beis HaMikdash, if you want to understand what was going on, what avoidness permeated the the nation that ultimately was the cause that Hashem said, you're no longer worthy for Dira B'Tachtoinim. If you want to understand that on a deeper level, learn the Sugya of Kamtza Bar Kamtza. And really, Kamtza Bar Kamtza Charav Yerushalayim, that event was the trigger. Ein mikra yoytzim midei pshutai. But it's also a microcosm of what was going on at that time, that on a larger scale was the reason that the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed. And emesis, we mentioned the Gemara earlier in the daf. Yuma daf tes amid beis. The first Beis HaMikdash was destroyed because of the three cardinal sins. Avodah zarah, gila raya, shvichas damim. But the Gemara says, Bayesheni, they were oisik in Torah, they were even oisik in Gemilas Chasadim. So why was the Beis HaMikdash destroyed? And the Gemara says, because they had sinas chinam. And because of sinas chinam, that's why the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed. So if you go through the Marsha's Pirush and the story of Kamtza Bar Kamtza, and again, other Svarim Makdoshim, all these midas are playing themselves out in the story of Kamtza Bar Kamtza. Sinas chinam, that's Baroshim. You have a man who has a friend that he has an enemy. What do you have an enemy for? Like Sisnas Achicha B'Vavecha. Right there, boom, he's already dead on arrival. Hatach an enemy? You're not supposed to have an enemy. So you see there was sinas chinam. Chanafa. All the Rabbanim were there, nobody said a word. Obviously, this is an important person. That's why he had all the chashva people at his party. Push the guy can't pull that off. So obviously, he's a Gavar Rabbah. And they're all there, nobody said a word. Why did nobody say a word? This is the Gemara, Daf Memalef on the Beis Zoktim Rasha, where the Gemara says the Yidden were Machnef Agrifas HaMelech, who was the last king of the Jews, circa Bayesheni. So these are the Midos Rois that are taking place at the end of Bayesheni. Lashon Hara. What did Bar Kamtza do? He said, let me go be Malshin. Let me go speak Lashon Hara. When Bar Kamtza gave the animal a mum, where did he make the mum? So some say he did it b'nivs vasayim. Others say he did it b'dukin shabayim. Zoktim Marsha, that nivs vasayim l'rames, the chet of Lashon Hara that was prevalent at that time. Dukin shabayim l'rames, the fact that people would sorry and they could forgive other people. These were the midas. This is the feeling that you get when you learn the story of Kamtza Bar Kamtza, and everything that's playing itself out over here is a microcosm of the sinas chinam that the Gemara is referring to in Yuma Daf Tes Amud Beis, but the Gemara says that this is the reason that the second Beis HaMikdash was destroyed. But it's Yodua that Chafetz Chaim said that even though the Gemara says in Aschina, and yeah, you see this Chanafa, and you see this Sarasayan, but the real reason that Bayesheni was destroyed was because of the Chet HaLashon. That's what Chafetz Chaim said. It was because of Lashon Hara. The emes is, it's a Mefurish Gemara. We're going to see this Gemara tomorrow. I'm Mefurish, but it's as Mefurish as you can maybe get. At the end of the Gemara, we'll see, it's on Nun Zayin Amud Beis, there's one line. V'hainu Damar Rabbi Lazar. Gemara's not talking about Kamtza Bar Kamtza here. But V'hainu Damar Rabbi Lazar, that it says in Iyov, B'shoit Lashon Teichave. What does that mean? B'shoit Lashon Teichave. B'chirchure Lashon Teichave. B'chirchure Lashon. When there's chirchure Lashon, make sure you hide. Zok the Heilige Rashi. V'hainu Damar Rabbi Lazar. Hod Amrinon Le'il. Sha'al Yidei Lashon Hara Charav Abayis V'nergu Kama Rivavos. This that we said earlier, that was because of Lashon Hara that the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed. V'nergu Kama Rivavos. Where did we say that the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed because of Lashon Hara? The Gemara said, Kamtza Bar Kamtza. The Teretz is it's the Lashon Hara of Bar Kamtza. But Rashi seems to be saying, Rabbi Lazar's drasha, B'shoit Lashon Teichave. When you see Lashon, when there's a lot of Lashon Hara going on, you better hide. Because ultimately, the real cause of the Churban was the Chet of Lashon Hara. So just to end with one final Chassam Sofer, and that is the Chassam Sofer, and this is in the Chassam Sofer Sefer, which regretfully is out of print. It's called Drusha V'Agodos Chassam Sofer. So it's an Amid Kuf Tzadik Vav. If you have the Chedushe Chassam Sofer Hasholem Al Hashas, it's brought down in Masechtas Yuma Daf Tes Amud Beis. So the Gemara over there says that the second Beis HaMikdash was destroyed because of sinas chinam. Says the Chassam Sofer what the Chafetz Chaim says. Now what does it mean sinas chinam? It means sinas chinam that led to Chet HaLashon. Sinas chinam that led to Lashon Hara. So the Chassam Sofer said, what's the oimek? He said that there's a Yalkut Shemoini. The Yalkut says that after Mordechai and Achashverosh and Esther, the whole story of Purim took place. So the pasuk says that Achashverosh took all the oitzres, all the money of Haman, and he gave it to Mordechai. So the Yalkut says like this, that Achashverosh took the money and he was mechalik it to Gimel Chalakim. Shlish l'Mordechai v'Esther, that went right into their personal bank accounts. V'shlish l'Amlei Torah, a third of it went to support Kailalim. V'shlish l'Binyan Beis HaMikdash, and 1/3 went to build the Beis HaMikdash. It's mavur in this medrash, in this chazal, to Yalkut Shemaini, in Tehillim Chav Beis, that what happened with the money of Haman, a third of it went to build the second Beis HaMikdash. So the Chassam Sofer says that why did Haman deserve the downfall that he got? The Gemara says in Megillah Daf Yud Gimel Amud Beis, Amar Rav, Leka de Yada Lishna Bishka Haman. There was no one that knew how to speak Lashon Hara like Haman. Amar Le, Yeshnei Amechem Mefoizim Mefarid Ben Amin. Everything that Achashverosh said, Haman went ahead, Lashon Hara, Lashon Hara, Lashon Hara. That was the way he got Achashverosh to finally sign off and agree to sign this final solution to take down the Jews. So said the Chassam Sofer, what did Haman do to deserve to lose his money? It was because it was Leka de Yada Lishna Bishka Haman. Because there was no one who knew how to speak Lashon Hara like Haman. Because of that, his Lashon Hara, the Yidden had a Yeshua. What was the Yeshua? They got the money. What did they do with the money? They built the Beis HaMikdash. But then, 400 or so years later, the Yidden started speaking Lashon Hara themselves. And when they started speaking Lashon Hara, the Eibush said, my chazes. He says, I took Haman's money away from Haman, because Leka de Yada Lishna Bishna Haman, and I gave it to you so you could have a Beis HaMikdash. If you're speaking Lashon Hara, the Bistach Tezel Haman. And what did the Eibush do? Said the Chassam Sofer, destroyed the Beis HaMikdash. The Beis HaMikdash was destroyed because it's in a Schinam. Said the Chassam Sofer, like the Chafetz Chaim said. It was in a Schinam that led with the Lashon Hara. And what's the Pnimius? What's the Oimik? It's because the whole Schus came from the money, but it came from the money of Haman. What's the Pnimius of that? It came because Haman was a Baal Lashon Hara. And the Yidden weren't. The Yidden were Leich Knesses Kol HaYehudim. They got together, they rallied at that time, the Oifen Nifla, with the Achdus that they had. And that's why they were the ones that was Eicha. And they had it. They had it for hundreds of years until they didn't have it anymore. Till they slipped, where it became Rachman al-Litzlan, Leka de Yada Lishna B'Isha. In Klal Yisrael, Kamtza bar Kamtza Charv Yerushalayim. Because when Kamtza bar Kamtza, when Bar Kamtza starts talking like Haman, that's when we lose the Beis HaMikdash. The whole schus that we have in Nisht Haman is because Leka de Yada Lishna B'Isha Haman. But when the Yidden slipped and they went into that direction, this is where we ended up being. Just to be Messiah B'Dover Tov. And that is, we always speak out from the Sefer HaChaim. Sefer HaChaim was written by the Achia Maral. Maral's brother, Reb Chaim Reb Tzalmi Friedberg, says Sois of Yid Doivois Bekever. So the Sefer HaChaim is called Sefer HaChaim, and it's written based on the Avinu Malkenus that we say on Yom HaNeiram. Kosfenu b'Sefer HaChaim, Kosfenu b'Sefer Zchuyos, Sefer Parnasa v'Chalkala, Kosfenu b'Sefer Gula v'Yeshua. That's why it's written. That's what it's called Sefer HaChaim. So in Sefer Gula v'Yeshua, this is in Chelekei, it's Pasuk Gimel. He's talking about the story of Kamtza bar Kamtza, and then he digresses a little bit. He talks about Megillas Esther, the way we just digressed. And he refers to Megillas Esther as the Sefer HaGeula. Beautiful name for the Sefer. So it's about. It's a Sefer HaGeula. It was a Geula. It was a micro-redemption of the terrible Gzeira of Haman, but also it led to the second Beis HaMikdash. So there was a tremendous, tremendous Geula. So this is how he says. V'chasam Sefer Geula zu b'mikrazeh. What's the last pasuk of the Sefer HaGeula of Megillas Esther? Ki Mordechai HaYehudi Mishnah LaMelech Achashverosh V'gadol HaYehudim V'ratzui l'roi v'echad Doirish Tov la'amoy V'doirish Shalom l'chol zara. Said the Sefer HaChaim Chaim Tzalmi Friedberg that the Sefer HaGeula, which is the Sefer of Esther, how does it end? It ends with the fact that Mordechai was Doirish Shalom l'chol zara. Lahagid, to teach us, the Tzorah Yehudim will never have an ability to be able to say bad on the Yidden. Or to speak Lashon Hara on the Jews. Elim came heim Tzorah la'atzman u'malshinim zelazeh. Unless the Yidden are Tzorah la'atzman and they speak Lashon Hara on each other. And that's why Mordechai was doiver shalom l'chol zaroi hakol rabbis. Ki bozeh lo yuchlu lo yhamam v'shar Tzorah Yehudim. Because he understood this is the Yeshua. So you have a sefer called Sefer HaGeula, we know as Megillas Esther, which tells a story about a terrible Gzeira that ultimately we were able to creep out of. What was the Yeshua? Mordechai understood the Yeshua. The Yeshua was when it was Leich Knoises Kol HaYehudim, because Leka the Yoda Lishna Bishna Kahaman. And if we're not going to be that way, that's the Yeshua. That's how we're going to be able to creep out of it. We'll creep out of it by going the opposite. And that's why Megillas Esther, which is the Sefer HaGeula, and the beautiful words of the Sefer HaChaim. How's it end? It ends with V'doiver Shalom L'chol Zara. Because when we're going to go fakert from Kamtza bar Kamtza, I was thinking there's one night a year where we're Ge'ulim. What's that night? The Leila Seder, right? You sit the Leila Seder, you're Bnei Chorif. That's the Laila of Gula. How do you start? Kol Dichvin Yesef V'Yechel. We go fakert from Kamtza Bar Kamtza. You're all invited. That's how you start the Leil HaSeder. That's what we do. Geula begins and it ends. That's what Geula is. Geula is all about being V'Doiv Shalom L'Chol Amoy. The Pagam was the Pagam of Sinas Chinam. It was the Pagam of Chet HaLoshen. Hashem, we should be Zoicha to feel the hergish of being Doirish Tov La'amoy V'Doiv Shalom L'Chol Zaroy. And that schus will be Zoicha to Binyan based on Mikdash B'mher B'Yameinu. Amen. Today's daf is Gittin Daf Nun Zayin, and we are at the third wide line of Daf Nun Zayin Amid Aleph, the two dots, Atar Negoila, V'Atar Negolta, Chorav Tor Malka. Today's daf is being learned L'Ilui Nishmas Chaim Elazar Ben Yibadol Chaim Reb Shimshon Aryeh. So today's daf is part 2 of the 3-part series of dafim that are tucked away in Perikan Ezokin and Masechtes Gittin that deal with Churban Beis HaMikdash. So yesterday's daf dealt primarily with the Churban of Yerushalayim. Kamtza ubar Kamtza, Chorav Yerushalayim. Today's daf is going to discuss the Churban of Tur Malka and the Churban of Beitar. Rabbi Yochanan began the Sugya by saying, Ashrei Adam Mefache Tamid, Umaksha Liboy, Yipal Bara. Praiseworthy is a person who's Mefache Tamid. He's doyeg liris hanoilad. He calculates every move he makes, and he understands and recognizes that although the action that he took might seem to be a davar katan, but the consequences and the ramifications could potentially be very, very great. And he gave 3 examples of it. All examples associated with the tkufa of Churban Bayesheni. The first example that he gave was Kamtza bar Kamtza Chorav Yerushalayim. That was because of the story of Kamtza bar Kamtza that Yerushalayim was destroyed. The second example that he gave was Atar Negoila of the Tar Negolta Chorav Tor Malka, based on a story of a rooster and a hen. Tor Malka was destroyed. And Ashaka the Risbak, because of the door of a chariot that women used to ride in. The city of Beitar was destroyed. Today's daf is going to discuss the latter 2 of the 3 mishalim that Rabbi Yochanan gave to Ashrei Adam Mefache Tamid. Zok the Gemara, Atar Negoila, Vatar Negolta, Chariv Tur Malka. It was because of a story related to a rooster and a hen that Tur Malka was destroyed. Zok the Gemara, what's the background to this story? The Havanihigi, the minig, the Jewish custom was, Ki havim mafki chasna v'kalasa. When a chassan and a kala would be going to their wedding, mafki kamayu tarnegoila v'tarnegolta. They would be preceded by a rooster and a hen. So you'd have the chassan and the kala, and in front of them, leading the way, showing them the path, was a tarnegoila v'tarnegolta. What was the significance of it? Koloimar. We always say that when Rashi says koloimar, it means Rashi's bothered with a kasha. Here the Gemara says koloimar. The Gemara is bothered with a kasha. What's the kasha? It's just a bizarre minig. Says the Gemara, pru urvu kitar negoilim. The symbolism was that we want that this chassan and this kala should be zoicha to build a bayis nema b'Yisrael. They should merit to fulfill the first mitzvah in the Torah. Pru urvu, how so? Like tar negoilim. If you look in the Marsha in Chedushei Agadas, he says, why pru urvu kitar negoilim more so than any other creature? So he says 2 machshavas. Number 1, he says that the Torah in the beginning of creation mentions the mitzvah of pru urvu twice. It was said, of course, to Adam and Chava, but it was also said to the oifos and the dogim on the 5th day of creation. A tarnagol and a tarnagolis, they're mine oifos, so they had the bracha of pru urvu. As a result, it's appropriate to pick that type of animal. Why the tarnagol and the tarnagolis? So he adds to that the noktu tarnagolim al shem shenikra gover, because we know the rooster is called the gover, just like a man is called the gover. So there's some commonality, says the Marsha, between a man and a rooster. What do we use for kaparis? We use a rooster, because there's some shaykhis between it and man, and that's why it was the tarnagol and the tarnagolis. The emes is you find throughout Chazal this idea that the tarnagolim were very shakua in the Inyan of Pru Urvu. Takanas Ezra was put into place. Why? Shalayu Talmidei Chachamim Mitzuyin Eitzel Nishaseyem Kitarnagoil. So you see that the Tarnagol was Matzui Eitzel Ishtay. In fact, the Tarnagol, or a Tarnagoiles, lays an egg, every single day. So there is an inyan of Puruvu that you find by the Tarnagolis. The Balaturim says regarding Bilam. Bilam is referred to as Nu'um HaGever. Why Gever? So it says the Balaturim, Miloshin Tarnagol, because he was Shtufei Zima. We saw it in yesterday's daf. What's his punishment? His punishment is he's in Shichva Zerer Roisachas. But either way. So this was this minig, that there was a Tarnagol and a Tarnagolis, that they would mafki kamayu every time there was a chasen and a kap. One fateful day, there was a Gunda Deremai. There were a group of Roman soldiers that were passing by as this wedding procession is taking place. So they see the Tarnagol and the Tarnagolis, shaklinu meinayu. They grabbed it away. When the Jews saw that these soldiers grabbed their Tarnagol and Tarnagolis, they weren't happy. Machunu, and they started beating the soldiers to the point that they killed them. Also, Amalei the Kesar. So there were Malshinim that were there. They reported to the Kesar, and they told the Kesar, Marda b'cha Yehudai. The Jews have rebelled. Now, the Jews really didn't rebel. All they were doing, seemingly, was they were just defending themselves. They were very disappointed. Why are you not allowing us to celebrate our wedding? And as a result, they took a little bit of revenge. But this turned into some big scheme, and it was presented to the Roman Caesar as if Marda b'chal Yehudai asalayu. And the Roman Caesar decided that he's going to have to come and he's going to have to quash the rebellion. The Jews at that time had a bar d'roima. So this was someone from the southern part of Eretz Yisrael, who had supernatural powers. He was able to jump a mill of Tchum Shabbos fame, and he was able to kill anybody. The Kesar was very, very intimidated by this Bar Deroima, because he knew that if he's going to try to fight with the Jews, he's going to have to give Zechanetza with this superstar that they have. So he took his crown, put it down on the ground. Omar, and he said a tefillah. This is the Roman Kesar. His tefillah was the following: Riboina da al mekula, Riboina shalaylam, inichalach. Please, I ask you, like Timsrei lahu gavra ledidei ulemalchusa biyad dechad gavra. Meaning, you want the Roman Empire to come down? I understand, but one person should take us down. That's bizyonis. Please, my tefillah is that if you want us to fall, at least it shouldn't happen in this way. The Roman Kesar Davin, and his tefillah was answered. And the way it was answered was that this Bar Deroima, he too said something, but what he said wasn't a tefillah. What he said was a dover shel gaiva. And that's what ultimately caused the downfall. For Amar, what did he say? He quoted a pasuk in Tehillim. It says, "Haloi ato elikim zenachtanu, v'loi seitze elikim betzivayseinu." And what he meant to say was, "Hakadosh Baruch Hu zenachtanu, you've forsaken us, but it's fine. V'loi seitze elikim betzivayseinu, we don't need you." Meaning, I'm powerful, I have a strong army, I can fight without you. And because of what he said and the tefillah of the Roman Caesar, ultimately he was taken down. Freit the Gemara, Kasha, you're telling me that this pasuk aliyato elikim zenachtanu v'loi seitze elikim betzivayseinu is such a terrible thing? David Nami Amar Hachi. Didn't David say it? Meaning, it's a pasuk in Tehillim. It's Tehillim Perik Samach Pasuk Yud Beis. All he's doing is quoting King David. So if he's quoting David HaMelech, how could it be so terrible? If David HaMelech said it, so it can't be so bad. So the Gemara says, no, David atmuya kamatama. David said it b'loshen bitmiya. He said, Aloy atoa likim zenachtanu, v'lo yiseitze likim b'tzivaysenu. Eibishter, we can't survive without you. If you're zenachtanu, if you're not going to go out with us, we won't be successful. He didn't say it with a question mark. He said it with an exclamation mark. He was fine with it. So he quoted David HaMelech, and because the nigga was different, therefore it was a problem. So how did this Bar Deroima ultimately get defeated? All the Beis HaKisei, the Gemara says he went to the bathroom. Also, while he was sitting in the Beis HaKisei, a Deroikna came, a snake came, Shamte Likarkeshe, and it was able to enter his guf, it chapped his intestines, V'noch nafshi, and he died. Omar. So the Roman Caesar said, Hilvas Rachish Li Nisa, my prayers were answered pretty quickly, and I had this incredible miracle take place. Hazimna Ishvekinu. I'm going to give the Jews a pass. I'm going to let this whole thing fly. I'm not going to be concerned with this rumor of Marda b'chol Yudai. The Azal, and he retracted, he went back home. When the Jews heard that this attack was averted, is dakar. They started jumping, they started dancing. V'achlu b'shas, they ate and drank. V'adliku shragi, and they lit candles. Ades chazi b'lyoyni de gushpanka barachik mila. And there were so many candles, there were so many bright lights, that a person was able to see the picture on his ring a mil away. Amar, when the Roman Caesar heard what had happened, he said, Michtu kachad b'Yehudai. He says, the Jews, I think they're overreacting with the celebration. It almost feels like they think they defeated me. And they didn't defeat me. I decided to walk away. I decided to give them a chance. But really, that's not what happened. And Hadar Asa Alayu, and then he came a second time. And when he came the second time, there was a terrible shechita. How terrible? Amar Rav Asi said, Rav Asi said, Tlas Meya Alfi Shlifei Saifa Aidlu Tormar. There were 300,000 soldiers, all who had swords that entered Tormalka. And they literally butchered Jews for 3 days and 3 nights. And the Gemara says that Tur Malka was so big that this was all happening on one side of Tur Malka, ubehach Gisa, on the other side, the party continued. They didn't even know what was going on. It's a pasuk in Eicha. Bila Hashem, HaKadosh Baruch Hu swallowed, he had no rachmanis on the Ois Yaakov, on the beauty of Yaakov. When Ravan came from Eretz Yisrael to Babel, he said over the name Rabbi Yochanan. What's this pasuk referring to? Elu Shishim Riba Yayorish Ha'ilo Liana Melech Bara Melech. It's referring to the Shishim Riboy. That's 60 times 10,000. The 600,000 cities that Yana HaMelech had in Har HaMelech. Rabbi Yehuda Ravasi, Yehuda said the name Ravasi, Shishim Riba Yaris Hoilo Yana HaMelech Bara Melech. Yana HaMelech had 600,000 cities in Har HaMelech. And each one had a population of the Yotzim Mitzrayim, which was 600,000. Chutz Mishalish, with the exception of 3 of the 600,000 cities, Shahayu Behem, not Ki Yotzim Mitzrayim, but Kiflayim Ki Yotzim Mitzrayim. 2 times the Yotzim Mitzrayim. Elohein. What were the 3 cities that were so big? Kfar Bish, that was the name of the city. Kfar Shechlayim, Kfar Dichrai. Kfar Bish, the reason the one city was called Kfar Bish, they were called Kfar Bish because Bish is Aramaic for bad, and they were simply bad people. How did it manifest itself? They didn't allow anyone to stay in their houses. Kfar Shechlayim, why would it be called Shechlayim? Shahoisa Parnasasam is Shechlayim. So Shechlayim is a certain plant. English, it's cress, whatever that means. But the bottom line is, this was known as Kfar Shechlayim because that's how they made their Parnasa. Kfar Dechraya, Rabbi Yochanan, Shayunish Hasem, Yod Escharim Tchila. The reason it was called Kfar Dechraya is because everybody had a boy first. The Yoledes Nekeva Bachroina, then they had a girl. Upoiskis, then they didn't have any children anymore. Ula said, I saw the area of Har HaMelech, and I heard what the Messiah is, that this was a place where there were 600,000 people, all these different cities, and there was so much going on. And to be honest with you, to me, the geography of it was so small that if you wanted to fit 600,000 stalks, you couldn't even fit 600,000 stalks. This observation that Ula made, made the same exact observation to the great Reb Chanina. He told him the following. He said, Shekuri mishakrisu. You're a bunch of liars. He says, why are we liars? He said, because you have a Messiah, Har HaMelech, all these cities and people and this great churban that took place. He says, look at Har HaMelech. You can literally walk it. Just plot it out. You'll see there's nothing there. You can't even fit 600,000 konim. Amalei, so he told him back, Eretz Tzvi Ksivba. It says that Eretz Yisrael is Eretz Tzvi. It's the land of the hersh, right, of a deer. What's the mashal? In just like a tzvi, if you would skin it, if you would remove the skin, you would find that the skin of the tzvi really should not be able to cover the entire guf of the tzvi. Eretz Yisrael is the same way. When the Yidden are living in Eretz Yisrael, there's enough room for the Yidden to live there. And when the Yidden are not living in Eretz Yisrael, Gamda, what happens is the land actually shrinks. So Eretz Yisrael is an Eretz Tzvi. On the one hand, it can be bigger, and on the other hand, it can be smaller. Yitzchak Elchanan Lipschitz showed me a beautiful Naramakim, the Prima Godim, in the beginning of Hilchis Birchas HaTorah. So the Gemara says in Nedarim, this is one of the Churban Gemaras, Daf Pei Aleph Amid Aleph, where the Gemara says, Amma of the Aretz, Shloi Baruch HaTorah Tchila. So that's why the Prima Godim is bringing this in Hilchis Birchas HaTorah. So he says, Amma of the Haaretz, the land itself was lost. Eretz Tzvi, the land was once so big, it was machzik, all these different people. And now, the land can't even be machzik 600,000 chav. Konim, Alma of the Haaretz, the physical land was lost. What happened? But it's interesting because we always speak out. This is something that permeates Torah's Chasam Sofer, and that is that b'mokim kedusha, physics doesn't apply. And the Chasam Sofer says in a whole bunch of different places in a whole bunch of different ways. One of the inyanim that the Chassam Sofer talks about are the schools of Eretz Yisrael. He says, the Mishnah says in Pirkei Avos, "Mei olam loy omar adam tsar li'amakim." It's regarding Yerushalayim, and even though there were times that there were so many people in Yerushalayim because the Yidden were oil regel, but mei olam loy omar adam. In history, there was never a man that said tsar li'amakim, that it's a little bit uncomfortable. Why not? It's because of kedushas Yerushalayim, and the kedusha defied the physics, and as a result, no one ever felt uncomfortable. The Chassam Sofer says in the Azara, which had more kedusha than Yerushalayim, you find that they were oimdim tzvufim b'yidin u'mishtachvin revachim. That's even more. It's not just me oilam le'omar adam tzar li'amakim, but they were mishtachvin revachim. There was a certain breakite. That's because the Azara had more kedusha than Yerushalayim. So this inyan of physics being meshubed was more manifest, and that's why not just it wasn't tsar, but it was mishtachvin revachim. And then you had the Kodesh HaKadoshim. The Kodesh HaKadoshim, which is Lefnai v'Lefnim, that is Dishpetz Kedusha. There, Mokum Ma'arin is Einem and Amida. There you have a Chazal that when the Yidden went out to fight a war in the times of Yeshua ben Nun, all of Klal Yisrael was able to fit Bein Abadim. We always speak out the Rogatchover that there was a Tzansenes Hamon that was in the Kodesh HaKadoshim. There's an Issa Neusser in the Mon. The Yidden were told, how could the Mon be there? So the Rogatchover said that just like the Mokum Ma'arin was Einem and Amida, it was not mugbul by physics, it was also not mugbul by zman. It was the mailam and azman. So there was no today and there was no tomorrow. But the point is that you find that kefida madregas of Kedushas Eretz Yisrael, it was manifest in terms of the breakite that was there. I think this Gemara is suffered to that. The whole Eretz Yisrael had it. Because really the whole Eretz Yisrael has Kedusha. The entire land from sea to shining sea is an Eretz Tzvi. What does it mean there's an Eretz Tzvi? The room expands. There's room for everybody. Could be it's uncomfortable, but the land is tzvi. Then Yerushalayim is olam loyamar tzali amakim, and then you have the Azara where it's mishtach meruvachim, and then the Atolis al Kunot Lana. That's the Kodesh Hakadoshim. We're there. It's already in a minamida. Either way, it's up to Gemara Vaita. Again, on the topic of Haramelech, Ramin Yumi bar Chilkiya, Rav Chilkiya bar Tuvia, Rav Huna bar Chia. These three, Amiram, have Yasvi Gabi Adodi. They were all sitting together. Amri, they said, Yikad Shmiel Milsa Mikvar Schanya Shal Mitzrayim. If there's anyone that knows anything about Kfar Schanya Shal Mitzrayim, Lema, he should say. Now, it's not clear what this Kfar Schanya Shal Mitzrayim was. It would be Gishmak if this was one of the many cities of Haramelech. Hence the segue. Now, it's called Kfar Schanya Shal Mitzrayim. The word Mitzrayim sounds like it's from Chutz La'aretz. It's not from Eretz Yisrael. Either way, it's a little bit tzarech beer. Bottom line, they said if anyone knows anything about this kfar, let them get up and say something. So one of them said the following. There was a story about Aris Varusasai. So this was an Aris and an Arusa, a couple that was engaged, but engaged in the Torah way, which means it's already Kedas Moshe Yisrael, it was already Isha Niknes. They're married. And they were taken into captivity, and their captors forced them to live and be married together. Wanted to breed them, they should have children. The problem is, even though they were married, all they had was Erisin, they didn't have Nesuin. And being that they didn't have Nesuin, there's an Isser Biyah. So this is the Arusa tells the Aris, I'm begging you, al tigabi, don't touch me. She'ein li ksuba mimcha. Because I don't have a ksuba. There was no Nesuin. And because there was no Nesuin, there's no ksuba. The Marsha here in Chedushi Agada says, is this a raya that Arusa ain't lo ksuba? That's a big sugya, mesachtus ksubas. But she told him, ein li ksuba mimcha. V'loi nogaba ad yoy moisai. And he didn't touch her until the day he died. Ukshemeis, when he died, Amr lehem siftu lazeh. So the Arusa went to the eulogizers and said, I want you to be maspid my husband. And this is what you should say. You should say on this person, Shapit beit beyitzra Yosef Yosef, that he was able to be miskaber on his Yetzirah more than Yosef Atzadik. Why? Yosef Atzadik, there was only one time where he had an assignment. Now the truth is, we know every single day, Ishes Baitifar used to make Yosef crazy, but there was only one time where it was Vayovei Abaisa Lasis Malachtai. There was one time that they were in a state of Yichud where Mamish Basher Rusham, the fire was burning where he was ready to do the Aveira. Additionally, it was every day. Yosef was never in one mita together with Eshes Beitifar. The mita, they were living in one mita. Yosef, she wasn't his wife. As opposed to this man, it was his wife. So she said, you want to be maspid my husband? That's the hesped you should give. Be maspid on him. Shapit beit beyitzra Yosef mi Yosef Atzadik. So the other Amira said, I'll tell you a story about Kfar Schanya Shal Mitzrayim. I said there was a story, Va'amdu Arba Moidiyos Bedinar, where 40 moidiyos of tfuah were selling for a dinar. Nechser Hashem moidi achas. And then all of a sudden, the prices went down a little bit. And they couldn't understand why. Ubatku, they did bedikas umatzu, and they found Avu b'noi shaba al naira merasa b'yom kippurim. There was a father and a son that were bought on a naira merasa on Yom Kippur. They v'im lebezdin, they brought them to Bezdin, v'saklam, they gave them skila, v'chazar hashar l'mkoimoi, and the shar went back to the way it was. Now, the purpose of these stories is to bring out the greatness of these cities. Now, the first story is certainly a godless. It's incredible. There was an Arus V'Arusa, and he was Pitpei B'Yisrael, Yosem Yosef HaTzadik. What about this story? So the Marsha and the Ben Yoyada, if you look at all the Noise Kalim on Agadah Gemaras, they all struggle a little bit. But the Pasha Pshat seems to be that this was a city where the economy was 100% correlated to the Uvdas Van Hugis of the city. That's a chashav azach. That literally, there was no mikra here. There was an incredible ashkach. You do a mitzvah, things get better. You do an avera, things are bad. Not just that, it sounds like this was the only avera that was prevalent at that time. Because this avera caused the shar to go down, and as soon as they were masakin this avera by giving them skila, all of a sudden it went back. But Ayyub ben Marsha, this seems to be the godless of the story. And then the third Amir said, I'll tell you a story. There was a man that wanted to divorce his wife. Problem is, his ksuba was too expensive. He couldn't afford to divorce him. So what did he do? He invited his friends. Gave them to eat. He gave them to drink. Shikran, he made them drunk. And he had them sleep on one bed. The heavy loivin beitza. And then he brought loivin beitza, that's part of the egg yolk. The hitel beineim, and he put it in their area. The emelam edim, and then he appointed false edim, ubala bezdin, and he came to Bezdin. And he told Bezdin that my wife was mizana together with these men, and the raya is, here's the shich vazera, that's the loivin beitza. As a result, she's a saita. I get to give her get, but like Suba, that's the punchline. And like this, he's not going to have to come up with the money that he didn't have. So when he came to Bezdin, there was a zaken echad, mitalmidei shamei hazaken. He was one of the talmidim of shamei hazaken. His name, Ubava ben Buta Shemoy Amalehen. He told him, Kach mikublan mishamei hazaken, have him a soyer from shamei hazaken. And that is loivin beitza soilet. That even though loivin beitza and shich vazera look the same, however they react differently to fire. So when loivin beitza is exposed to the fire, it's soilet minor. What happens is it ends up drying, as opposed to the shich vazera doichem minor. It ends up being absorbed in whatever it is. So he said, do the bedika, and we'll find out whether this is true or not. Batku umatzu kedvar. They did the bedika, and they found that what he was telling was the truth. Vehiviyu lebezdin. They brought him to Bezdin. Vehilku. They gave him malchus. They ended up figuring out a way for her to get a ksuba, and like this, she was able to get divorced. Either way, this story is also, by the way, supposed to be proof that the people in this Kfar Schanya Shal Mitzrayim were tzaddikim. Now, this is the hardest story to reconcile. But how are you supposed to figure out from this story that they were tzaddikim? It sounds like they were Rishon Marurim. So again, I have been Mefarshim. One pshat is that you see this man wanted a plot, and the only eitz he had was by making people drunk, meaning he couldn't find anyone that really was going to be willing to be Mezana and Mishtoi. Again, I have been Oisakalim. But the bottom line, it says the Gemara, Amalei Abayah the Rav Yosef. So Abayah tells who? Rav Yosef. Being that the people were tzadikim kulei, my time yanish. Why was it that they were punished? Amalei, he told them mishum deloi iabula Yerushalayim. The reason they were punished is because they didn't mourn Yerushalayim. And the pasuk says, Simchu es Yerushalayim v'gilu ba kolei avel sisu ita masois kola misablim alel. They didn't mourn Yerushalayim, and because they didn't mourn Yerushalayim, therefore their city was destroyed. This Gemara, or this pasuk, is quoted in the end of Masechtas Taanis as well. Over here the Gemara says that if someone's misabel Yerushalayim, he's zoicha v'roya b'simchasa. But if someone's not misabel Yerushalayim, he won't be zoicha v'roya b'simchasa. And that's the point of this pasuk. Simchu es Yerushalayim v'gilu ba kolei aver sisu ita masa is kol misabel ba. That if someone's misabel on Yerushalayim, sisu, he's going to be zoicha one day to be besimcha when it's going to be simcha la'artzecha v'sasayin li'irecha. He'll be part and parcel of what's going to happen la'asalavai. In this Gemara, you see a hisafa to that. That if someone's not misabel Yerushalayim, that's gorasiba for churban. So you had churban by Yisrishin avodah zarah gila raish v'chaz damer. You had churban by Yesheni because the sin of Chinim, which Chafetz Chaim said was Sinas Chinim that brought Lidei Lashon Hara. And then you had Churban Tor Malka, or Churban, this whole Indian over here, or Kfar Schanya Shal Mitzrayim. And what was the Siba? The fact that they didn't mourn Yerushalayim. Not mourning Yerushalayim is Gufa Siba for Churban. And that's what Abaya and Rabbi Yosef are discussing over here in the last line of this Gemara. Either way, this concludes part 2 of what Rabbi Yochanan discussed when he said Ashrei Adam Afachet Tamid Atar Negoila V'Atar Negolta Charav Tor Malka. So we're now going to turn our attention to part 3, and that is Ashaka de Rispak Charav Beitar. And I think it's Kedai before we start the Sugya of Beitar, which is going to go knee deep into tomorrow's daf, to give a little bit of an introduction, a little bit of a hakdama as it relates to what exactly the city of Beitar was. And what's the significance of Churban Beitar? Now, just to set it up, we know the Gemara says that there were 5 terrible things that happened on Tisha B'Av. So Tisha B'Av is the day that the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed. The first Beis HaMikdash and the second Beis HaMikdash. But those are only 2 of the 5 terrible things that happened. There were other bad things that happened on Tisha B'Av. The Rambam in Hilchas Tainis, Perek Hey, Halacha Gimel lists them. L'shoinei hazav shal Rambam. V'Tisha B'Av. There were 5 things that happened on Tisha B'Av. Nigzer al Yisrael b'midbar shelo yikansu la'aretz. Number 1, on that day, it was decreed that the Yidden would not be allowed to enter Eretz Yisrael. V'charav habayis barishaynu b'shniyah. The first Beis HaMikdash was destroyed on Tisha B'Av, and the second Beis HaMikdash was destroyed on Tisha B'Av. Says the Rambam, additionally, v'nilkada ir gedolah. There was a large city in Eretz Yisrael that was captured. Ubeitar Shema. The name of the city was Beitar. V'hayuba alafim v'rivavais miYisrael. There were thousands and tens of thousands of Yidden that were living there. V'hayu lehem melech gadol. At that time, the Yidden of Beitar had a very powerful king. V'dimu kol Yisrael v'gdolei hachachamim shu hamelech haMashiach. And all the Jews, and even the gdolei hachachamim, believed that he was the melech haMashiach. But ultimately, this city fell in the hands of the Goyim. And this Melech, who everyone thought was Mashiach, fell in the hands of the Goyim as well. V'nergu kulam, and every single person in the city was killed. And this day was such a terrible day, it was a tzara gedoyla, literally on the level of Churban HaMikdash. So the Rambam, B'Lashoinei Hazav, gives us 3 lines, which is literally the shortest version imaginable of Churban Beitar. But I think we need to take a step back a little bit if we want to appreciate what exactly Churban Beitar was, because this is unfortunately one of the lesser known chapters in Jewish history, and it's a very, very important part of A, Jewish history, and B, the story of Churban Beis HaMikdash. So after the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed, slowly, Tzibislach, the Yidden started doing what they do, and that is rebuilding. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was able to secure Yavna v'Chachamel, and as a result, there was Torah being learned, not just Torah, but Torah of a Dor Deya that was being learned, and the Yidden began to rebuild. In fact, the situation over the ensuing decades got so, I don't want to say good, but so okay, that the Yidden actually started talking about rebuilding the Beis HaMikdash. Ad Kidei Kach. There's a Medrash Rabbah, it's in Parshas Toldos, it's in Samech Daled Yud. Bimei Rab Yeshua ben Chananya, Gazra Malchus Harisha, referring to the mighty Roman Empire, they decreed Sheyibana Beis HaMikdash, that the Jews should be able to build the Beis HaMikdash. And the Medrash goes and starts talking about the campaign, the money that started being raised to build the Beis HaMikdash. Hoishivu Papis Vilulyonis, Trapizen me akayadantachya by mesapkim goylo kesev ezavachal tzarcham. There was literally a campaign. They started raising money. They had rishus to start building a Beis HaMikdash, and things were starting to look very, very good. But then, about 40, 50 years after the time of the Churban, Vayakom Melech Chadash, there was a new Roman Kaiser. They used to go through cases like you go through Matzavasa, and this new Roman Kaiser's name was Adaryanus. In the secular world, he's known as Hadrian the Great, which, by the way, you find this very, very often, where you have a king who in the secular history is known as, quote-unquote, the Great, but in our world, he's a terrible, terrible monster. Hadrian is Exhibit A for that. So Hadrian becomes the Roman emperor, and he was a tremendous son of Israel. And he wasn't happy about the fact that the Jews were beginning to flourish again. They're noch rebuilding a Beis HaMikdash. There's this international campaign that there's going to be the Bayis HaShlishi now, and this is something he wasn't okay with. Compound that with the fact that the Kutim, who were always a thorn in the sides of the Jews, they were being malshin to Hadrian, and they were saying that you realize the reason the Jews wanted Beis HaMikdash is so they could rebel again the way they rebelled not so long ago. So if you're a student of history, you should understand that the Jews having a Beis HaMikdash is not a good thing. And Hadrian decided that he has to stop the building of the Beis HaMikdash, number one. And number two, he needs to go after the core of the Jews, which is he has to hit them where it really hurts, and that's the Yiddishkeit of the Yidden. And he started making Xeris, and he started making it very, very difficult to be a Yid. In fact, everyone knows the Gemara in the end of Cheskes Habatim. Bavabasra daf samach amid beis. The Gemara brings a brisa. The end of the brisa is as follows: Umiyom shepashta malchus harisha. From the day that the malchus harisha was poshet, shegoizeres aleinu gzeros rois v'kashos, and they're imposing on us terrible, terrible gzeros. Umevateles mimenu Torah umitzvos ve'in maneches oisanu likonos l'shavua aben va'amri lo liyeshua aben. It's so difficult. We can't learn Torah. We can't do mitzvahs. We can't do a shavua aben. Yeshua ben, Bris Milah, we can't do Pidyon Aben. Basic mitzvahs of Yiddishkeit are things that are being robbed from us. So says the Brisa, Dinush and Nigzar Latzmeinu Shloy Lis Ishu Loy Ludban. Really, the matzav so bad that what we should do now is we should make a gzeira. We should say there's no more chasanas, no more tarnagals, no more tarnagoylases. Right, no more chasanas. V'nimtzu Zarish al Avram Avinu Kol Me'elov. Like this, there'll be no more Jews. What do we need Jews for? You're bringing Yidden into the world to do what? An olam hazi you don't have, an olam habi you don't have. So what's the purpose? Elo, the feeling at the time was, this is from the G'doilei Hatanoim, Hanachlem Yisrael, leave the Yiddim, mutav shiu shegel b'ayum azidim. At the end of the day, people are going to get married, they're going to have children, and as a result, they're going to do it anyways. And if we're going to make a gzeira, they'll end up being mazidim, mutav shiu shegel b'ayum azidim. And by the way, the next words, Hadron Allah Cheskes Habatim. This is literally the last words of an epic parak Cheskes Habatim. When did this happen? When was it that these gzeiros were being pashta? When was it that it was impossible to be a Yid? When did this take place? This was Adar Yonas. That's when this took place. And he was the one that had imposed these gzeiros. L'maisa, the Yidden decided that this time they're not going to take it lying down. And they were going to put up a fight. Now, they put up a fight at the time of the Churban. But this time it was different. And the reason it was different is because the Yidden had a warrior who was a man of incredible physical and spiritual gifts. He was one of the Tanoim. He was a Chacham Gadol b'Torah, but at the same time, he was also a Gibar. His name was Ben Koiziva. And really, if you want to appreciate what Chazal say about Ben Koiziva, think Shimshon HaGibar. So, Shimshon HaGibar, we know, is one of the Shoftim, but Ein Mikra Yotzim V'dei Pshutai. He's also Shimshon HaGibar. He's Ben Koiziva HaGibar. May Inyan le Inyan very much ba'isa Inyan. And Ben Koiziva said that I'm going to fight for the Yidden. Mechatesi. They're going to take down our Yiddishkeit. It's not something they have a right to do. So he puts together an army of hundreds of thousands of Yidden that were Giborei Chayil, and he started fighting against the Romans. And he was very, very successful. In fact, he was so successful that it seemed Shaloi Keder Chateva. All of a sudden, the Eibishter puts this Gibar into this Dar, who is going to fight the Romans. He's fighting for Binyan Beis HaMikdash, because remember, they had started working on building the Beis HaMikdash. And it looks like everything was going to come together very, very nicely. Ad Kedei Kach, Ben Koziva walks into the Chachamim one day, and he says, I want to convene a meeting. And the Olam comes, Ben Koziva, what do you have to say? He says, it's time for me to reveal to you who I really am. Who are you? He says, I'm Mashiach. And when the Chachamim heard Ben Koziva said that he's Mashiach, you know what their reaction was? They believed him. Ad Kedei Kach, Rabbi Akiva, the great Rabbi Akiva, who was the Gadol Adar at that time, he turned to Ben Koziva, and everybody's watching, and he says, Dein hu Malka Mashiach. It's a Loshen HaYerushalmi in Masechtes Tainis. It's Perik Daled Halacha Hey. In fact, the story of Ben Koziva is mentioned in a few lines in Talmud Bavli. It's a Masechtes Sanhedrin in Perik Chelik, obviously. Daf Tzadik Gimel Amid Beis. But it's Ba'arucha in Eicha Rabasi, and also in Talmud Yerushalmi. So in Talmud Yerushalmi, Rabbi Akiva hears what Ben Kuziva said, and he says, Deinhu Malka Mashiach. And then Rabbi Akiva said something else. He says that the pasuk says, Dorach Koichav Miyakov. Who said this? Bilam. Dorach Koichav Miyakov. And he said, this is a remez. This is a remez to Mashiach. And you know who it's referring to? It's referring to Ben Kuziva. And after that, after Rabbi Akiva said that Ben Kuziva is Dorach Koichav Miyakov, they changed his name. And he became known not as Ben Kuziva, but he became known as Ben Koichva, or in Aramaic, he became known as Bar Koichva. So Bar Koichva was a name that was given to Ben Koziva by the great Rabbi Akiva, and the reason he gave him this name is because he believed he was Mashiach. And based on this pasuk of Dorach Koichav Miyakov. So if you want to know who Bar Koichva was, he was the man that Vidimu Kol Yisrael v'gdoilei hachachamim shehu Moshiach. And gave him the name? That wasn't the name that he was given at birth. At his bris, they said V'yikar Shmoi b'Yisrael Ben Kuziva. But what happened it was Rabbi Akiva that gave him his name, and he gave him this name because he believed he was Mashiach. Just to bring out this point, even starker, the Rambam in Hilchos Malachim, this is in Perek Yud Aleph, it's Halacha Gimel. The Rambam over there is talking about HaMelech HaMoshiach. And the Rambam gives his Shulchan Aruch of what's going to be in the times of Mashiach. Says the Rambam, Al Yala Al Daitcha Shamelech HaMashiach Tzorach Lasis Oisos Umoifsim. Don't think that the Melech HaMashiach is going to have to perform miracles. Umechadish Dvarim Ba'olam. He's going to have to make Chidushim in the Bria. Oy Mechayim Meisim. Ukiyoytze B'Dvarim Elu Shahatipshem Oimrim. Ein Hadover Kain, says the Rambam. That's not the Pshat. I know. Sharei Rabbi Akiva Chacham Gadol Michachmei Mishnah Hoya. This is the Rambam's hespin on Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva Chacham Gadol Michachmei Mishnah Hoya. V'hu Hoya Noisei Kelov Shem Bel Koizva HaMelech. And he carried the bags of Ben Koizva. That's how much he was mevatel himself to him. V'hu Hoya Omer Olav Shua Melech HaMashiach. And Rabbi Akiva would say on him that he's the Melech HaMashiach. V'dimahu V'chol Chachmei Doirei Shua Melech HaMashiach. Ad Shenerag. Till he was killed, ba'avoinus, with his averis. V'kiven shenerag, when he was killed, noid d'shein Mashiach. It was only then that they knew he was a Mashiach. However, what's the punchline of the Rambam? V'loi shalu mimenu chachamim, loi ois v'loi moifes. They never asked him for a miracle. It doesn't say anywhere that he was mechayim mesim. It doesn't say he was mechadish anything in the Bria. So the Rambam in halachas, this is not the Meir Nevoichim. It's not in the Zigeris Taimon. It's not in Shmoyne Prokim. This is a Rambam in Hilchas Malachim. He's learning up the Sugya, the lumdis of the Sugya of Mashiach. And he said, Mashiach doesn't have to be Mechadish anything. My Rai is Bar Koichva. Because Rabbi Akiva thought he was Mashiach, who haya omer olav Shua Melech HaMashiach. And yet he never performed any moifsim. Yeah, it was a Gibor Chayil, no question. And the Yidden were having incredible success. And if he didn't meet all the credentials that's needed for Mashiach, obviously Rabbi Akiva would not have thought that he was Mashiach. But at the same time, moifsim hat nicht gemacht. But the bottom line is, so the Yidden have this great warrior who puts together a military, and he decides he's going to fight against the Romans. And he was very successful. In fact, for a few years, his rebellion, known as the Bar Koichva rebellion, was going very well. And then all of a sudden, the things turn. Now the emes is that if you study the secular history, at the end of the day, Bar Koichva, as strong as he was, together with his army, as strong as they were still heavy underdogs. And it was very difficult for them to defeat the mighty Roman Empire. And Hadrian quashes the rebellion. That's one of the reasons world history treats him as Hadrian the Great, because he successfully was able to protect the Roman Empire. But Chazal were megalatos the pnimius of what went on. And if you read the story, it's mamish mesmerizing. It's here in the Yerushalmi, again in Perek Dalet Halacha Hey in Masechtas Tainis. One excerpt, V'kad havenofik l'krova, when Bar Koichva would go out to fight, Hava Omar, he would say, this is not in the beginning, this is a few years in, Riboyne da Alma, loy tisoid v'loy tichsoif. Imagine Azat Tefillah, he turns to the Eibush, he says, loy tisoid, don't help me, aber v'loy tichsoid, don't shter. Meaning, Eibush, I got this, I will need you. Loy tisoid, I don't need Sa'ad, I don't need you to help me, aber v'loy tichsoid, please don't get in the way. And then he said the following pasuk: "Kaloi ata elikim zinachtanu, v'loi seitze elikim b'tzivoiseinu." Sounds familiar? That was what he said. He said, "I don't need any help. I have this. Let me handle this. This is something I could do by myself." Yerushalmi continues. It says, "Shalosh shanim u'mechza asa adar yonis makiv al beitar." For 3.5 years, Adaryanis laid siege on Beitar. So at that time, Beitar is the largest populated Jewish city, and Adaryanis was trying to attack, but he couldn't. Why? Because of Bar Kochva. Him and his army, they were too strong. But during those 3.5 years, while Bar Kochva is getting to a point of a shtickle koichi v'oitzim yadi, and the Jews are being very, very successful, there was a Yid. We're familiar with him from learning Daf Yomi. His name was Rabbi Loza HaMoidai. And he was Yoshev al Asak Falo Efer. Umispalo v'chol yoyim. He would daven every day. V'omer, and he would say, Ribono Ilamim al teishe b'din hayoyim, al teishe b'din hayoyim. Give us one more day. Let today not be the day of them. This was Rabbi Loza HaMoidai's tefillah. Let us live one more day. But yeah, Adaryanis Mezaleh. Adaryanis was trying, and he was unsuccessful. So Amalei Chad Kutai. There was a kuti. Again, these Kutians were geferlich. And he turns to Adaryanis, and he says, I have some intel. I'm going to give you some inside information. I'm going to tell you why you're unsuccessful. I'm going to tell you why you're unsuccessful. I'm going to tell you what you need to do to be successful. He said, the issue you're having right now is there's a rabbi. And this rabbi is doing avodas and tikkunim, and he's being poil that the city of Beitar should not be able to be overthrown. And that's why you're being unsuccessful. What you need to do is, we need to strategize. We have to figure out a way to eliminate this tzaddik, Rabbi Loza HaMoidai. And if we could do that, we're going to be successful. And the Yerushalmi goes on to tell a story that this Kutai went while Rabbi Loza HaMoidai was davening, and he whispered something into his ear, and he starts having a conversation. Rabbi Loza HaMoidai is davening, and he's whispering into his ear. In the meantime, word got out that there was a kuti, this is someone from the enemy side, who was having some communication with Rabbi Loza HaMoidai. Bar Kochva gets wind of this. Bar Kochva calls the kuti, and he says, what's going on? And the kuti tells him that, I'll be honest with you, Rabbi Loza HaMoidai, he's a traitor, and you think he's davening for you. Just the opposite. He doesn't like you, and he's actually trying to help Adaryanis, and we were caught. I'm sorry, I feel terrible, but you want to know what's going on? Don't kill me, but this is what's going on. When Bar Kochva heard this, he got a little worried. Maybe he's telling the truth. So he calls Rabbi Loza HaMoidai. And Rabbi Loza HaMoidai comes in, and he meets with Bar Kochva. He says, you were having a conversation with a kuti. What was going on? Rabbi Loza HaMoidai said, I don't know what you're talking about. He says, what do you mean? There was a kuti that was whispering into your ear. Everybody saw it, this Aiden. Everyone knows this happened. He says, I mamish don't know what you're talking about. And the emes is, Rabbi Loza HaMoidai didn't know what he was talking about. Because Rabbi Loza HaMoidai, Chazal say, was so steeped in tefillah, his avodah of Al Teishe B'din Hayoim, was on such a nifladig level that he didn't feel it. He didn't realize that there was somebody that was whispering into his ear. And he turned to Bar Kochva and says, I don't know what you're talking about. The problem is everyone had seen it. And Rabbi Loza HaMoidai was compromised. Bar Kochva in his mind had no choice but to believe the edus of this Pasal edus, and he killed Rabbi Loza HaMoidai. That's what the Yerushalmi says. So Rabbi Loza HaMoidai, Hashem Yimkom Damai, was killed by who? He was killed by none other than Bar Kochva. The Gemara says when this happened, there was a terrible kitrig in Shemayim. And they said, this is the Melech HaMashiach. This is the person that we're bringing this Yeshua from. It can't be. It's not possible. And miyad, Nilka de Beitar, V'nerag ben Koizava. On that day, Beitar was captured, and on that day, Bar Kochva was killed. What was the day? The Rambam just told us what the day was. It's the Mishnah Masechtas Tainis. It was on Tisha B'Av. So on Tisha B'Av was Nilka de Beitar, on Tisha B'Av, Bar Kochva was killed, and on Tisha B'Av, Rabbi Loza HaMoidai, Hashem Yimkom Damai, was killed by Bar Kochva. Incredible. This is the story of Bar Kochva. And literally, immediately, as a response, the Romans had all the power. There was no Rabbi Loza HaMoidai. They didn't have his tefillas. Yesterday we talked about Rabbi Tzadok, who fasted 40 years, like Lechker Beis HaMikdash. And Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai wanted to keep him alive. And we said, why did he want to keep him alive? Maybe the reason he wanted to keep him alive is because he felt that his avodas and his tefillas and his fasting was what was saving Klal Yisrael. It's an offer to Yerushalmi by Churban Beitar, which is Me'inyan, Ba'isa. That you see Rabbi Loza HaMoidai, as long as he was alive, there was no Churban. Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai, with his Groise Eugen, maybe understood this. And at Vashtanen, as long as there's a Rab Tzaddik, we still have hope. But if there's no Rab Tzaddik, and that's why, what is he asking for? Yavna v'chachameh, Malchus Beis David, and I need Rab Tzaddik. I need Rabbi Loza HaMoidai. I need that tzaddik, because I'm not going to have that tzaddik. If I'm not going to have that tzaddik, how do I know how this is all going to play itself out? But I'll tell you something interesting. And that is that Rabbi Yochanan said three things. He said, Kamtza bar Kamtza, Charav Yerushalayim. Atar Negoyla v'atar Negolta, Charav Tor Malka. And then he said that Ashaka de Risbag, Charav Beitar. So I want to ask you a question. I asked this to several Talmidei Chachamim. What was Tor Malka? How did that get lost in the shuffle? We know that Churban Yerushalayim, Kamtza bar Kamtza, Charav Yerushalayim. Everybody knows. Every child knows that. We know about Churban Beitar. The Mishnah talks about Churban Beitar. It's the story of Bar Kochva. But what was Tor Malka? And how come we don't know about it? We just learned a whole Amid Gemara that talks about Tor Malka. And it certainly sounded like from the Gemara that millions of people were killed. This was a tremendous, tremendous Churban. How do we forget about that? We know about Tachtatat. We know about the Spanish Inquisition. We know about the Holocaust, of course. I mean, we know about the Crusades. We have all the different kinnis that were written about the burning of the Shas, the Maram Rottenberg, right? We know so much about the Tsaris. We commemorate them, mamish today, Dava B'Itoy. So how's it possible that there's no talk about Tor Malka? I think it's a good kasha. I saw a raid. Where was Tor Malka? Forget about where was Tor Malka. When was Tor Malka? When exactly did this happen? So I don't know. I don't know. But I want to ask you something. In the story of Tor Malka, there was mention of a Bar Deroima. That this Bar Deroima, there was one person who had supernatural powers. And the Roman Kaiser was going crazy. And even Davin to the Eibush, they said, Ribono da Alma Kula. That was his lashon. Ribono da Alma Kula. You want to take me down, take me down. But not in the hands of one person. Not in the hands of one Bar Deroima. Who was this Bar Deroima? How come we never heard about him? Who was he? It's interesting. What was the downfall of the Bar Deroima? What happened? How did the Bar Deroima go down? He quoted a pasuk. He said, "Haloi ata elikim zenachtanu, v'loi sreitze elikim b'tzivoseinu." The Yerushalmi said, "What was the downfall of Bar Kochva?" What did he say? He said, "Ribono da Alma, loi tisayv v'loi tichsayv," and then he said, "Haloi ata elikim zenachtanu, v'loi sreitze elikim b'tzivoseinu." How did the Bar Deroima die? He went to the Beis HaKisei, and a snake came and it chopped out his innards, and that was the way he died. How did Bar Kochva die? So we know the day that he died. He died on Tisha B'Av. But how exactly did he die? Says the Yerushalmi, after Bar Kochva was killed, so they delivered, this is really old school, the head of Bar Kochva to Hadrian. Said, who killed him? I want to know. So there was a kuti there. He said, this is my 15 minutes of fame. This is my opportunity to make it big time. He goes, I killed him. Said, I don't believe it. He didn't believe that a mortal, a human being, would be able to kill Bar Kochva. He was so powerful, he was so strong. He didn't believe it. He said, I want to see his guf. They brought his guf. Ashkach, you know what they found? Chakino kricha aloi. The Targum. Matza nachush karuch sevivai. V'nirish aya hanachash harga v'loi akute. It was clear that he was killed by a snake. Omar, he said, Ilule alukad katle man aviyochale. Ukara aloi, he said on him the pasuk, Im loy kitzura mecharim Hashem eskim. This had to be directly from the Eibishter. There was no shliach, there was no intermediary that would have had the ability, would have had the koyach to kill Bar Kochva. He was darach koyach miyakov. He was too strong. How was he killed? He was killed by a snake. He was killed in the same exact way that this Bar Deroima was killed. It's eerily similar. The story of the Bar Deroima, that is, to the story of Bar Kochva. By the way, Rabbi Akiva thought that Bar Kochva was Mashiach. Mashiach, Pashtus, Mashiach ben David. If he's Mashiach ben David, he came from which Shevet? Shevet Yehuda. Which was what part of Eretz Yisrael? It's the south. It's in the Durham part of Eretz Yisrael. It seems a little bit suspicious that this Bar Deroima is Bar Kochva. And if the Bar Deroima is Bar Kochva, that would mean that Tor Malka and that Churban was associated, and it was related somewhat with Churban Beitar. And if that's the case, it would a little bit explain why we don't talk so much about it, because really Churban Beitar is the city, Sheyukar al Shmoi, this entire Churban, but it's not another chapter in Jewish history. It happened around the same time. You know, we talked a lot about why was the first Beis HaMikdash destroyed? The second Beis HaMikdash was destroyed because of Sinas China, which Chavetz Chaim said was Lashon Hara. Why was Beitar destroyed? What was the cause of the Churban Beitar? The Yerushalmi asks the Kasha. Why was Beitar destroyed? Al shehidliku neiros la'acha Churban Beis HaMikdash. It's because after Churban Beis HaMikdash, they they were lighting neiros. And it goes on to tell how there were celebrations. And they didn't mourn Beis HaMikdash to teach us that any person that doesn't mourn the Beis HaMikdash, he will have Churban. Which is what the Gemara said was the reason that city, which was a little bit unclear if it's part of Aramelech, but it certainly feels like it a little bit, was part of Aramelech, was destroyed. It seems that Beitar and Tur Malka was all very much me'inyan le'inyan. But I said, what happened after the Tarnagoyl of a Tarnagolta? So first he gave them another chance, and then he didn't give them another chance. What did he see? He saw the celebration. What's the oimek? He saw the celebration. Yeah, that's what rates them on. But ba'oifin pnimi, that was the cause. It's a mefurish Yerushalmi. That was the cause for what had taken place. Again, not 100% sure, but the bottom line is Churban Beitar, which led to Asara Ruge Malchus. It led to the killing of Rabbi Akiva Kiyodua, and really it ushered in a very, very, very challenging tkufa, one of the most challenging tkufas in the history of Klal Yisrael. It's something that Rabbi Yochanan said was triggered by something very, very nominal. What was that nominal thing that triggered it? Said Rabbi Yochanan, Ashaka the Rispak. It was the door of a chariot in which women used to travel. What's the rest of that story? That's the second part of today's daf. Zok the Gemara. Ashaka the Rispak. It was because of the door of this chariot that the city of Beitar was destroyed. The minute was when a baby boy was born, Shasli Arsa. They would plant a cedar tree, Yenukta, and when a girl was born, Shasli Tornisa. So they would plant a pine tree. If you look at the Rashi says pine balaz. And when they would get married, they would cut these two trees, and they would make the chuppah out of all this wood. One day, the daughter of the Kesar was traveling by, it for Shaka the Rispak, and the door of this infamous chariot broke. Katsu Arza, she said, oh, perfect. I see an eres here. I see a cedar tree. She cuts the cedar tree, the Ailula, and she took it. When the Yidden saw what happened, Asu Nafal Alayu, they went and they attacked them. Machunu, they killed this woman. Asu Amrle the Kesa, they told the Kesa, that was not good. They killed the daughter of the Kesa. They said, Mardach Yehudai, Asa Alayu, and that's when this whole thing began. I'll tell you something interesting. I saw in the Sefer told us Am Oilam. So told us Am Oilam was written by Reb Shlomo Akai Rattenberg. He wrote beautiful, beautiful svarim, many, many volumes on Jewish history. And I was just going through his narrative of Churban Beitar. So obviously he brings this Gemara right here, and he says, just like the Oifen Pasha, as if it was obvious to him, that the background and really the richness of appreciating what happened is Adaryanis had just imposed all these gzeres, and the Yidden were fighting. They were fighting for their religious freedom. That's what they wanted. And this cedar tree, which to us seemed so insignificant, to them was very important. This was a minig Yisrael, which is Torah. And they were fighting for their minig. And they said, you're not going to chapel with us. And remember, they had convened an army, and they felt that they had the power. And Nafal, and they went and they attacked, and they successfully attacked. Because this is during the Tkufa where they're able to successfully attack. But this isn't just this indiscriminate, frivolous attack. I'm very upset you took my cedar tree. How am I going to make a chuppah? No, this was a minig Yisrael that was very, very valuable to them. Right? Afilu Araks at the Masani, the Gemara says in the Shas Hashmad, you're supposed to be moisen nefesh. And that's what they were doing. This was the Shas Hashmad. They were being moisen nefesh for this minig. They had the ability to fight. They fought. But ultimately, Rabbi Yochanan said that this one uvda, had it been prevented, who knows what would have happened. And that's the Ashriyah, the Mefachit Talmud, as relates to Churban Beitar. Zok the Gemara. As relates to Churban Beitar, the pasuk says, "Goda b'chari af kol keren Yisrael." Because of a chara yaf, the Eibishter was angry. The Eibishter chopped off all the keren of Yisrael. What is this? It's referring to the 80,000 horns, right? The olden days when they would fight a war, there were horns, there were chatzaitzres, right? There was a whole gerida. Shenichnas alakach Beitar that entered the city of Beitar b'shashal lachtua at the time that it was captured. And they killed so many people. It's very painful. The blood was flowing, and there was literally there were rivers of blood that it went all the way into the Mediterranean Sea. You'll tell me, okay, maybe it's not such a big deal. Maybe the Mediterranean Sea was close by. Mill. It was a millway. Tanya Rebbe Lezer Gadol said, in that area near Beitar, there are two nechalim. There are these two streams. Echad Moishech Eilach, Echad Moishech Eilach, and they both flow in opposite directions. V'shiaru Chachamim, and the Chachamim made an assessment. They said Shnei Chelkei Mayim, that those Nechalim were made up of 2/3 water. V'echad Dam, it was 1/3 blood. Masisa Tana, it was a brisa that said Sheva Shanim Batzu Umay Sa'olam Karmei Midam Shal Yisrael B'lei Zevel. For 7 years, the Umay Sa'olam did not have to fertilize their field because they were able to use the blood of the Jews as fertilizer. There was a Zaken Echad from the Anshe Yerushalayim. He told me the following. Bebikazu, it was in the following valley. Harag Nevuzradin Rav Tabachim. Nevuzradin, who was the chief executioner of Nebuchadnezzar. So we're jumping now. We're going from Churban Beitar, which happened approximately 50, 60 years after Churban Bayis Sheni, all the way now to Churban Bayis Rishon. And who was the proverbial Titus of Churban Bayis Rishon? It was Nevuzradin. So he said in this bicker where we are right now, he killed Masayim v'achas esrei, 211 riboy times 2,000. So that's 2,110,000 Yidden. Ubi Yerushalayim Harak Tishin v'arba riboy, 94 times 10,000, that's 940,000. Al even achas, on one stone, achaholach damon, and there was so much blood that it was nagab damon shel Zechariah. It literally touched, it made contact with the dam of Zechariah. The pasuk says, "B'damim nago." So what was the dam of Zechariah? We know Zechariah was the great Navi Zechariah, and he was killed in the Makam HaMikdash, and they wished to perform the miracle that his dam wouldn't go away. The dam of Zechariah wouldn't go away, and it was always boiling there. It was a zikaron, it was a memory for this terrible, terrible atrocity that had taken place. The Jews themselves killed. And when the Churban, this is Churban Bayis Rishon, happened, so all this blood is going, and it literally touches the dam of Zechariah. Ashkechei, so Nevuzradin walks into the Makam HaMikdash and he sees the blood of Zechariah. So he turns to the Kohanim and says, "My high, what is this?" They told him, "Oh no, dam svachim dishtapach. This is blood from karbanis." I see the may. So he brought the dam of animals, and it actually didn't look the same. So he told him like this: obviously, this is not the dam of animals. You don't want to tell me what it is? I'm going to make you an offer. I'm going to give you an ultimatum. If you tell me what it is, good. I'm going to literally burn your skin off with these burning coals. They told him, okay, listen, we have no choice. We have to tell you what it was. Navi Havaban, there was a Navi, a prophet. He used to give us musar. He used to tell us that we're not behaving. So we weren't happy. We didn't like what he said. So we killed the messenger. We killed him. And it's already been many, many years that the blood continues to boil. So Nevuzradin said, you're going to say, I have power, I'm going to get the blood to stop boiling. I see Sanhedrin Gedol, Sanhedrin Ketana. He brought the Sanhedrin Gedol, Sanhedrin Ketana, Katal Ilaveh, he killed all of them, V'loi nach. Bachrim Upsulois, Katal Ilaveh, V'loi nach. I see Tinoikish of Israel, then he brought the children. Katal Ilaveh, V'loi nach. Amalei, so Nevuzradin said, Zechariah, Zechariah, you are causing, by you allowing your blood to be here, the best of the Jews to get lost. Do you want every Jew to get lost? As he said those words, everything stopped. He had to hear a tshuva, Omar, he said as follows, this was Radin talking, he said, Man, al nefesh achas kach, madach for one nefesh, the nefesh of Zechariah, the Eibishter was literally Vinikesi Dama. That the Eibishter took such revenge over this one nefesh that look what had to happen. Ahu Gavra, talking about himself. The Kotel Kol Hani Nishmasa said, I killed so many people. Achaskama Vekama, Orak, Nevuzradin ran away. Ozal, Shodar, Shtar, Pratta, the Beise, he sent a tzava to his house, how they should divvy up all his ashiris, the Igayer, and he became Megar. Now, it doesn't say that he was Zoicha to a Rab Meir, but the guy, he was Megar. Tani, we learned to the Brayse, but Derech Agav, Namon, Ger Toishav Hoya. Nevuzradon, Ger Tzedek Hoya. That's what we just said. Mibnei Bonav Shal Haman, Lamdu Torah B'Bnei Brak. Mibnei Bonav Shal Sisra, Lamdu Tinoikis B'Yerushalayim. Mibnei Bonav Shal Sancheriv, Lamdu Torah B'Rab Matinu. Who are the Bnei Bonav Shal Sancheriv that are learning and teaching Torah B'Rabim? Shmayev Avtalion. It's none other than Shmayev Avtalion, who, of course, the Rabbeim of Hillel and Shammai. Hainu D'chsev. This is what the pasuk means when it says, Al Tzchiach Sol, Nosati es Domo Al Tzchiach Sola Levilti hikasais, it's referring to all those people that Nebuzradan killed on this rock where the dam was shoises until it went to the dam of Zechariah. The pasuk says, Hakol kol Yaakov ayidai midei Esav. Hakol is the Adar Yonas. Now we're going back to Adar Yonas, Hadrian of Churban Beitar. Keisa shaharag Balasandria shal Mitzrayim shishim ribay al shishim ribay keflaim keitzim Mitzrayim. He killed 1.2 million Jews, twice the amount of the Yotzim Mitzrayim. Now it says here that he killed them where? In Alexandria shal Mitzrayim. So the historians are very bothered with, did Hadrian kill in Alexandria shal Mitzrayim? Churban Beitar was in Eretz Yisrael. It wasn't in Alexandria. For another day. Kol Yaakov, Aspasionos Keser. It's referring to Aspasionos Keser. What did he do? Shaharag Bekrach Beitar Arba Riboy. He killed in Beitar Arba Meis Riboy, 400,000 Yidin. V'amila, some say Arbas Alafim Riboy. It's 4,000 times 10,000. Now Aspasionos was the one who killed in Beitar. I thought Adaryonis is the one that was killed in Beitar. Aspasionis was the one that almost killed, and he eventually ran away or became king in Rome, that we saw yesterday in the Sugya of Kamtza bar Kamtza. So again, you have to work out all the different girsayos over here. Either way, that's Hakol Kol Yaakov. V'ayidayim Yidei Esav. What's the Yidayim Yidei Esav? Zu Malchus HaRisha. It's referring to Malchus Roimi, Shechrives Beisenu, V'sorfes Eicholenu, V'higlisanu Me'artzenu. So the way Chazal are darshaning Hakol Kol Yaakov here is, what's the Kol Kol Yaakov? Usually you think of a Kol Kol Yaakov, the Tefillah, you think of the Torah. These are the koilas, the screaming that's coming out of gas chambers. That's what this is. This is the Hakol Kol Yaakov, which, by the way, Ani Mamin, Shema Yisrael. But that's the Hakol Kol Yaakov. It's the screaming of the Jews at the time of the respective Churban. Davar Achar, another Pshat, Kol Yaakov. What does it mean? Kol Kol Yaakov. Ilucha Tefillah Shemayela She'emba Mizar Shal Yaakov. There's no Tefillah that's Mayelas. Every single Tefillah has in it a little bit of Zar Shal Yaakov. Yaakov Avinu was given the koyach hatfilo. There's no successful military effort. Doesn't have a little bit of Esav in it. And this is what Rabbi Lazar meant when he said, and what's this Vahinu Dam Rabbi Lazar? We mentioned this in yesterday's raid. Vahinu Dam Rabbi Lazar is not going back on what we just said. Rashi. You have to know why this is here. But going back to the Sugya of Kamtza bar Kamtza, which happened because of what? Dr. Rashi? Lashon hara. Doesn't say this chinam. He says Lashon hara. V'ayinu dam Rabbi Lazar b'shoit lashon techave. That in the event that people are hitting with their lashon, Rashi, Shoit says shevet makkah. When people are clapping with their tongue, meaning when there's lashon hara, techave bechurchure lashon techave. If there's lashon hara, you better hide. Why? Because Kamtza bar Kamtza Charav Yerushalayim, it was because of lashon hara. Amar Rab Yehuda, Amar Rab. What's trying the pasuk that says Al Naris Bavel Shom Yeshavnu Gam Bochinu B'Zachrenu Eszion. Lamed Sherok Kadosh Baruch Hu David. Who said this? David HaMelech said this. Now David HaMelech is talking about Churban Beis HaMikdash. David HaMelech didn't even build the Beis HaMikdash. He wanted to, but he couldn't. His hands had too much blood on it because of all the wars that he had fought. His son would. But David HaMelech is talking about Churban Beis HaMikdash. Said Rav Yehuda, in the name of Rav, we learn from here, She'ara Kadosh Baruch Hu David. The Eibishter showed David HaMelech, Beruach HaKodesh, Churban Bayis Rishon, Churban Bayis Sheni. Churban Bayis Rishon. How do you know he saw a Churban Bayis Rishon? Shenema Al Naharos Bavel Shom Yoshavnu Gam Bochinu. And who destroyed the first Beis HaMikdash? Bavel. Bayis Sheni. How do you know he saw a Churban Bayis Sheni? Because the pasuk says, L'cher Hashem Lifnei Edoim Es Yoim Yerushalayim HaOimrim Aru Yisoid Ba. Edom didn't destroy the first Beis HaMikdash. Edom destroyed the second Beis HaMikdash. So Zoysay Meres, you see from here that David HaMelech saw Sai Churban Bayis Rishon and Sai Churban Bayis Sheni. Incidentally, the Vilna Gaon said that although Bavel destroyed the first Beis HaMikdash, but Bavel only destroyed the Beis HaMikdash ad ha-Yisoid. The Yisoid of Bayis Rishon was destroyed by Edom. So after Bavel retreated, and they went to Eretz Yisrael, and we know the land was vacant, there wasn't even an Oifa Peireach, as I'll say, for 52 years. And during that period, the Edomians came, they lived in that area, and they went to the Makam HaMikdash, and they were Oru Ada Yesoid, but in Bayis Rishon Gufa. So Bayis Rishon was a joint effort between the Beis HaMikdash itself and between the Yesoid of the Beis HaMikdash. The Yesoid of the Beis HaMikdash in the Sugya of Churban Beis HaMikdash is a whole Sugya b'fnei atzmai. Beis HaMikdash was destroyed by Bavel, the Yesoid was destroyed by Edom. Yesterday we said that the first Beis HaMikdash, the Yesoid was destroyed, the second Beis HaMikdash, the Yesoid was not destroyed. So Tzorich beer, what's the significance of the Yisoid of the Beis HaMikdash? But either way, this Gemara is mashma not that way. This Gemara is mashma that when the pasuk says Zachor Hashem lifnei Edom Yisayim Yerushalayim Ha'omru Aru Ada Yisoid Ba, it's referring to Bayesheni. And if that's the case, number one, it means Bayesheni, not like the Goyim said Bayes Rishon. Also, it'd be mashma a little bit that in Bayesheni it was Aru Ada Yisoid Ba, which is not like the Messiah we have. Amar Rab Yehuda Amar Shmuel Itemer Rab Amri. Well, some say B'masnisa Tana. These next few stories that we're about to learn are some of the most painful stories. We all know them. We read them on Tisha B'Av and the Kinnis, but this is really, really painful. Ma'aseh, there was a story, B'dalad Me'as Yoladim V'Yolades. There were 400 Jewish boys and girls. Shenishbulu Kalin. They were taken into captivity, and the purpose was for Gilei Arayas. Hirgishu Ba'atzman L'mahem Misvakshen. At some point, they realized what this was all about. They were on a boat, and they're going to some far-out land. Amru, they said, Im anu tovim b'yam. They said, if we jump into the Yam right now, are we going to merit a portion for the world to come? They said, B'lashon bitmiya. I mean, they weren't sure. They were children, and they didn't know. To be ma'amad asmer l'das is not pashut azach. And they pashut didn't know. They were kids. What they really do? They didn't have the opportunity to really be Mekayim Torah mitzvahs. So that was their question. They wanted to know, if we would jump right now into the Yam, would we merit a portion of the world to come? So the oldest of the Chevra over there, he said over the following pasuk. He said, Omar Hashem, mi bashan oshiv, oshiv mi mitzulos yam. It's a pasuk in Tehillim. So this is the way he touched the pasuk. He said, mi bashan oshiv, mi bein shinei aryeh oshiv. He said, if somebody has to be taken out from between the teeth of a lion, oshiv, he's going to return, he's going to go to Elam Haba. Mi mitzulos yam, oshiv. You know what that means? Elu shetoivim b'yam. If someone drowns at sea, he's Ashiv. He's going to go to Elam Haba. When the girls heard this, Kamtza kulam v'naflu teichayam. They all jumped into the Yam. So the girls went first. And when the boys saw what the girls did, they made a kal v'chaim. Where the bia is going to be al kolponim, something that's dark and lakach. Anu she'ein darkenu lakach, because they were being taken from Mishkav Zocher. Alachas kama v'kama af heim kavtzu l'teich Yam. They also jumped into the Yam. V'aleim akasav oimer. It's regarding them that the pasuk says ki alecha hayragnu kol hayoim nechshavnu kitzoin tifcha. We were literally kitzoin tifcha. The hergish is they were like tzoin kadeshim, not just tzoin tifcha, not just shritas chulin, but this was shritas kachim. They were literally karbonis. They were nechshavnu kitzoin tifcha. Rabbi Yehuda said that this pasuk yolecha yiraknu kol hayoim nechshavnu kitzoin tifcha is referring to a different story. Zu isha v'shiva. It's referring to a mother and her 7 sons. So what's the story? There was a mother who had 7 sons, and these sons were not stelling to the Roman decree of the time that you have to be Oived Avodah Zarah. Asyul the Kamei the Kesar. They brought the oldest son to the Kesar. Amruleh. They told the child, Plach Avodah Zarah. I want you to worship Avodah Zarah. Amalahu. He said, how can I worship Avodah Zarah? Kasabat Torah. It says in the Torah, Noichi Hashem Aleikecha. I can't violate the first of the 10 commandments. Afku, they took him out, they killed him. And then they brought the second son to the case. They told him, he said, worship Avodah Zarah. We said, it's the second of the 10 commandments. Afku, they killed him. They brought the third son. They told him, it says in the Torah, someone that worships Avodah Zarah is chayv misa. Afku, they brought the fourth son. They told him, Avodah Zarah. Amalu said to them, it says in the Torah, they brought the next son. They told him, Amalu, he said, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. They brought the next son. They told him, Amalu, he told them, it says, V'yodata ayoim, v'ashevoysa elavavecha, ki Hashem hu Elokim, v'ashamayim ima'al, v'alo oretz mitochas ein oid. Afku v'katlu. Asyu v'idach. They brought the next son. Amruleh, they told him, Plach l'Avodah Zarah, bow down to Avodah Zarah. Amruleh, we told him, Kasabat Torah. It says in the Torah, as Hashem hamarta v'goymer, v'Hashem hamircha ayoim. Kvar nishbanu l'Kadosh Baruch Hu, we swore to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, she'ein anu mavirin oisai be'el acher, v'avhu nishba lanu, she'ein maver oisanu b'uma acheres. We have a deal with the Eibishter, that we're always going to treat him as our God, and the Eibishter, quid pro quo, is going to treat us the same way. Amalei Keser. So the Keser goes to this little child, And he whispers into his ear and he tells him, Ishti loch gushpanka. I'm going to take my ring, I'm going to put it on the ground. V'gachem v'shakli, just pick it up. Ki hechet lemro. It's like this, the oilam will say, Kabbalah lehurman of the malchus, I won't have to kill you. I don't want to kill you. It was starting to get painful for the Ritzeach. It was starting to get painful for the Kesar. They say that when the Nazis were killing the Jews, very often they would have to drink. They mamish had to make themselves drunk because they couldn't do it. At some point, you have not a pintle yid, but you have a pintle of humanity and decency inside of you. And sometimes the pasha was stoned when they did what they did. And he couldn't come to himself anymore. He said, just bow down, pick this up, we'll be done with this. Amalesi told him, Chaval Allah Keser. He told him, Al kvoit atzmecha kach. He said, you're so worried about your own covet. And if your covet in your eyes, you think it's so important. Al kvoit HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Allah Cheskama v'kama. How can I do it? If your covet begets this. Could you imagine the covenant of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Afkul and Miktale? They took him out to kill him. Amrlu Imei. So as they're about to kill him, and this woman lost 6 sons, and she's about to lose her 7th son. So she goes over to him, and she says, Havun Ali, can I whisper, can I say something? I just want to give him a kiss for 1 second. He said, fine. Amrullah, she says, Banai, or Bini, my son, Luchu, ve'imru Avram Avichem, go tell Yezed Avram Avinu, Ata kadetom mizbeach echad. You brought 1 Akedah. V'ani okadeti shivim mizbechas. I brought 7 Akedas. Afi also Lagag, after they killed all 7 of her sons, she went on top of the roof, and Nafla, and she jumped off, Umesa, and she died. Yatzis Baskal v'amra, Baskal came out and said, Eim habanim semecha. Incidentally, this story sounds familiar, because we know the story of Chana v'Shiva Banel. Now, the story of Shava v'Shiva Banel happened during the Chanukah story. Some say that this mice is just being brought, B'derech Hagav, in the spirit of all the dafin that we're learning about the Churban. But Enochanami, if you want to know really when this happened, it happened right around that time. Just to finish the Gemara says, you want to know what it means? It's referring to the mitzvah of Milah, which was given on the 8th day. And Rashi says, what does it mean? Why is the Zimn in the Mayas? Because sometimes children die during Bris Milah. It's referring to Talmidei Chachamim that when they teach Hilchas Shchita, sometimes they demonstrate Shchita on themselves. Rava said, Kol mili lechsi inish benafshe. If a person wants to demonstrate a Sugya, you could do it. Lebar mishchita b'davar. There's 2 things you shouldn't demonstrate on yourself, based on an al-tiftach peh l'satan. This is not an al-tiftach peh. It's not like an al-tiftach maisa. You don't want the maisa. This is even worse than al-tiftach peh. And what are the 2 things? Shchita and davar. What's Shchita? That's Shchita. What's Davaracha? That's Taras. This is why the Chassam Sofer used to fast in the yeshiva of Preshberg. It's mentioned the Sefer HaZakar before they learned Masechta Schulin. It was because of this Gemara, because he was worried that maybe sometimes the Maggid Shir is going to do this, and because of that he used to fast. He said, what does it mean? Nechshavnu ketzoin. What does it mean? It's referring to Talmidei Chachamim that they're memes atzman al divrei Torah. Reb Shimon ben Lakish, the Amar Reb Shimon ben Lakish, ein divrei Torah miskayim in elo b'mishem memes atzman. Torah has a kiyum by someone that kills himself over the Torah. Shenem azoisa Torah Adam ki yamus ba'oil v'goymer. Just to end again, b'ki toiv, and that is, so today's daf spoke about the Churban of Tur Malka. It spoke about the Churban of Beitar, and then at the end there was digression, which is all me'inyan le'inyan ba'isa inyan, from Churban l'Churban l'Churban. Tomorrow's daf we're going to pick up again with Churban Beitar. But we spoke a lot about the Churban of Tur Malka, the Churban of Beitar, and maybe they're actually somewhat related to each other. There's a postscript to Churban Beitar. The postscript is, the Gemara says in Masechtas Brachas, Daf Mem Ches Amud Beis. We know that when we bench, we say 4 brachas. You have the bracha of Hazan, Noida Lecha, Uvnei Yerushalayim, and then we have the bracha of Atoy V'Ametiv. And the Gemara says that the first 3 brachas of Brachas Hamazon were all D'Oraisa. The 4th bracha, the bracha of Atoy V'Ametiv, that bracha is the bracha of the Rabbanon. So what's the rest of the story? When did the Rabbanon institute the bracha of Atoy V'Ametiv? Zok the Gemara, Omer Rab Masna, Oisei Ayoim Shenitnu Harugei Beitar L'Kfura. The day that the Harugei Beitar were allowed to be buried, Tiknu B'Yavna, the Yidden at the time were in Yavna, and they were masakin a bracha. The bracha was Atoy V'Ametiv. Hatoy Shaloi Yisrichu, V'Ametiv Shenitnu L'Kfura. They looked back and they said this was a terrible churban. The bodies didn't decompose. Baruch Hashem, we were able to bury these mason. The background is, if you go back to that Yerushalmi, the Yerushalmi says for years the Jews were not allowed to bury. They weren't allowed to bury their Mesa. And finally, that decree that they couldn't even bury their Mesa, even that they didn't forget the Yidden. It went away. So they were masakin a bracha. He says, we have to show HaKoros HaToiv to the Eibishter. So how are we going to be makar toiv? We're going to make a bracha. HaToiv shelo yisrichu v'ameitav shenitnu l'kfura. So I once saw in the drushes from Ramosha Avigdor Amiel, such a beautiful machshava. He said that go through the bracha, the fourth bracha in benching. There isn't a nicer bracha in the world than that bracha. Hu heitiv, hu meitiv, hu yetiv lanu, hu gimalanu, hu gemlenu, hu yigmalenu, lad lechenu, lechesedu, lerachnu, lerevach, hatzol, vatzloch, bracha, yeshua, necham, barnos. Right? It's like a bracha of overflowing HaKoros HaToiv. The Eibush is not just good. HaToiv, hu meitiv, hu yetiv, hamush, hu gemlanu, gemlenu, yigmalenu, hayoiv, you get every tense and you get every possible adjective that has anything to do with HaToiv in this bracha. And he says, this bracha was instituted, why? Finally, after years, they were allowed to, after millions of Jews were murdered and massacred. You had the Churban, they didn't get themselves back, and their mamish regrouping. They start a campaign to rebuild the Beis HaMikdash, Kamtza Daryanis, Asaru Gemachos, think about what's going on. And this is when they instituted the bracha. Sir Amiel said a machshava. And that is, he said, who is the leader of this generation? Who is the manik of the Tkufa of Churban Beitar? It was Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva, we know from the Gemara in the end of Masechtas Makis, he was able to laugh when everybody was crying. He was able to see Nechama when everybody saw Churban. And the Dar, who were Talmidei Rabbi Akiva, who were nischanech in this Indian of Akiva Nichamtanu, of able to see a silver lining, where despite that they face and they witness Churban on such a degree, but at the same time they saw Ahavas Hashem, and they saw that the Eibush still treating us like Bonim, and they realized that you're right, Churban and Shiftacha Meshantacha Heima Yenachamuni, but at the same time they saw Nechama, and they felt the Nechama on such a level that they wrote a bracha, not a kinna. They wrote a bracha, and they didn't just write a bracha. The bracha of Atoiv HaMeitiv. This is the bracha that you say when a davar nifla happens to you. When a tzara happens, you say Baruch Dayan Emes. That's not the fourth bracha of benching. The fourth bracha of benching is the bracha of Atoiv HaMeitiv. But just to be Messiah, we read the Rambam. The Rambam in Hilchos Tainis, the Rambam Perek Halacha Gimel. And the Rambam says, Tisha B'Av is one of the Tanesim, the Chamisha Dvarim Irubai. There were 5 things that happened. And we went through them, but we didn't finish the Rambam. We read the first 4. What were the first 4? Gazra al Yisrael b'midbar shlo yikansu la'aretz, the B'chiyah l'dayres, Charv avayis b'rishaynu b'shniya. And then the Rambam's L'shoynei Azav, the way he describes Churban Beitar. But there was another thing that happened. The other thing that happened was, Ubay b'yom ha'muchel l'peraniyos, that day, that's muchel l'peraniyos, Charash Tunis Rufus Harasha, mi malchei edem es ha'hechel. Tunis Rufus Harasha. He was one of the Malchei Edom. He was one of the Roman kings. He took a plow and he plowed the Heichal, the Esvivam and the surrounding area. L'kayim, to be Mekayim the pasuk that says, Tzion, Sodati Charesh. That one day, Tzion, Zion, would be plowed like it was a field. This is the 5th of the 5 things that happened on this day. So today we went down history lane a little bit. What was this? And when did this happen? When did Tunis Rufus take his proverbial plow and go and plow the fields of Yerushalayim, of the Makom HaMikdash, of the Heichal? Tunis Rufus was Rabbi Akiva's Bar Plukta. Throughout Shas, Rabbi Akiva is debating Tunis Rufus. Tunis Rufus was the one who killed Rabbi Akiva. He's this Melech who put Rabbi Akiva on death row. He lived at the time of Churban Beitar. In fact, this happened right after Churban Beitar. This was the exclamation mark of Churban Beitar. So Churban Beitar, we talked about. Right after Churban Beitar, Tunis Rufus goes, and what's his next move? He's Mimalchei Edom, and he's Choresh es ha'heichel v'esvivav. L'kayim, to Mekayim this pasuk of Tzion, Sodati Choresh. But now that we understand a little bit of the history of it, we can appreciate it. Because there was a movement, the Beis HaMikdash was maybe going to be rebuilt. B'mei Rabbi Yeshua ben Chananya, there was literally a decree, an edict that was passed by the Roman Empire, build the Beis HaMikdash. And there was a tremendous movement. But then Adaryanis came, and Bar Kochva, and Churban Beitar, and all the terrible tsaris.
And then Kamtza again Turnus Rufus, and he takes it to another level. Asar Ruge Malchus. He kills Rabbi Akiva. Rabbon shel kol harabonim nun shari chachma. He kills Rabbi Akiva that when Moshe Rabbeinu went up to Makabel the Torah, he saw Rabbi Akiva said, "Why give me the Torah through me?" And they didn't even answer him. He said, "Shtoik, kachol afon machshav. This is what I want to do. This is the way it's going to be." But Enochanami, there wasn't a good Torah. It almost sounds like I'll be nigla anyways. It's a good kasha, and that's who this Turnus Rufus is. And he says, "I'm going to make a dogush. I'm going to show you Jews how far you are." Not negeya. He takes a plow and he plows through the heichal. But I'll tell you a davar nifla that the Lubavitcher Rebbe said. He said this nevuah of Tzir and Sadat Ticharish is the low point. This is the low point. This is the fifth of the 5 things. Now that we can inherit a little bit, we can appreciate it. By the way, it's mentioned in the Gemara in the end of Masechtes Makis, right? L'chein beglalchem Tzir and Sadat Ticharish. This was the lowest of the points that the Yidden had come to. But the pasuk, when it describes this low point, it says that what happened to Tzion? What happened to the Heichel? It was plowed. You know when you plow? You plow when you're going to be Zayreya. You plow when one day you're going to be Koitzer. So the Lubavitcher Rebbe said, this nevuah of Tzion Sadat Ticharish, which is the 5th and final of the Yisoidis and the Shoshis things that happen on Tisha B'Av. And he went ahead. What did he do? He plowed the land. Niva v'lo yoda manasnava. He plowed. Because Enochanami, right now, Tzion is like a field. But at the same time, like the Gemara says, there's going to be a day where the Skenim and the Skenos are going to be Berchoivas Yerushalayim. People will be Zeichet Tarichas Yamim. One day Mashiach is going to come. And one day we're going to have the Mokem HaMikdash. This will be the Bayis HaShlishi. And that's the Akiva Nichamtonu in Turnus Rufus. Turnus Rufus was Rabbi Akiva's Baal Plukta. And he went and he said, I'm going to show you Rabbi Akiva. Tzion Sadat Ticharish. Rabbi Akiva always gets the final answer. And Rabbi Akiva is going to get the final answer. Rabbi Akiva is going to get, pun intended, the last laugh. And Yetz Hashem, we should all be Zoicha to Akiva Nichamtonu.
Today's daf is Gittin Daf Nun Ches, and we are at the very last line of Daf Nun Zayin Omid Beis, Omar Rabba Bar Chana, Omar Rabbi Yochanan. Today's daf is being learned as a Schus Refuah Shalema for Ita Yehudis Bas Mindel and Osher Ben Ita. Today's daf is also being learned for Ilui Nishmas, Moshe Ben Aharon, and Chaim Elazar, Ben Yibodol Chaim, Reb Shimshon Aryeh. So today's daf is part 3 of the 3 daf series of Kamtza Ubar Kamtza. But as we saw, that really it's a little bit of a misnomer. The first daf discusses the events that led up to the destruction of the second Beis HaMikdash, Kamtza Bar Kamtza, Charav Yerushalayim. The second daf already didn't talk about Kamtza Bar Kamtza. Rather, it discussed the events or the event that led to the destruction of Tur Malka, Atar Negoyla, Atar Negolta, Charav Tur Malka, and the event that led to the destruction of Beitar, Ashaka de Rispak, Charav Beitar. Today's daf is going to begin continuing to discuss Churban Beitar, and really just another Amid Gemara of Me'inyan Ba'isa Inyan discussing Churban, specifically the Tkufa of Bayeshen. Zok the Gemara. Omar Rabba Bar Chana, Omar Rabbi Yochanan. Arboim saw Kitzutzei Tfilin Nimtzu Beroshe Haruge Beitar. So in yesterday's daf, the Gemara talked about the terrible destruction that was Churban Beitar. And Rabbi Yochanan said that he heard that when they went to investigate the chalolim, all the corpses, the people that were killed during the great massacre of Beitar, what they found was that the Haruge Beitar were wearing tefillin. In fact, there were 40 sa of tefillin that were found on the heads of the Haruge Beitar. Rabbi Rabbi Shmuel said, not 40 sa, but rather shalish kupas, arba'im sa. They found 3 kupas, each one of 40 sa, meaning not 40, but 120 sa. Masnisa Tana, Abraisa said it was arba'im kupas. They found 40 kupas. Shalish sa, each one had 3 sa in it. It's the same math.
whether it's 3 times 40 or 40 times 3, the point is it wasn't 40 sa, but rather it was 120 sa. Says the Gemara, if that's the case, we have a little bit of a kasha. Rabbi Yochanan said, how much tefillin, meaning what was the weight? It was arba'im sa of tefillin, and here we have a Messiah that it wasn't 40, but rather it was 120. The Gemara says, well, it's really not a kasha. Hadaresha, hadadara. One was talking about the tefillin shal rosh, and the other was talking about the tefillin shal yad. Zok Rashi, the tefillin shal rosh are gedolim from the tefillin shal yad, and the reason is because the tefillin shal rosh, the 4 parashiyos are in 4 batim, as opposed to the tefillin shal yad, it's all in 1 bias. As a result, the tefillin shal rosh is really 4 times the size of the tefillin shal yad, or it's there's 3 additional. So it's for that reason, being that they were bigger than what the smaller, so the tefillin shal rosh were 120, the tefillin shal yad were only 40. That's the way Rashi explains the Gemara. The emes is, Rashi's pshat is a little bit dachuk. And the reason Rashi's pshat is a little bit dachuk, because according to Rashi, the 120 was the tefillin shal rosh, the 40 was the tefillin shal yad. What was Rabbi Yochanan's memra? Arba'im sa kitzutzei tefillin nimtzu b'roshei harugei beitar. It sounds like the 40 were on the head. It sounds like it was the tefillin shal rosh. So it's Yodua that on the side of the Ein Yaakov, one of the Mefarshim is the Eitz Yosef. And the Eitz Yosef says, Shamati b'shem Hagoyin Rab Kiva Eger Zechreinu Levracha. I heard b'shem Hagoyin Rab Kiva Eger, who said, Pshat in this Gemara different than Rashi. He said, Lulei de Mistafina, I would say that was fakert. That the 40 was the tefillin shal rosh, like the Lashon of the Gemara, and the 120 was the tefillin shal yad. What's the cheshbon? Rashi said a little bit of a cheshbon. But, Zok Reb Kiva Eger, why would the tefillin shal yad be more than the tefillin shal rosh? So Kedarke Bakoidesh, he said a charifos. He said that tefillin shal rosh you wear when you're wearing the tefillin shal rosh. Obviously. Tefillin shal yad you wear when you're wearing the tefillin shal rosh, but you also wear it when you're not wearing your tefillin shal rosh. First you put on your tefillin shal yad, so you're only wearing your tefillin shal yad. Then you put on your tefillin shal rosh, which means you're wearing the tefillin shal yad at the same time that you're wearing the tefillin shal rosh. And then when you take your tefillin off, first you take off your tefillin shal rosh. So what emerges then is that you'll be wearing your tefillin shal yad alone. Hagam, you're not wearing your tefillin shal rosh anymore. So tefillin shal rosh you wear chad pami when you wear your tefillin shal rosh. Tefillin shal yad you wear sometimes without the tefillin shal rosh, before and after. So he said it comes out this 3 zmanim ki'ilu that you would be wearing your tefillin shal yad, as opposed to 1 zman that you're wearing your tefillin shal rosh. He says when they came in to destroy the city of Beitar, so the oilam was putting on their tefillin, they were taking off that tefillin. The tefillin shal rosh, you had the people that were wearing the tefillin shal rosh, but then you had people that were wearing the tefillin shal yad only because they hadn't put on the tefillin shal rosh yet. And there were other people that were holding from the previous minyan, they were taking off already that tefillin shal rosh. So all they were was that tefillin shal yad. So you had 3 zmanim of tefillin shal yad, 1 zman of tefillin shal rosh. That's why there's 40 sa of tefillin shal rosh, like the Lashon of Gemara, nimtzu b'roshei harugei beitar, as opposed to tefillin shal yad. You had 3 zmanim, and that's why it was 120. V'ruyin advarim l'misha amram. It's just interesting. As Meretz showing from the side of the Ein Yaakov, so the Iyun Yaakov, Yaakov Reisha, the Baal Shvus Yaakov, in his Pirush, he says, what's the significance? What were Chazal trying to say? That there were kitzutzei tefillin that were found on the Rosh and on the Shal Yad of the Harugei Beitar. So Pashit, it's l'shvach, that they were wearing tefillin, they were kedoshim, they were tzaddikim. For a person to die, wearing tefillin is mamash gevald. But he says it could be that there's a symbolism to the other side as well. And that is, we mentioned yesterday that Chazal said that why was Beitar destroyed? Bayis Rishon was Avodah Zarah Gilorai Shvichas Damim. Bayis Sheni was because it's an Aschina, Lashon Hara. Why was Beitar destroyed? Chazal said because they didn't properly mourn Yerushalayim. We know that an Ovel doesn't wear tefillin. He puts Efer Tachas Pe'er. And on Tisha B'Av, we don't wear tefillin until Mincha, which is the Zman of Nachit. But really, by Shachrus, we don't wear tefillin. The Harugei Beita were wearing tefillin. Lohidiyacha mitzarecha, there was a midas aktusha in that. Abi mitzad sheni, so you felt in the avelos of Churban Beis Hamikdash, and that's why Chazal went out of the way to talk about all the tefillin that they were wearing. That instead of there being Eifa Berosham, there was Pe'er Berosham, and it was Gara Kitrug, it was Gara Taino. One of the reasons, or the ikar reason for Churban Beita. Zok the Gemara Vayta. The Pasuk says, Omar Rav Asi. Rav Asi said, Arba kabin moyach nimtzu al even achas. There were 4 kabin of moyach.
of brains that were found on one stone. Now Rashi says this took place bechurban bayis rishon. Ula said Tishas kabin, not 4 kabin but 9 kabin. Amar Rav Kahana v'temer Shila bar Mari Mikra. What's the makar to this? Where do you even find this? So it's a pasuk in Tehillim. The pasuk says Bas Bavel Hashaduda. Ashrei sheyishalem lach as gemulech shegamalt lanu. So the pasuk says, praises the person that's going to take revenge from Bavel. What did Bavel do? Ashrei sheyoiches v'nipetz esolola yichal asela. Whoever's going to take your children and is going to bang them on the seller. Ashrei Mida keneged Mida, Nekama for what they did to the Yidden, and that's where you see that this took place. How did Rashi know this was Bechorban Bayis Rishon? Because that's the pasuk. Bas Bavel Ashaduda. That's where Rashi was mefarish that this took place Bechorban Bayis Rishon. Zok the Gemara. Bnei Bav, Bnei Tzion, Hayakarim, Hamesulaim Bapaz. This is a pasuk in Eicha, and it talks about the Bnei Tzion, the sons, the children, the boys of Tzion. They were very, very precious. They were misulayim bapaz. So the Gemara, my misulayim bapaz, what does that even mean? So the Gemara says like this: It doesn't mean literally. They have a machbi bepiza. So piza is hanechmadim. It means some valuable jewel. So it doesn't mean they were decked out in like the finest clothing and in the finest pearls. But we have a Messiah from the Yeshiva Rab Sheva, Tarti Maskali, Estiri Pisa Nachas Ba'alma. There were 2 Estiri weights of Pisa that came down to the world. One is in Rome, the Chadabakuli Alma. The other one is in the entire world combined. Meaning there's not that much puz outside of Rome to say that all the Bnei Tzion were Misulam, the puz, that they were covered with puz. It can't mean literally. What it means is, show you Meganin es ha-puz biyafyan. These boys were so handsome, they were so beautiful, that if somebody looked at Puz, after they looked at these boys, Puz looked disgusting. So Puz usually is Geval, that's why it's so expensive, it's so precious. But these boys were so much more yoifi than the Puz. They were meganin as a Puz b'yoifian. So the Gemara tells a very, very painful story. The chshuvim of Roimi, when they were meshamish mitasam, so there was an Indian that a person wanted to look at something very, very precious at the time of Tashmish Amita. So they would do is they would take their signet and they would put it by the bed, they would look at it, and that's the way they were Meshamshi Arsayit. But when they saw the Bnei Tzion, Maisu Bnei Yisrael, they took these Jewish boys, Va'asri B'kayu de Perayu, they tied them to the beds, Meshamshi, and B'shas Tashmish, they were looking at these boys. So the Gemara says, so as this is happening, one of these boys turns to his friend and he says, I understand that all the tsaras that we're going through right now, these are the tsaras haksuvim b'Torah. These tsaras are all mentioned in the Teichacha. Right? The first Teichacha, Parshas Bechukos, the Ramban says is Keneged Churban Bayis Rishon. The second Teichacha, Parshas Kisavi, the Ramban says is Keneged Churban Bayis Sheni. So obviously this Indian that we're dealing with right now must be Meruma somewhere in Parshas Kisavai. So he asked him, where is it? Because I'm not familiar of a pasuk that describes this. On Malay, so he told him, the pasuk says, Gam kol choli v'chol maka ashaloi kosav b'sefer ha'Torah azois yalim Hashem alecha ad yishamdach. He says, you want to know where it's Merumas? It's in that pasuk. There's one general pasuk that says, even things that are not mentioned in the Torah, Rahman ul-Litzlan is going to happen, that's where it is. So the boy turns to his friend, these innocent little children. He says, Kamim rachitnu miduchnu plan. I didn't get up to this pasuk. I'm just curious. You know where I was holding in Cheder when all these tsaras started to happen, when the madness began. How far was I? Amalei, he told him, Ingit. Rashi says, Purta. A little bit. Pusta upalga. Daf v'chetzi, says Rashi. You were mamish right there. Amalei. So again, he very innocently responds to him. He tells him, Matoi l'gabei lo yitzrichilach. Wow, had I learned just another daf, a daf and a half, I wouldn't have needed you. I wouldn't have had to ask you this question. Just juxtaposing the innocence of these little children with Rahman al-Litzlan, what they were subjected to. Zok the Gemara, Rabbi Yehuda Mashmuel, Mishum Reb Shimon Gamliel. Rabbi Yehuda Mashmuel said in the name of Reb Shimon Gamliel, this is what's pshat in the pasuk that says, Eini oilolo nafshi mikol benois iri. And this too is a pasuk in Sefer Eicha. So Reb Shimon Gamliel said, Arba meis bati knesias hoy bekrach Beitar. There were 400 bati knesias in the city of Beitar. Ubechalachas v'achas hoyu ba arba meis malamdi tinoikis. Each one of these Batiknesios had 400 malamdei tinoikos. V'chalechad de'echad hayu lefan of arba meis tinoikos shabeis rabbim. And each one taught 400 tinoikos shabeis rabbim. When the enemy entered, hayu doiker noisam b'chutreim, they brought these big sticks and they would literally stab them. They would hit them with the sticks. Ushagavar oyev ulachtum. And when the oyev finally
in a bad way, actually was successful in conquering Beitar, Karkum, Besifreim. They took all these boys, with the Rebbes, they wrapped them up in a Sefer Torah, V'hitzitzum be'esh, and they lit them on fire. And Reb Shimon Gamliel says that's what Yirmiyahu Hanavi saw Beruach Kachai, and this is what he was saying prophecy about. Eini oilula v'nafshi mikol b'noi siri. It's interesting. Reb Shimon Gamliel is talking about Churban Beitar. There's another Gemara. It's a Gemara in Bava Kama, in the end of Perek Meruba, Daf Pei Gimel Amud Aleph. We just learned it together in Masechta Soita, Daf Mem Tes Amud Beis, the last daf from Masechta Soita. The Gemara says, Am Rabbi Yehuda Amar Shmuel Mishum Reb Shimon ben Gamliel. The same exact pasuk, the same Reb Shimon Gamliel. Eini oilul lenafshi mikol b'nois iri. Reb Shimon Gamliel said, Elef yuladim hoyu b'veis Abba. He said, my family, Shimon Gamliel, this is the family of the Nasi. He said there were 1,000 children that were eniklich from the Tata's Mishpacha. Chamish meis mehem lamdu Torah. 500 of them learned Torah. Chamish meis lamdu chachmas yavanas. And 500 of them learned chachmas yavanas. V'lo nishtayr mehen ela ani kan uben achi abe ba'asya. And from Churban Beita there were 2 survivors. Me and I have a nephew that lives in Asya. We were the only ones that survived. Now it's interesting, there's a little bit of a discussion which Reb Shimon Gamliel this is. Pashtus, it sounds like it would be Reb Yehuda Nasi's father, if we're talking about Churban Beita. Some say this is maybe Reb Shimon Gamliel, who lived earlier. I saw in the Toldos Sanam, the Amiram, there's a little bit of a shmooze. But one thing for sure, you learn Reb Shimon Gamliel in Shas. Ezer Reb Shimon Gamliel Shiyir, you don't think of him as a Holocaust survivor. Right? We always say this. When you learn Gemara, it's Freilach. You don't feel this. But this is who Reb Shimon Gamliel is. Me, and I have one cousin, a nephew, who lives in Asya, and we're the only ones that survive from the entire family. And they're survivors of Churban Beita. But Al Kapanim, Reb Shimon Gamliel was a survivor. He's talking about Churban Beita, all the different children and everybody that was there. He's an eyewitness account. But I'll tell you something else interesting, and that is the Achronim ask a kasha. 2 interesting things. The Achronim ask that it says that there were Melamed Tinoikis, and each Melamed Tinoikis taught 400 Yeladim, taught 400 children. So I saw all the Achronim ask this kasha. Mamish, every Achron asks this same kasha. From the Gemara Masechtas Bava Basra, Daf Chaf Aleph Amud Aleph. The Gemara says, Omar Rava, Sach Mikri Dardiki Esrim V'Chamisha Yanuki. That the amount of children that you're allowed to have in a class is 25. And what if you have more? But one Rebbe is not allowed to teach more than 25 children. The Sugya over here is the Gemara about Yeshua ben Gamla, Sholmolehu Nishtakach Torah Yisrael. He was the one who set up the yeshiva system, Ki Yodua. But it's a Mefurish Gemara that a Rebbe is not allowed to teach more than 25 Talmidim. So how's it possible that each one of the Malamdei Tinoikis was teaching 400 children? L'chura, what happened to this halacha? And the Achreinim say different pashta terutza maybe to answer this kasha. But my muschol rishon was that we've spoken out so many times over the years from Hagoyin Reb David Yoel Weishlita, who said that you find this number 400 kiseda v'kiseda. And he says the number 400 is a lashon guzma. There's so many examples of it. You look out for it, you'll see it. We still talk about the number 22 and the number 400. And whenever Chazal wanted to mention a smaller number, Misper Katan is Chav Beis, and Misper Gadol is 400. The remez yech ladavar, because Aleph Beis, Aleph through Taf are the Chav Beis Oisiyah Shavay Nivru Shamayim Varetz. So Taf, there's 22 Oisiyahs. Taf meaning the Gemar, the Hashlama of Misper Katan. Taf is also the Gematria of 400. It's the Hashlama of Misper Gadol. But again, so the Muschel Rishon was that we're dealing here with a Lashon Guzma. It's not a real number. And that means this whole Gemara sounds that way. Because there were 400 Bati Knesias and 400 Malamdei Tinoikis, and each one was teaching 400 Tinoikis Shalais Rabbam. So once we have already a Makar Kaddish to say that 400 is a Mispur of Guzma, it certainly sounds like from this Eidos of Reb Shimon Gamliel, we don't mean 400 as opposed to 399 and 401. What we mean is a Lashon Guzma. The only thing is that 400 Lashon Guzma usually is the Taich because it's a big number, and we're not sure what the number is, so we're throwing out the number 400, so you should understand. I'm not exactly sure how many people were there, but it was a big number. The kash is we have a number. The number is 25. That's what it should say. If 25 is the maximum number, so say 25. Why would you have to say 400 would be? It was 211. It was 500, 900, 100. So you just say 400. So Pashin and Pshat, I'm not 100%. But I'll tell you another beautiful ara. And that is, so what happened? They come in, they wrap them in the Sefer Torah, and they lit them on fire. There's a sefer that was put out last year in Tafshin Pei Beis from a young man in Lakewood. The sefer is called Be'ikvei Agolos. The Mechaber of the Sefer is Rabbi Yaakov Beer. It's mamish a beautiful sefer. He goes through line by line the entire Sugya of Kamtza bar Kamtza. He starts from the beginning, Daf Nun Hey Amid Beis. He goes through today's Daf Nun Ches Amid Aleph. It's mamish extremely thorough. In the back of the sefer, he has a kuntras that he called Maimon Mordechai. It's Misichosav Shalagoyin Ramordechai Gifter Zeichatzadik V'Kadosh L'Vracha. But either way, a beautiful sefer. So I saw he makes a beautiful zushtal to this Gemara. It's a very, very well-known Gemara. It's a poignant Gemara, very appropriate to speak out in a daf like this. So the Gemara is Masechtas Avodah Zarah Daf Yud Ches Amud Aleph. The Gemara says Tanu Rabbanan Kishchal Rabbi Yosef ben Kisma. Rabbi Yosef ben Kisma was sick. Holach Rabbi Chanina ben Tradian Levakra. Rabbi Chanina ben Tradian went to be Mevakah Choyla. Amaloi. So Rabbi Yosef ben Kisma saw Rabbi Chanina ben Tradian. So he told him, Chanina Achi, my brother Chanina, don't you know that? Don't you know that this nation, the nation of Rome, they were appointed, they were given their greatness. They didn't just take this by themselves. It was given to them from Shemayim. You know what the raya is? They're still going. How's it possible? The Nakama should have happened already. And the Eibush is letting them do their thing. And Vaistois, they have a tremendous siyata d'shmaya. Now, I heard about you, I hear that you sit and you darshan and you're giving shiurim barabim, and you have a sefer Torah. What are you doing? You know this is gzeira. Now, when did this happen? When was Reb Chanina ben Tradian killed? After yesterday's Akdama. We know exactly when it happened. This is not Churban Bayesheni. This is already 50, 60 years later. This is already Churban Beitar. This is the time of Dasar, Rugei Malchus. So this is mamish the circuit, the era that our Gemaras are discussing right now. Maloi, so Reb Chanina ben Tradian told Rabbi Yosef ben Kisma, no, I hear what you're saying, but min hashamayim yirachamu. I have betochin, I don't have salvavis. I'm comfortable 100% they're going to have Rachmanis for me at Shemaim. Amaloi, Rabbi Yosef ben Kisma told Rabbi Chanina ben Tradian, I'm reasoning with you. I'm talking to you like a rational person. What kind of answer is that? And he told him, it'll be a chiddush to me. If they're not going to burn you together with the Sefer Torah, Amalei Rebbe, do I have a portion of Olam Haba? Did you ever do anything to merit a portion of Olam Haba? He told him I was a Gabbai Tzedakah and I was once a Mevater. Or you're a Mevater? 100%. The Rambam safe Pirush HaMishnayis and the Masechtas Makos Vadvar Matikin. Either way, the Gemara says Amru. A short while after this story, after this encounter between Rabbi Yosef ben Kisma, Rabbi Chanina ben Tradian, Rabbi Yosef ben Kisma passed away. The whole kol gedolei roimi lekoivrei, and all the gedolei roimi they came to partake in the kfura and the levaya. V'spidu hesped gadol. Rabbi Yosef ben Kisma he got a tremendous hesped. B'chazaras on the way back, mitzaul Rabbi Chanina ben Tradian. They saw Rabbi Chanina ben Tradian show yoyshiv v'oisik b'Torah u'makol kilos berabim v'sefer Torah munach loy b'cheikoi. Heavy you, they took Rabbi Chanina ben Tradian. They arrested him. Ukrochu b'sefer Torah, and they wrapped him in the sefer Torah. V'hikifu b'chaviles miros, and then they surrounded him with chaviles miros, with twigs, with wood. V'yitzitzu ben hasaor, and they lit it all on fire. V'yisfilu svugan shel tzemer, and then they brought these big bundles of wool. Ushram b'mayim, they soaked it in water. They put it on his heart. So like this, he would die a long, painful death. So Rabbi Chanina ben Tradian's daughter was there, and she's witnessing this. And she said, Abba, can I look? I can't look at this. Allah. So he responded the following: if I would be burnt alone, it would have been very hard for me to witness that. But now that I'm burning together with a Sefer Torah, I'm comfortable. You know why? Because Misha Mevakesh al Boina shall Sefer Torah, the Eibush who I know for sure is going to take revenge. I know he's going to avenge my blood as well. He said, what do you see? I see the parchments burning. And the Gemara goes on with the Katzlaniri who ended up saving him. He was Zoichet Olam Haba, and Rebbe said, referring to that person. which Ramosha brings in a tshuva with regards to end of life shaylas. There's a lot going on here in this Gemara. But Al Kopanim, see, he stelzu did the mechaber of the slave of Ikvei Agolos beautifully. He said, Reb Chanina ben Tradian had a tremendous nechama that he was being burnt together with a Sefer Torah. He said, if I was being burnt myself, he said it would have been koshali. But achshav shani nisra v'Sefer Torah imi misha mevakish al boinu shal Sefer Torah hu yevakish al boinu. He says all these children by Churban Beitar. It was a terrible, terrible thing. And they were all burnt, but they were burnt, wrapped together with the Sefer Torah. And b'shas desreifa, they had chotchik, a little bit of a nechama. The nechama was that Misha mevakish al boinu shel Sefer Torah, hu yevakish al boinu. They were at least zoicha to that Reb Chanina ben Tradian was zoicha to. And to that, and he had tremendous nechama from. And the emphasis in light of what we spoke about yesterday, that Churban Beitar was really, in a way, the hashlama of Churban Beis HaMikdash. Right, we spoke about this yesterday, I think it needs to be brought out again. Churban Beitar is one of the things that happened on Tisha B'Av. Tisha B'Av, we think of Churban Beis HaMikdash. Right, that's really what happened. It's Churban Beis HaMikdash. What are the 5 things? The fact that the Yidden were nigza, that they weren't going to go into Eretz Yisrael. That first dar, they wouldn't be able to build a Beis HaMikdash. Which, by the way, caused Churban Beis HaMikdash. Because we know, had that dar gone in, Moshe Rabbeinu would have gone in, he would have built a Beis HaMikdash, would have never been destroyed. And Bayis Rishon was destroyed, and Bayis Sheni was destroyed. And then Turnus Rufus, he plows through the Makam HaMikdash. It's all Churban Beis HaMikdash. Beitar is Eichet Churban Beis HaMikdash. In Eicha, we're talking about Churban Beitar too. It's also Churban Beis HaMikdash. And the reason is because the Yidden was starting to build a Beis HaMikdash. But this was mamish, this was the dagger in the coffin. That's really what it was. It was the Churban, and then it was Turnus Rufus, and it was mamish Tzion, Kasoda Ticharesh. This was the end. But in Churban Beitar, what the Yidden saw was, they saw Oid Yesh V'Uskein and V'Uskeinas, because they saw the Necham that Reb Chanina ben Tradian saw, and that is Misha Mevakish Al Boinu Shel Sefer Torah Hu Yevakish Al Boinu. And all those children knew that there would be a day that the Eibishter would be Mevakish Al Boinu, and they saw that precisely because they were wrapped inside the Sefer Torah. Zok the Gemara Vayt. Tanu Rabbanan. Maisa was a story by Rabbi Yeshua ben Chananya. And if this story sounds familiar, it's because we talked a lot about this in the last few weeks in the raid. He went to one of the big cities in Rome. They told him, there's a tinik in the Beis HaAsurim, he's a very, very handsome child. He went to the Pesach Beis HaAsurim. Omar, he said, the following pasuk. The pasuk he said was, Mi nosan l'meshisa Yaakov v'Yisrael levoizesem. It's a pasuk in Yeshaya Perek Mem Beis. He said, who caused all these terrible tzaras to happen to the Yidden? So this child that was there, he answered. Va'omar, and he said, the end of that pasuk, Haloy Hashem, it's the Eibishter who caused it. And the reason he caused it is because Zu Chatanu Loi. We sinned. We didn't do what we were supposed to do. And because we didn't behave the way we were supposed to behave, therefore the Eibishter caused this to happen. Omar, so Rabbi Shimon Chananya said, Muftachani Boisha Moirei Rabbi Yisrael. It's pasha to me, I give a haftacha that this child's going to be a Moirei Rabbi Yisrael. And then he said, oh, avoid I switch. I'm not going to leave until I redeem him, and it doesn't matter how much money I'm asked, I'm going to pay for it. Here, it's like Kasha Daf Memei, the Maram Rottenberg prisoner swaps. That's all the raid that we spoke about the last few weeks. Either way, Amru it is said that Rabbi Shimon Chananya literally didn't move from there until he came up with the money, and he was paid to him. And it took a little bit of time, not more than that. Until this child was a Moirei Rabbi Yisrael, and who was this child? Rabbi Shmuel ben Elisha. It was Rabbi Shmuel ben Elisha. Incidentally, there's a big discussion. The Seit HaDoros talks about this, and others, who this Rabbi Shmuel ben Elisha was. Because, l'chura, again, now that we're history buffs after yesterday's daf, so when did this story take place? L'chura, this was probably well after the Churban, and if that's the case, this child would grow up to be Rabbi Shmuel ben Elisha. I thought Rabbi Shmuel ben Elisha said, Pamachas nichnasti, lahaktik teiris lefnai v'lefnim. He was the Kohen Gadol. So how could it be Rabbi Shmuel ben Elisha? The Teretz says, Tosfos says in different places, there were 2 Rabbi Shmuel ben Elishas. This would seemingly be the other Rabbi Shmuel ben Elisha. Either way, this is the story. I'll tell you another ha'ara I saw in the Sefer B'ikvei Agolas. He brings B'Shem a Sefer, who brings B'Shem the Brisker Rav, Moron HaGriz, that the Griz asked the obvious question. Right? You learn this Gemara, he asked this question, and that is, what did Rabbi Shimon ben Chananya see in this child that was so impressive? He said, Muftachani, it's poshut to me that he's going to be a Gadol Yisrael, which according to one Teretz of Tosfos, that's the reason that Rabbi Shimon ben Chananya was allowed to be paid to him, Chiddush lahalacha, because it was so poshut to him. So the great Rabbi Yeshua sees in this child, right? Rabbi Yeshua ben Chananya himself was Ashrei Yeladotai. He knew what it meant that from a young age you could already sense a prodigy. But he sees somehow in this child, it's Pashat. What did he do, Sachakal? He said over a pasuk in Yeshayim Membeis, he said the beginning of the pasuk, and the kid was able to rattle off the end of the pasuk. You know, today for a kid to know Yeshayim Membeis is a great chiddush. But once upon a time, it was Pashat, it was Aleph Beis. Pun intended, it was Aleph Beis. Kids knew Tanakh cold. So what's the great Psoikli Psukech, right? That's what they used to tell children. Don't try this today. But they would tell a child, Psoikli Psukech, because they knew Psukim. They used to learn Tanakh. So what's the great chiddush over here? That he was able to know the end of the pasuk. So the Briskerov said, the gadlus wasn't that he knew the pasuk. He said the gadlus was shteltzachvar, when people were talking in the Gesalach, what caused the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash? He said there were probably people that said, oh, you see, it was the fact that the Biryonim went and they burnt the chitim and the sa'irim, and as a result it was a kafna, and therefore everything just imploded. Or we should have fought, or we should have not fought. Right? If you go through the story, there are a lot of things. Rabbi Yechon ben Zakkai is standing in front of the Kesar and he's given an offer that everybody wishes they would get. Mamish, the most powerful, wealthiest person in the world says, ask me what you want, I'll give it to you. You can't even believe that's happening, right? And what did he ask for? Not for the Beis HaMikdash. So Sugya Asach Sibra said, the Briskerov, that a lot of people probably attributed the Churban Beis HaMikdash to. What did this child say? Rabbi Shimon ben Chananya said, Nebuch, what caused all this? And he said, this kid understood why this happened. It was our sins. He said, a child at that age to be able to, in 1 second, be oimid on the oimik of this Indian, what it was that caused the destruction. He said, Muftachani boy, it's pashut that he's going to be a Meirei Rabbi Yisrael. With a Douglas, that a Meirei Rabbi Yisrael has to be someone that's able to deher this on this level. And that's why, Daika, a Meirei Rabbi Yisrael. Zok the Gemara, Rabbi Yudam Rav. Rabbi Yehuda said in the name of Rav Isa, there was a story, Bebnoi Ubitoi, Shal Rabbi Yishmael ben Elisha, the son and the daughter of Rabbi Yishmael ben Elisha, Shenishbu L'shnei Adainim. And they were taken into captivity to two different masters, L'yomim, one day, and his Davgu Shnei b'Makam Echad. So one Adain had taken the son of Rabbi Yishmael ben Elisha, and the other Adain had taken the daughter of Rabbi Yishmael ben Elisha. So one day these two people meet up. And they were like bragging about the avodim that they owned. And one of them tells his friend, he says, I have an eved, I'm telling you, ein bi kiyafia b'chal ha'olam. The other one said, yesh li shivcha. It's funny, I have a shivcha. She'en b'chal ha'olam kulei kiyafia amru. They said, boy, v'nasim zeh, why don't we marry them together? V'nechalik b'vladis, and we'll split the children. They put them to the same cheder. Zeh yoshav b'keren zavis, zeh v'zu yoshva b'keren zavis, zeh. And each one was in another corner. One said, meaning Rabbi Shmuel ben Elisha's son, Ani koyin ben koyanim gedolim. I'm a koyin, I'm the sons of koyanim gedolim. Es shivcha, should I marry a shivcha? V'zoisay meres. The other one said, Ani koyenes bas koyanis gedolim. And Naseh le'eved, right? They didn't realize they were in the room with each other. This is a brother and a sister. Upachu kol halaylo. And they cried the entire night. Kivan shalom v'dashachar. When the sun rose, Hikiru zeh zeh, they were able to see each other. V'naflu zeh zeh, and they fell on each other. V'go b'priya, and they began to cry. Ache yatzan nishmasan, until it was yatzan nishmasan. V'aleim koinen Yirmiyahu, and it was regarding them that Yirmiyahu said the following kinna. He said, Aleila ani boichia, eini eidni yarda mayim, ki rochek mimeni menachem meshav nafshi, hoyu bana shememim ki gavar oyev. And this kinna, this famous kinna of eini yarda mayim, Aleila ani boichia, what was it referring to? It was referring to the son and the daughter of Rabbi Yishmael ben Elisha. I saw a davar nifla in the time of the Krah that was written by a guy in Agada, Reb Chaim Kanievsky, Zeichet Tzaddik Levracha. He says that the Marsha, and this Gemara muches a little bit, that we see in these words, Aleila ani b'chia eini yarda mayim, that this has anything to do with a brother and a sister, the son of Rabbi Shmuel ben Elisha and the daughter of Rabbi Shmuel ben Elisha. So he said that the Gemara says, Masechtes Brachas, Daf Nun Vav Amud Beis. There was a tzedukah that went over to Rabbi Shmuel. And he told him, I had a dream. And in my dream, Chazoi einai denashkin ahadadi. This is in Perek HaRaya, the Sugya of the dreams. He said, I saw my two eyes, they were kissing each other. What does that mean? He told him, Baal achaisai. What it means is that you were Baal achaisai. And because you were Baal achaisai, that's what you're saying. So Reb Chaim Kanievsky said that you see from here that the two eyes of a person are mirumiz be'enei Chazal as being a brother and a sister. So he said that's the oimek, that's the pshat in this drasha. Eini yarda mayim. Eini, a brother and a sister were crying. A brother and a sister, as in that Gemara right there, that was the remnants to Benoyu B'tay Shel Rabbi Yishmael ben Elisha. Zok the Gemara vayt. Amar Reish Lakish said, Maisa, there was a story. Be'isha achas with a woman. V'tzofnas bas Peniel Shema. Her name was Tzofnas bas Peniel. Tzofnas, the reason she was called Tzofnas is that everybody used to look at her because she was so beautiful. Bas Peniel, B'tay Shel Kohen Gadol, she was the daughter of the Kohen Gadol. Sheshimesh lifnai v'lifnim. One night, Shaboim came, these are bad people, and they violated her the entire night. The next day, they gave her 7 cloaks of clothing to wear. So after they were mezana with her, they sold her. But a person came to the shuk. This was a very, very disgusting man. He told him, he said, I want to buy her, but before I buy her, I want to see how beautiful she is. She was wearing all this clothing. So he told him, if you want to buy her, buy her. I'm telling you, there's no one as beautiful as her. Just buy her. He said, no, I'm not asking to buy her unless I see her. So the person that had taken her started removing her clothing, took off 6 of the 7 chalukim. The shvi, when it came to the 7th one, she tore it by herself, and she threw herself into the Efer. Amr lefan of Rebbeinu Shalom, meaning to make herself look disgusting. She said, Rebbeinu Shalom, Malenu leichasta. She says, Chashtei, you don't want to have Rachmanis on me. Okay, I don't deserve your Rachmanis. But Al Kedusha Shmecha Agiba Lama Leitachas, people are making such litzonis from the Yidden. I mean, it's fallen to this point that even on yourself you have no Rachmanis. And Yirmiyahu wrote a kina on this woman. This woman was oichet to a kina. The pasuk says, Bas Ami Chigri Sak. The hispal shiba efer. Basami is referring to this woman. Chigri sak, the hispal shiba efer. She was wearing these sakos and she was rolling in the efer. Evel yochid asilach mispei tamrurim ki pisam yavai hashoidei dalenu. And the punchline here is kaviyochol. It loinemar elo. It doesn't say on her. Alecha loinemar elo aleinu kaviyochol alay v'alecha bashoidei. That you see that the shoidei came aleinu. What's aleinu? It was her. Because of her tefillah, of what she said, Rebbeinu Shalom, you're on Rachmanis Amim Meila, but you're not having Rachmanis. Could be that there's a little extra dogush in this Gemara that she was the daughter of the Kohen Gadol, because we know that the Gemara says in Masechtas Yuma Daf Mem Zayin Amar Aleph, there was a woman whose name was Kimches, and she was Zoycha. She had 7 sons that were Kehanim Gedolim. And why was she Zoycha to have 7 sons that were Kehanim Gedolim? Because of the fact that she was a Tznuah B'Yoser, and because she was such a Tznuah, therefore she was Zoycha to have sons that were Kehanim Gedolim. And that means the whole Indian of the Kohen Gadol is an Indian of Tznius. He goes where? Lifnai v'lifnim. V'chal adam lo yir ba'yol moed. It's betachlis atznius. Even the malachim are not allowed to be there when he does his gross avodah. So really the avodah of the Kohen Gadol and the schus to have a Kohen Gadol, it comes from the ribui of tznius. And here you had this woman who was the daughter of the Kohen Gadol, and she was exposed in this way, which was mamish the opposite of the tznius of finvanet zi shtam. It's a terrible, terrible knetch in understanding the kinna. Right? We spoke out in the Sechtes Nedarim for Reb Shmuel Yankiv, who said that the Gemara says that Mamzer Talmud Chacham is koidim the Kohen Gadol Ha'aretz. So what's the oimek hadvarim? The oimek is that where does the Kohen Gadol come from? Kohen Gadol comes from the tachlis of tznius. Where does the mamzer come from? He comes from chayve krisos. He comes from the tachlis of pritzos. You could have one person that comes from the tachlis of tznius and another person comes from the tachlis of pritzos. But at the end of the day, a Talmud Chacham was kommt from pritzos is koidem. So an Amaris was kommt from tznius. But al kapanim, you see the dogush of Chazal when it came to the Indian of tznius as it relates to the Kohen Gadol, and that's the story of Tzofnas Bas Peniel, Bito Shel Kohen Gadol, Sheshimesh Lefnai V'Lefnim, tznius, right? Who comes from tznius, Afal Pikein, this is what came to. Zok the Gemara, Rabbi Yehuda Marav, the last story. Ma'idachsiv, what's Pshan? The pasuk that says, V'chamdu Sadois, V'gazalu, Ubatim, V'nasau, V'ashku, Gever, Ubeisai, V'ish V'nachalasai, it's a pasuk in Micha. So the Gemara says, Ma'aseh, there was a story about Adam Echad Shanasav, Eina Be'ishis Rabbin. There was a man who worked for somebody, and he was Nasan Einov in the wife of this person that he worked for. V'shulyu denagri hava. He was like an apprentice. Pamachas, one day, Hutzrich Rabbi Lilvais. Rabbi, the boss, needed a loan. Amaloi, so he goes to his nagar, and he asked his nagar, the person who was working for him, this contractor, he says, can you lend me money? So he told him, yeah. He said, Shkar ishtecha etzli, send your wife as a shliach, v'alvena, and through her I'll send the money back. In the meantime, this man took his wife, and he lived with her for 3 days. Kadam uba etzlai, after 3 days, this man started getting suspicious, and he sent his wife to pick up this money, and she never came home. What happened to my wife? So he says, I don't know. I sent her right away, gave her the money, as we discussed. But I heard a rumor that the children, they took advantage of her. But on her way home, he said, what should I do? If I were you, find her and give her again. He said, the problem is that her ksuba is too expensive. I can't afford it. So he told him, I'll lend you the money. Meaning, I told you I can lend you money. I'll lend you the money, and you should go and you should give her the ksuba. So he went, he divorced his wife. So this man went, and he married her. When the time came, and the master who had divorced his wife had to pay up the money that he had borrowed to pay the ksuba. So he said, I'm sorry, I don't have the money. He said, you know what? You don't have the money. It's fine. Come work for me in my house. You work for me in my house, everything is going to be fine. And the Gemara says, he did that. So this man now, who divorced his wife because of this bilbul, and borrowed the money that he couldn't pay back, is now working in the person that he borrowed the money for, who's married to his own wife. So they're eating and drinking, and he's oimedu mashke, and he's pouring them, and tears were flowing from his eyes, and falling into the cups, and it was that second that neschatim gzar din, that it was decreed that the Beis HaMikdash was going to be destroyed. Which Beis HaMikdash? So it's not 100% clear. The Amrila, some say, Al Shtei Psilois B'ner Echad, that this happened not because of this whole Maisa, but Shtei Psilois B'ner Echad, which Rashi says means this man was Mazana with an Eishes Ish. And because he was Mazana with an Eishes Ish, that's why it was Nischatim Gzardina. The Iyun Yaakov in his Pirush here on Ein Yaakov said that what does it mean? That what happened here of Al-Oysa Shon Neschatim Gzardin, that the Gzardin, something happened, something that's geshokeled related to Churban at that very, very second. So what part of the Maisa was it? He said it was the fact that he was crying. Because Sharid Mois Loininalu. And it was the power of the tears of this person, that was the kivun, that was the Oysa Shon that the Gemara is referring to. And this concludes this digression. It concludes the 3 daf, Kamtza ubar Kamtza, that's discussed here in Masechtas Gittin. But just to end with 2 just final thoughts, just Hagesh, not Red Bites, but just to end with 2 thoughts. The first thought is, so the Sugya began at Kamtza bar Kamtza Charav Yerushalayim. And then it went from there to Tarnagoyla, Tarnagolta, Charav Tor Malka, and Ashaka the Risbag Charav Beita. And really what we saw is that the destruction of the second Beis HaMikdash, because this is all Me'inyan, as we talked about, as we went through the Gemaras, were related to really 2 things. It's related to what the Gemara says in Yuma Daf Tesam and Beis. It was because of Sinas China. Sinas China, which Chavetz Chaim said led to Lashon Hara, but we saw Tzaras Zayin and we saw Chanafa, right? We saw all these different midos that are all Me'inyan, Le'inyan, Ba'is, even Anova that was misplaced, Amvasanusha Rab Zcharia, which also played a role in the destruction of the Beis HaMikdash. And then the latter 2 Churbanos, which are huge deals, the latter 2 Churbanos, that came because they didn't mourn. Because we didn't fix what we had to fix, right? And we didn't mourn what needed to be mourned because there was a chesaron in not properly mourning and recognizing what we did and not fixing it and not being pasha kibshuta misabala Yerushalayim. That's what caused the ladder of the 2 churbanos. So just one hergish. There's an Avos de Rav Nosson, and the Avos de Rav Nosson is in Perek Dalet that tells a story. Story just coming full circle with where we began, a story with Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Says the Avos de Rav Nosson, Pam achas hoy Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai yotzim Yerushalayim. One time, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was outside Yerushalayim. Rabbi Yeshua hoy lech acharav, and Rabbi Yeshua was walking behind him. For Rabbi Beis Charev, if know where Rabbi Eliezer was, and he saw that the Beis Hamikdash was Charev. Rabbi Yeshua said, "Oy lanu al zeh shehu Charev." He says, "Oy, woe is to us that the Beis Hamikdash is Charev. Makom shemechaprim bo yavoynei sein shal Yisrael, the place where the Yidden used to get kapara." Right, we saw in the beginning of the Sugya that the Beis Hamikdash was referred to as Levanoin. Why Levanoin? Rashi says because it's Malbin, the Averis of the Yidden. So Oy lanu al zeh shehu Charev, makom shemechaprim bo yavoynei sein shal Yisrael. Amalei Rabbi Yochanan. So Rabbi Yochanan said, "B'ni, my son, al yeir, don't feel bad, because yesh lanu kapara achashi kamoisa." You think because we don't have a Beis Hamikdash we're done? It's not true. There's a way for us to get kapara. Ve'ezeh, how are we going to get kapara? It's like milus chasadim. Do chesed. Shenemar ki chesed chafatzti v'loy zevach. The Navi says, I want chesed. I don't want a zevach. Shekei motzinu b'Daniel ish chamudoy, said Rabbi Yechim Zakai. You see by Daniel, who was an ish chamudoy. Shoyim misasik b'gmilos chasadim. He was oisik b'gmilos chasadim. Mahi gmilos chasadim. Shoyim Daniel misasik. Then what was the chesed that Daniel was oisik in? Im toima oilos uzvachim. You can tell me it was oilos in zvachim, makri b'Bavel, that he was bringing them in Bavel. But like Nemar, Yisham t'chop and talo l'yisach v'cham mag mashatir kim mag mashivcha Hashem. Be'achad shmotecha sham talo l'yisach. Can't be. Elo mahin gemilos chasadim. Shoyim misasik ben. Hoyim misakin es akalo misamcha. Umelav es hameis. V'noisim pruta la'ani. U'mispalel sholish pamim b'chol yoyim. U'tfilasem miskabelis beratzim. This is the Avos Rav Nosson. So Avos Rav Nosson says, Rabbi Yechim Zakai is walking outside Yerushalayim. Rabbi Yeshua is with him, and he sees that the Beis Hamikdash is Charev. And Rabbi Yeshua says, "Oy lanu al zeh shehu Charev, mokim shemechaprim bo yavoy niseim shal Yisrael." So Rabbi Yochanan Zaki said, "Don't feel bad, because even though we don't have a Beis Hamikdash, we can't bring karbanos like in the good old days, but we could get kapara. You know what we could do? We could do chesed, and because we could do chesed, we're okay. And in fact, the Navi said, "Ki chesed chafatzti v'loy zevach." And you see, Daniel was Isaac in Chesed. And when you're Isaac in Chesed, you get kapar. Your tefillos are answered. All you need to do is you need to do Chesed. So it bothered me a little bit that Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai's nechamet Rabbi Yeshua was that in Golos we could do Chesed. What about Torah? What about the Sugya in the end of Masechtas Menachos, the last Amid? What about the Gemara that says Kol Isaac b'Teres Achatas as Kilu Hikrav Chatas? If you Isaac b'Shlamim, it says if you were Shlamim, U'Nesham b'Parim Sefaseinu b'Chal Makai Mukter Mugash L'Shmi. Dvarim Atikin. Why did he emphasize Chesed? What about everything else? I think it's a starke kasha, and I found the kasha. You know who asked this kasha? The Vilna Gaon asked this kasha. The Vilna Gaon asks this kasha, and he says a teretz. He says a teretz based on something that we've spoken about so many times. We're not going to say the longer version, but the short version of it is that we say in Shemona Esrei, Yiratzayin, the very, very end of Shemona Esrei, Sheyibana Beis Hamikdash b'mheira b'yameinu, v'sein chelkeinu b'sayrasecha. And the Vilna Gaon said, we're davening that the Eibusha should bring back the Beis Hamikdash, and we say that, when we're going to get the Beis Hamikdash, v'sein chelkeinu b'sayrasecha, as if to say that when we don't have the Beis Hamikdash, it's chaser our chelik in Torah. What does the Beis Hamikdash have to do with v'sein chelkeinu b'sayrasecha? So the Vilna Gaon said, because the pasuk says in Eicha Malka v'sareb Agoyim ein Torah, that when the Yidden was sent into Galus, not only did we lose the Amuda Avoida, but we lost the Amuda Torah as well. We once said that's Pshan in the Gemara, and then the Masechtes Soitim Shemeis Rebbe Huchpelu Atzaros, because we went from not only losing the Amud of Avoida, but we lost the Amud of Torah as well, with the Marshan, Peri Chelik, Taf Tzaddik Chesam and Aleph, Advar Matikin, the Inkam Akoyim Laharach. But what emerges is that when the Beis Hamikdash was Charev, we lost not only Avoida, we don't lose our ability to bring karbanis, but we lost Torah. Now, Father, we have Torah. But on some level, we're living in a world of ain't Torah, because Eichos, qualitatively, the Madrega of Torah that we have today is not on the same Madrega. So, with Churban Beis Hamikdash, we lost karbanis, we lost Torah. Says the guy, and that's why we daven. Sheibana Beis Hamikdash b'mheir b'yameinu v'sein chalkeinu b'sarasech. That when the Beis Hamikdash is going to be rebuilt, it won't just be that we're going to get that, but it won't be Malchus Reb Agoyin, and as a result, it won't be Ein Torah anymore. This the Goyin says in his Pirish on Mishnayos, on his Pirish in Pirkei Avos. But the Goyin apparently said this elsewhere as well. And one of the places that the Goyin said this is in his Pirish on the Idra Rabbah. This is Kabbalah. Now, it's printed in a paragraph in the Hakdama to the Goyin's Pirish on Tikunei Zayar. It's a The paragraph is called the Likud. I saw it in one of the Svarim from Yaakov Chaim Sofer, Al Techashdeni. But the point is, in the Hakdama to the Goyin's Pirish on Tikunei Zayir, there's a paragraph that's called Likud, and in that Likud, the Goyin said the following. Said the Goyin as follows. He says that when the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed, we didn't just lose the Avodah. We lost the Torah as well. It was Malka v'Sareb HaGoyim Ein Torah. And I'm quoting the Vilna Goyim. V'hein divrei Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai v'Talmidov shebachu al HaChurban. These were the words of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai who were crying over the Churban. V'amar lehem, and he told him, Adayin nishalanu gmilas chasadim. We still have chesed. The Goyim was answering this kasha. Then why do you say only chesed? What about Torah? The teretz is because we don't have Torah on that level anymore. Because Malka v'Sareh b'Agoyim ain't Torah. So the one thing that the Eibishter left us with, that we have the ability to do b'shleimus, we could do it today the way we were able to do it b'zman shebeis hamikdash hayakai. It's the amud of chesed. It wasn't diluted. All the gullus did not take away our ability to do chesed the way Yid is supposed to do chesed. And that's why Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was madish. Avad is the Indian of kolois b'Torah sachatas. The Gemara says that. Oh, but b'shleimus, the only one of the three amudim that the world stands on, that we can do betachlas hashleimus today, mamish as if it was shonim ketikunam, is the amud of chesed. And that's where Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai was madgish the chesed. It's the goyim l'shitasa, it's the hein hadvarim, the hein divrei Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai l'talmid of shabach ala churban l'shnei azav shalavil nagai. So the hergish just is that the Eibusha destroyed the Beis HaMikdash, and with the destruction of the Beis HaMikdash, we lost so much in a physical sense. Batl tam aperis, batl tam this, batl tam that. We just learned the Gemaras together not long ago in the end of Masechta Soita. You know, Tzidua that Chafetz Chaim used to say that people, they have tzaras, you daven, right? You daven. And this person davens Rifa'enu, and this person davens Slachlanu, and this person is davening Hashivenu, and Shema Koleinu, Zebekoi, Zebekoi, Baruch Aleinu. Everyone's davening for different things depending on was tutzich by aim in sein Herz. And the Chafetz Chaim was Margul B'Buma, he used to say that people don't know where you're really supposed to daven. You know what a Yid should daven? Every Yid should daven and have all his kavanos in the same tefillah by Vilu Yerushalayim Mircha. He said, because when the Beis HaMikdash is going to be rebuilt, all the tzaris, there'll be parnasna, there'll be refuas, there'll be atachoinin, ladam dasum, all it's there. Everything is going to fall into place. And really, that's the place that a Yid's supposed to daven. A Yid is supposed to be davening by Yerushalayim Mircha. With the churban of the Beis HaMikdash, we lost so much, all the tzaris. But spiritually, we lost so much as well. We lost the amud of avodah. We can't bring karbonis anymore. That dveikus that a Yid, shnolish pamim bashani eira kol schur chas b'nei Hashem alekecha, something that the Svar Makdoshim say that Moshe Rabbeinu wasn't zoicha to, kilo yirani yodem v'chai, but the Yid was able to go in, and it was mamish kederach shabaliris kachbali rois, the nisim that the Yid was zoicha to witness when he came to the Malka HaMikdash. We lost all of that. But Malkav Sareb HaGoyim Ein Torah, even the Dveikus, Nefshachayim Shardala, that a person could be zoicha to the Torah, even that was taken away from us. The one capacity that the Yid was always given, that we still have today in Golus, is the ability to do chesed. What's the pshat? I think the hergish is because we need that. Because at the end of the day, that's what's going to bring the Beis HaMikdash back. And that's the nechama, that the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed, bayis sheni, the bias that we mourn, like Tosfos says in Rosh Hashanah, Daf Yud Ches Amud Beis. The bias that's the one that's more memorable to us, and the bias that was the topic of the sugyas that we just learned here, that was destroyed because of sinas chinam. It was destroyed because of miday surois in the world of Ben Adam l'Chavera. And the Eibusha sent us into Galus, and he gave us the capacity. That wasn't take everything. Was we mamish lost everything. The only thing we could still do was chesed, kamat. And again, avad Talmud Torah can get kulam, but to do that b'shleimus without the dilution of the Galus, that's something that we still have the capacity to do. And the reason is because that ultimately is going to be something that's going to bring the Geula back. And we're given the ability, afilu in Golus, to be able to do chesed v'tachlis hashleimus, because this is really, zois nechamasi, this is what is Be'ezer Hashem going to bring the Beis HaMikdash back. That's the first hergish as we finished. The second hergish is, so why did we just digress and interrupt our program with 3 blot related to Churban Beis HaMikdash? I mean, the timing of it was impeccable. Dover be'itoy ma'toiv on the next level. But at the same time, where did it come in? So, Cheshbon was, we're learning Perek HaSheleach, and Perek HaSheleach began with a very important halacha in the Sugyas of Masechtas Gittin, Bittul HaGet. And there was a very important takana that was made by Rabbi Gamliel Lazalkin, Mipnei Tikkun Ha'olam, Once we talked about a takana, we digressed and digressed and digressed, and we had all the different sugyas, mamish, one having nothing to do with the other, all related to tikkun oil. The last one was Negeya the Sikrikun, which we're about to return to. And the Sikrikun, there was a takana there that was made also mipnei tikkun oil. Oh, you mentioned the Sikrikun. When did the Sikrikun exist? It was mamish the time of Titus, it was the time of Bayesheni. That's why we interrupted the Sugya, and we might as well talk about 3 plot here related to Churban Beis HaMikdash. But Rab Tzaddik, in his Pre-Tzaddik, and this is in Erev Yom Kippur, he says a Dover Nifla. He says that any time you find a Masechta, and in that Masechta you have a Gadata related to that Masechta, he says it's not a mikra, it's not a coincidence, it's there for a reason. There has to be a shaykhs. Now what does that have to do with Erev Yom Kippur? Because the Sugya of the Mon is a Masechta Yuma Daf Ayin He. That's what the Sugya of the Mon is in Shas. And he says that it's mentioned in Masechta Yuma because Yuma talks about Yom Kippur, and Erev Yom Kippur there's a mitzvah to eat, and if somebody eats on Erev Yom Kippur, it's Malal of Akosov Ke'ilu, it's on a Chiv Asiri. And that's this Indian of Achila, could be a Murdiga, Abvaida, Lechem Abirim. That's the raid that he's talking about. That's why this was something that Rab Tzaddik said at Tish on Erev Yom Kippur. But then Rab Tzaddik says, I'll give you other examples of it. He says, I'll give you a classic. He says, the Agadah Gemara that talks about Matan Torah, where is that mentioned? That's mentioned in Masechta Shabbos. Where in Masechta Shabbos? It's the name of the parak. It's called Parak Rabbi Akiva. He says why? It's a Masechta Shabbos because Hakol Moedin the B'Shabbos Mitna Torah. And he says it's in Parak Rabbi Akiva because Kulan I'll leave it to Rabbi Akiva. Because the whole Torah Shabbat Peh comes from Rabbi Akiva. Or Rabbi Akiva's Talmidim or Rabbi Akiva's Timta. Right? Stam Mishnah, Stam Brisa, Stam Safra, Stam Sifri. It's all the Talmid of Rabbi Akiva. So that's why the Sugya of Matan Torah is mentioned where? It's mentioned in Masechta Shabbos and it's mentioned in Parak Rabbi Akiva. It says, Rab Tzaddik, I'll give you another example. And that is you have this Agadat Gemaras related to Churban Bayesheni. Where are those Agadat Gemaras mentioned? They're mentioned in Masechtas Gittin. Why they mention in Masechtas Gittin? He said the pshat is based on a Gemara. The Gemara we know. The Gemara is in Masechtas Yuma Daf Pei Vav Amud Beis. Rabbi Yochanan said, "Gedoyle tshuva shedoicha es lois nasei shebetayra." Tshuva is so great that it's doicha lois nasei shebetayra. Why? Shenema the pasuk says, "Leimor hein yishalach ishes ishtoi v'holcha miita v'hoisel ish achar hayoshev eileoid haloichonich techani v'saaretz hayiv v'ad zon Yisroel rabim v'shuv elai no mashem." Because when the Yidden sinned, the Eibishter divorced. He gave a get to Klal Yisrael. And then they were hoysel l'shachar. But when the Yidden do tshuva, the Eibishter takes them back. Gedoyle tshuva shedoicha lois hasei shebetayra. Has the Eibishter allowed to take the Yidden back when they do tshuva? Isn't there a lav of machzir ushasa? It must be tshuva so great that it's doicha lois hasei shebetayra. See what we speak out the Tosi Yom Kippur's kasha that it brings from Kadmonim. Gedoyle tshuva shedoicha lois hasei shebetayra. Every hasei is doicha lois hasei shebetayra. V'advarim atiken. But al kopanim you see from here that Churban Beis Hamikdash when the Yidden went into Golus, what was it? The Eibishter was megarish Klal Yisrael. So says Rab Tzaddik, that's why the Agadat of Churban Beis Hamikdash is in Masechtas Gittin. Which parak are we learning right now? We're learning Parak HaNezakin. He says the reason we're learning Parak HaNezakin because when the Eibishter destroyed the Beis Hamikdash, he was a mazik. Arba Ovis Nezikin, Ashor, V'Habar, V'Hamava, V'Hahever. Hever is the mazik of Eish. The Eibishter destroyed the Beis Hamikdash with fire. And the Eibishter was a mazik. And he says that's why the Agadat Gemara of Churban Beis HaMikdash is in Parak HaNezakin in Masechtas Gittin. It's in Parak HaNezakin because Churban Beis HaMikdash was Ein Loch HaMaisa Hezek Gedoyle Mizu. And it's in Masechtas Gittin because when the Yidden went to Golus, Ein Loch HaMaisa Gerush in Gedoyle Mizu. But said Rab Tzaddik Kedarke B'Kodesh that in all these Agadat Gemaras there's a tremendous nechama because we know that if somebody is a mazik, what's the halacha? He has to pay. Tashlume nezek. Mimeitav sodeo. He has to play Tashlume nezek. Shalim yishalim hamaver es habeiro. So Rab Tzaddik said that we learned the stories of Churban Beis Hamikdash and Parak HaNezakin to remind ourselves that the Eibishter was mazik, enochanami. The Eibishter destroyed, and the way the Eibishter destroyed, he destroyed with Eish. Be'esh hitzata. But at the same time, we know that Shalim yishalim hamaver es habeiro, and we live with the Amunah of ube'esh ata asel levnoisa, that the Eibishter is going to be Mishalem Migufay. Be'esh, the same Eish that was Mazik. Migufay Mamish. The Eish is going to be Mishalem. Be'esh, at the Asel of Noisa, which is be Zoicha, to Shalem, Yishalem, Amabras, Abeira. The Eish should be Machzig, Rushasai, G'doy L'tshuva, Shadoicha, Loisa, Seisha, B'tayra. and we should be zoicha taka to be'esh after asal of noisa. And with that, we return to our regular program, which is the sugya of this sikrikon. So again, what is the sugya of the sikrikon? Who were these sikrikon? So it was mentioned in the Mishnah, and Daf Nun Hey Amud Beis. So these sikrikon were very, very bad people. They're Roman officers, and they would go over to Yidden, and they would give him an ultimatum, which really had only one choice. Either I kill you, or you give me your field. And they would take the field. So the Mishnah says, what happens if somebody now goes and buys the field from the sikrikon? So if somebody would buy the field now from the sikrikon, what's the halachic ramifications, and exactly how do you look at that from a halachic perspective? So the Mishnah said a very big chiddush, that if somebody buys a field from the sikrikon, the mechira and the sale is not really a sale. Meaning the original owner of the field can go to the lekech and he could say, listen, I understand you bought it, but I never gave it over belev shalem, because in my mind, I thought I was going to be able to get it back, and therefore the halach is he has to return it to him. Not just that, even if after the person bought his field from the sikrikon, he would then go to the original owner and he would buy it from him. It doesn't matter. Even that itself wouldn't be an issue. And then the Gemara says there was a before and there was an after. They decided at some point, no, that if somebody buys from the sikrikon, he gets to keep it. However, the original owner has a right of first refusal. And then they said the right of first refusal expires after 12 months. But at the same time, if somebody's going to buy from the sikrikon, even though he gets to keep it, for sure, once the person loses his right of first refusal, but he has to give a revia, 1/4 of it, he has to give. The assumption is that he underpaid for it, because Sikrikon don't have a very high basis in this. They got it for free, so they probably undersold, just to underscore the market, and therefore, when they buy it back, they get it, they probably bought it for cheap, therefore the revia, the profit from taking from the Sikrikon, you'd be able to keep it, but only after you gave back a little bit. Either way, that was the general sugya of the sikrikon. So we're going to learn now a little bit more about the sikrikon. Zok the Gemara. Now, one of the halachas that the Mishnah said was that if somebody purchases from the sikrikon, the Baal Bayis can take it back. Again, before, after, revia, not revia, yud beis chaydish, not yud beis chaydish, but the general concept is that if you buy from the sikrikon, the Baal Bayis can take it back. Even if you went to the Baal Bayis himself, and the Baal Bayis signed off on it, even then. Saying that, the Mishnah said the only time that's true is if you first bought it from the sikrikon, then you went to the Baal Bayis. If you would first go to the Baal Bayis, and then you go to the sikrikon, then it wouldn't be that way. And the Mishnah gave a mashal. Mashal ma'adav adayma. If you have a husband and a wife together, they own some asset. Maybe it's something that's just meshubit for the ksuba. So they each have schusin in it. She owns it on some level. Kinyan aguf, he has the kinyan pay, whatever. But the point is that if somebody buys from the ish is chelik, then he buys from the isha, the halach is the mechar is not kayim, because we say that the only reason she went along with this is nachas ruach hasisi l'bayli. If she buys from the isha, then she buys from the ish, then already it's going to be different. Now, what's the reason that if somebody buys from the sikrikon and then he buys it from the original husband, from the Baal Bayis, the halacha is that we don't say that the Baal Bayis signed off on it. Meaning, bishloim in the case where you bought from the husband and you bought from the wife, so there's a svara of nachas ruach hasisi l'bayli. But we didn't flesh this out well enough. Why is that true by the sikrikon? You bought from the sikrikon. Okay, now you went to the Baal nachas ruach hasisi l'sikrikon. So Emma says Rashi on Daf Nun Hey Amud Beis, right in the beginning of the Sugya, and his first side says, yeah, it was nachas ruach hasisi l'sikrikon, because he's still afraid of the sikrikon. He's living in fear, and as a result, he doesn't want to do something that maybe is going to make the sikrikon look at this a little sideways, because he's just afraid of the ramification. He's a shtickle traumatized, and therefore he says, take it, right? But Rashi has another pshat. The other pshat Rashi says is that it could be this person has every intention of hiring a lawyer and suing and doing whatever he can do to get his field back. But in a way, it actually is in his benefit for him to not have to sue the sikrikon rather than to have to sue this person. So he can always say, Hasheni noyach li min harishon, which is a classic, like Ksuba Svara. He says, I'd rather deal with the second guy than deal with the first guy. And that. So Rashi brought two pshatim. The two pshatim that Rashi brought in Daf Nun Hey Amud Beis are going to play themselves out very, very much in this first Gemara we're going to learn. So, lokach min ha-sikrikin v'chulu. What's the v'chulu? Everything that we just mentioned. Amar Rav said, lo yishanu. This halacha that if somebody buys from the sikrikin, then he buys from the Baal Bayis. That halacha is the mechas narachal. That's elod amaloi leichazek v'knei. When he went to the original owner and he says, I just bought this from the sikrikin. Are you okay with it? He says, yeah, go make a chazaka. Be no gadu paretz. Do something in the field to make it yours. That's the halacha. Avol b'shtar kana. If, however, he would give him a shtar, then already it would be different. Why? So, Zok Rashi, Leik chazek v'knei, bechazaka. The kima de dibur ba'almahu, being that all he did is he told him, just go do it, yay! He verbally signed off on it. So there you could say the svara of Asheni Noyachli. But if he would write a shtar, I'm reading Rashi inside, Kani, the kulei hai lemevad, he shouldn't have gone to such pains to write a shtar. Unless he really meant to sell it to him. So from the fact that he wrote a shtar, that's a raya that he really meant to sell it to him. The Marsha on this Rashi says that it's clear that the way Rashi understood Rav, that Rav holds like the second of the two reasons that Rashi himself spoke out on Daf Nun Hey Amud Beis, why it is that if you buy from the Sekrik and then you go to the Balabayas, the halach is you get to keep it. The reason is because there's a svara, the person could say Asheni Noyachli. For Asheni Noyachli, you don't have to write a shtar. For Asheni Noyachli, just say Leich Hazek V'Knei. From the fact that you wrote a shtar, you went to such great pains to write a shtar, that's a raya, zokt the Marsha and zokt Rav, that obviously you mean more than that. And if you mean more than that, it's not going to be okay. But Shmuel said, Af b'shtar. Shmuel said that no, even if there was a shtar, still loikana. Ad sheyichtav le'achrais. The only time we say that this person is going to be koina is if the shtar itself had achrayas. What does it mean achrayas? Where the person gave a shtar and he basically said that if someone's going to go take it away from you, I'm taking all my nechasim, they're all going to be achrayas. But the shtar itself not. Zok Marsha, what does Shmuel hold? So Shmuel could be held like the first time that Rashi said on Daf Nun Hey Amud Beis, that the yisoid of why we assume that even if you buy from the Sekrikan are signing off on it, is because of Yira. If it's because of Yira, then it doesn't matter if you wrote a shtar or not. Maybe Machmas Yira, he felt he should write a shtar. Now you added achrayas, now you're pushing it already. If you're adding achrayas and you're putting in the bells and whistles into a contract that really they're not necessary to be there, says they say, Maris, this is a real transaction in your mind. Oh, if it's a real transaction, okay, then already this is going to be the halacha. So the machlokes Rav and Shmuel could be as the machlokes, the two timim that we had on Daf Nun Hey Amud Beis. Either way, so Rav said a halacha that the only time it's true that if you buy from the Sekrikim v'chaz of a lokach min ha'balabayis is if he merely said leich hazek v'knei avol b'shtar kana. The Shmuel said af b'shtar nami loikana. Ad sheyichtav le'achrais. So the Gemara tiny goes to the Shmuel. I'm a furish a brayson like Shmuel. If somebody buys from the Isha and then he buys from the Ish, mekchay kayim and Ish v'chaz v'lachach min Isha. If he bought from the Ish and not from the Isha, mekchay batal. It's going to be batal. So far, it's what the Mishnah had said. Right? This was the Mishnah's mashal to understand the equivalent halacha as it relates to the Sikrikun, but the Brisa, as it always does, adds a little bit of words. It says, Ad shetichtav le'achrayas. The only time it's true that if you buy from the Ish and then you buy from the Isha, the Mekach is batal, is if she didn't. But if she would write achrayas, achrayas is already going to be different. Then already we're going to assume then it's going to be real. So what do you see? What does it all tell you? It's only an achrayas. It's a mafurish raya to Shmuel. Zok my name to have a tufta the Rav. Is this like tufta on Rav? If it's a raya to Shmuel, it should be a tufta the Rav. Amalach Rav. Rav is going to say no. My achrayas not mishtar. It could be the word achrayas. It doesn't mean what it usually means. Usually achrayas means achrayas nechasim. All my nechasim are going to be achrayas. In this case, that's not what it means, but rather the word achrayas here simply means that they wrote a shtar. Rashi says, why would the word achrayas here mean shtar? Because being the halacha is that if you write a shtar, at that point you can't be chayzer anymore. So it comes out the shtar is what's making me achroy for what I'm telling you I'm willing to do. So we're just borrowing the word achrayas, right? You see the word achrayas in the context of shtaris and transactions. So right away you think of all the sugyas and shas that they were achrayas, which is the Tanya Kavasi the Shmuel, no question. Right? You see, it's a different standard. The standard for something to be a Tanya Kavasi and the standard for something to be to have a tufta is not necessarily the same. It could be a Tanya Kavase, but not necessarily a Tiyav Tufta. Right? We always talk about the difference between Kasha and Tufta. So here you have something that's a Tanya Kavase Deshmu, but it's not a Tiyav Tufta the Rav. Interesting. Something more. Tana Rabbanan, a Braisa that talks about the Sikrikon. What happens if somebody bought a field from Sikrikon? And then after he bought the field from the Sikrikon, he ate 3 years in the presence of the Bailam, meaning the Bailam wasn't Moicha. The Chazar, and then afterwards, this person who bought from the Sikrikon went, and he sold it to somebody else. So the halacha is, Ein leBailim alokeach sheni klo. The Bailim, the original owner, can't go to lekeach sheni and tell him that you owe me money. So what's going on over here? Number one, Cheskes Habatim. What's the halacha of Cheskes Habatim? If somebody's living in a field for 3 years, and then somebody goes over to him and he says, this field that you're living in, it's my field. So he tells him that I bought it from you. Says, you bought it, achli shtarcha. Where's your star? He says, I had a star, but I lost it. So what's the halacha? If he was there for 3 years, he gets to stay there. Why? Because he has a chazaka. What's the chazaka? Not cheskas kinyan, not cheskas as in oik midavar acheskasai, but he has a cheskas raya. He has a chazaka. If really this was your field, had you let me live it for 3 years? I'm living in your living room for 3 years. I've been cooking suppers in your kitchen. You never said one word. All of a sudden, vayuvay, it's your field. So it's once you're there for 3 years, at that point, the halach is you have a chazaka. So our sugya, the sekrikon, this brisa, meets the halacha of cheskas gimel shana. There was a person who had purchased a field from sekrikon. He then sold it to somebody else. Now, before he sold it to somebody else, he had been living in the field for 3 years, which in cheskas habat in terms means he has a cheskas gimel shana, right? So he has a chazaka now. All of a sudden, a dispute emerged. He sold it to somebody else, and now there's a din Torah. What's the din Torah? The Baal Bayis is tining that you owe me money. What do you owe me money for? The Sekrikan took it, and I bought it for the Sekrikan. He's saying you owe me the Reviyah. The Mishnah said that you have to give the Sekrikan a Reviyah. You owe me the Reviyah. He's tining, I paid the Reviyah. And that's the fight that's going on over here. So it says the Braisa that the person that bought it from the one that already had a Cheskes Gimel Shonim, Ein lebaylam alakech sheni klum. The Bailam can't be taveh anything from him. Why? Because he bought it from someone that had a Cheskes Gimel Shonim. Cheskes Gimel Shonim means if you live in your 3 years, you were never Meicha Vaises, I don't owe you any money. And if that's the case, I'm coming mikayach the person, so therefore I'm going to be okay. So the Gemara asks a very obvious question. What's the obvious question? Let's speak it up, I'll pet first because it's so obvious. You're basically telling me halacha with sekrikum meets cheskas gimel shana. Okay, nishkefarlich. But why are you talking about a lekech sheni? Like, why do you need the second guy here? He seems to be an unnecessary participant in this plot, right? We don't need him here. L'chura, somebody bought a field from the sekrikum, has been living there for 3 years, and now the balabayis comes over to him and he says, you know that reviyah that the Mishnah talks about? You owe it to me. He says, I paid it to you. You owe it. You paid it to you. Where were you for 3 years? Okay, I have a cheskes gimel shanim. Chazaka works for this Indian, and vice versa. There's no tefillah on him anymore. So why are we just talking about the lekech sheni? Poshit lekech sheni mandikar shmei. What is he adding to the story? He's just making it verplanted. What do you need this lekech sheni over here as it relates to this halacha? That's the yisoid of what the Gemara is about to ask. Says the Gemara, if it's talking about what the lekech sheni is saying, that I know the lekech rishon said he bought it from you, then I feel a rishon nami. So then the halacha is that just like the balabayis would not have a tefiyah on the lekech sheni, like the Brisa says, he wouldn't have a tefiyah on the lekech rishon either. What does it mean? That the lekech sheni is saying that I know the lekech rishon bought it from you. What he means is that this chazaka is a chazaka sheyeshi matayna. The halacha is the only time a person has a cheskes gimel shanim is if he's coming with a taina. Meaning, you can't say that, listen, I know it's not my field. I know it's yours, but I lived there for 3 years. You never said a word, so tough luck. I'm sorry, learn cheskes abatim, and this is the halacha. No, it doesn't work that way. There has to be a time. The time is I bought it, I had a shtar. Up to 3 years, a person's there in a shtar, I lost my shtar. There has to be some sort of time. So the Gemara says like this: if the lekeach sheni is coming mikayach taina, what would be the taina? He doesn't have a taina. He just bought it yesterday. The taina would be that the lekeach rishon said that he already bought it from the balabais, meaning he paid whatever he needs to pay, which is the equivalent of buying it. Then afil rishon nami. So if the lekeach rishon essentially has a chazaka she'eshim taina, so we could have said the same halacha related to the lekeach rishon. And either loikatoin va'amaminach zavna. And if this is a chazaka she'eni matayna, because the lekeach sheni doesn't have the taina that the lekeach rishon already bought it, afilu sheni nami loy. So then the halacha is the lekeach sheni should have to give the field back. Meaning the lekeach rishon, does he have a taina? Does he not have a taina? If the lekeach rishon has a taina, he's saying I paid it. So if the lekeach rishon was here, then he wouldn't have to give the field back, and Erechana lekeach sheni also shouldn't have to give the field back. And if the lekeach rishon doesn't have a taina, then if the entire was with the lekeach rishon, the halach is he would have to give it back, and in that case the lekeach sheni should also have to give it back. The point is the fate of the lekeach sheni mirrors the fate of the lekeach rishon. There's nothing unique about being a lekeach sheni here. If there was something unique about being a lekeach sheni, so I could tell you, the Brisa was telling me the halacha of the lekeach sheni. Vasamet the halacha of the lekeach rishon, that's not under the Brisa. But good, there's something special about the lekeach sheni, so I'm telling you the shulchan aruch of the lekeach sheni. But the Gemara says, I don't know where the lekeach sheni is. Mamarav shach, if there's a taina, it's going to be the same halacha of the lekeach rishon. There's no taina, it's also going to be the same halacha. So the Gemara says, Rav Sheshes said, Lo oilam, it's talking about the lekeach tainle. It's talking about where there was no taina. Meaning the lekeach sheni has no clue. He doesn't know about lekech rishon, yeah taina, no taina. And in a case like this, the halach is toyan in the yoresh, the toyan in the lekeach. Meaning, as it relates to lekech rishon, itan in v'loitan loy. If the lekech rishon would have been here and he wouldn't have tained it, like the lekech sheni didn't, he would say, go home. But being that this is lekech sheni, and he doesn't really know what happened, and if he would have a taina, then he would be bom machmas, someone that has a cheskes gimel shana, which is a chazak v'sheyeshim and tainid, be able to keep everything. So, go in a situation like this, tayanin the yoresh, v'tayanin the lekech, and that's why we're saying the halacha related to a lekech. The reason we mentioned this halacha relating to a lekech is because when it comes to the lekech, that's where you have this very special. Let's do one more gemara. Tan Rabban. Haba machmas choif umachmas amparois ein ba mishum sekrikon. Let's say you have a guy that comes into somebody's field and he just steals the field. You owe me money. You have a field, I take your field. Right? Very simple. Push it and brast. So he goes away, he takes his field. And now a yid goes and he buys the field from that ganav. Achbas amparos, or he's stam a ganav ba'alma. The first one he's a ganav she'eshi matayna, and in the second one he's a ganav she'enim matayna. Atzad HaShav he just took the field, which is something in this case he really didn't have a right to do. So the halach is ein by mishum sekrikon. In these cases you don't have the whole Shulchan Aruch of this sekrikon. In other words, what is the halacha? Rashi, ela machsel yakarka b'china. You have to give it back. The whole Shulchan Aruch, the Sekrikan, was talking about a very, very unique situation. But in this case, you're not going to have this halacha. Then the Brisa says, "V'amparis atzmo tzricha shetisha shnei masach chodesh." As it relates to the amparis, these are the guys that are stam ganavim. He's the ganav she'enim matayna. So as it relates to the amparis, you have to wait 12 months. So the Gemara says, "What? You have to wait 12 months? That sounds like hilchis Sekrikon." Va'amrit ein b'mishum Sekrikon. So the Gemara says, "Hachikam Sekrikon atzmo tzricha shetisha yud beis." Meaning, as it relates to the Sekrikon themselves, they have to wait Yud Beis Chadish. Rabbi Yosef says, "Naktinon ein amparis bebavel." There's no amparis in Bavel. Now, the Gemara thought that Rabbi Yosef was trying to say is that in Bavel there was an Achshadar and there were no Ganovim in Bavel. Fake the Gemara, is that true? What do you mean? There are amparis bebavel. They're all over the place. Aleima ein din amparis bebavel. What it means to say is that there's no din amparis bebavel. Meaning that if somebody buys from the amparis, ordinarily we just said a price, you have to give it back to the original owner. That halacha is not true in Bavel, and the reason is my time mekim the ikabei davar v'lo yazal kabel emachulei achal, because in Bavel it was very easy to sue people. So if somebody would take something from you wanted to get it back, there was a good judicial system. So there was good recourse. And because there was good recourse, so it wasn't so hard for a person to get his field back. And as a result, you should try getting your field back in the regular way. Now you want to come and say that now it's amparas, you were lazy and you decided to, no. Somebody buys from the amparas, the halach is you get to keep it. One more ma'isa. Gidul bari loy, we've had already in this masechta, kabel ara betaska, so the situation here is where there was this big field and there were a whole bunch of fields there. So you have this large plot, and Reuven owns his chelik, Shimon owns his chelik, and they used to pay a tax every single year to the government. And the tax was paid in one lump, and everybody pro rata used to be mishtatif, whatever their obligation was. Now it seems that one of the chevra that owned field property here had gone away. He went to Medina Sayyam, and his field was just sitting there. So Gidul Bar Yiloi said, you know something? He goes to the Oilam and he says, I'm going to live in his field, I'm going to take the payrois, and at the same time, I'm going to pay the taxes. So Gidul Bar Yiloi kabel ara betaska b'nei baga. Right? He works out a deal with the b'nei baga. What's the deal? I'll pay pro rata the taxes, because by the way, if Gidul Bar Yiloi is not going to pay it, and this guy's in Medina Sayyam, the b'nei baga are going to have to pay it. So it's financially behooves them to agree to this deal, and he says, I'll be able to eat the payers. Either way, so Gidul Bar Yiloi comes, actim v'yav zuzi the tlashne. And he prepaid for 3 years. Now, the truth is, nobody asked him to prepay for 3 years. Maybe the guy's going to come back next year. So good, the first year, I guess this is how it worked. I paid for it, I get to keep the payers. But how do you know what's going to be in Tavshin Pei Dalet? Mechates, you have a right to do that. Either way, the Gemara says, L'seif Osam Marvasa Kamoi. In the meantime, the Balabus came, Amruleh, and the Balabatim told Gidul Bar Yiloi the following. He says, Shasa Kamaisa Diavas. Oh, that's good. The first year, we weren't here. You paid the taxes. You get to keep it. About Hashto, you can't prepay taxes. Anan Yavinan, Anan Achlinan. We want to pay for it, and we want to eat the payers. Also, they came to Rapapa. So, Sova, the Michtavle, Tirfa, Bnei Baga. So, Rapapa's Muschel Rishon was that these people have a taina, but at the same time, being that he prepaid the taxes, so they have a credit by the government. So, if they have a credit by the government, so we're going to take this credit, which is going to be applied to the Bnei Baga, and the Bnei Baga are going to have to give it back to Gidul Bar Yiloi, right? Just makes sense. Meaning, en chanami, you walk away, can't get the payers, but to say, I shouldn't lose my money, he can't go to the government and get the money back. it's going to be applied as a credit. So if it be applied as a credit, let them give it back to Gidul Bar Eloi, and everything is going to be good. This is what Rav Papa wanted to say. So the Gemara says, Amalei Rav Huna Breid Rav Yeshua, the Rav Papa, Rav Huna Rav Yeshua, who is Rav Papa's Bar Plukta, told him, Imkena Siso Sekrikon. He said, if you're going to do this, then essentially what you're doing is, you're treating the government like Sekrikon. So what does this mean? Let's see Rashi inside. Imkena Siso, Hadabar Kedin Sekrikon. The Amina B'Mishnah Rishayna, the Mishnah Achrayna, that when somebody buys from the Sekrikon, you don't lose. The Ktani, Kana, V'noisen L'baylim, Mada Oizel Oivkechavim Gabe, Oyem Yesh B'yodam Likach, Yachziru Loim Mois. What happens if somebody buys from the Sekrikon? If somebody buys from the Sekrikon, essentially you have an option, right? Because in the worst case scenario, you're going to keep the field, and you're going to have to give a quarter of it to the original owner, which is really the fair market value of what the field is. If you decide to be a nice guy, so good, you'll give the field back and you'll get the full market for it. Meaning you're eventually going to end up getting, so you buy from the Sekrikon, you have this option. You might get to keep it, or worst comes to worst, you're going to have to give away a quarter of it, which is what it was worth anyways. So really, Mikoyach the Din Sekrikon, what emerged was a business opportunity for people to go buy fields, and there's a good chance, if you do this with enough volume, maybe you could become a gvir, right? There's an opportunity of it. Just buy things from the Sekrikon. You're basically giving people the opportunity to go. Anytime a guy goes to Medina Siyam, I'm going to prepay 10 years of taxes, and by that I'm going to have the schus to all the payers, which sounds like was a profitable trade. And if I'm going to do that, worst comes to worst, I'll have a credit. You're going to have to pay me back anyways. Now, if the Melech, when he charged taxes, was Sekrikon, it's okay, Asisa Sekrikon, it's a loophole in the system. But they're not Sekrikon. What they're doing is something lawful. They have a right to charge you taxes. So why are you treating them like Sekrikon, and why are you creating this opportunity, which is really a little not so good? You want to know what I think Talach is? This person lost out. You should have done that. Who asked you to prepay? You prepaid. You didn't give them anything. You gave the government. Derech Agav, you're being marviach them. That's marviach hari. He have no chiyuv to make you off. They want to, they could, but it's not something that they have to do.